Chapter 41:33. At night, Qi Xing and the others were settled down. In a palace, Zhao Baichuan stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. Chen Tianfei stood behind him without saying a word. After a long time, Zhao Baichuan sighed, "What a beautiful scenery! Old Qin, what do you think of the Qiqiao land?" Chen Tianfei did not know why the great master asked this, so he pondered for a moment and said, "The 7 great spirit provinces give birth to yin and yang and the 5 elements, which is very rare. Furthermore, the Qiqiao land has been managed by the Qiqiao, heavenly lord, for so many years. Although the Qiqiao land is not as spectacular as the blessed grotto heavens, it is still considered extraordinary among the second-class forces." Zhao Baichuan nodded and said, "I have also been to the headquarters of some second-class forces. The Qiqiao land should be considered average among all the second-class forces." Qin Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Qi Xing could withstand the pressure and manage it carefully, it might not be worse than the Qiqiao land after so many years. Unfortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight came one after the other, so we had to split the world with them. Strictly speaking, the Crimson Star was a second-tier force, and so were the Sword Pavilion and the Thunderlight sect. After all, they all had middle-grade Heaven Opening Realm Masters and many low-grade Heaven Opening Realm Masters. The Star Market was also a part of the spiritual state. However, when the 3 forces gathered together, there would naturally be many conflicts. After all, no one force could dominate and develop rapidly. This was also why Qi Xing was inferior to the Qiqiao land. Zhao Baichuan smiled gently. Fortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight are gone now, and only Qi Xing is safe and sound. But our Star City is gone too. Chen Tianfei had a worried expression, and every time he thought of this, he would have a headache. Star City was swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, divided into countless pieces and completely disappeared. It was unknown where Qi Xing would settle down in the future, and they could not lead a group of people to wander in the 3,000 worlds. As long as we have people, we can make a comeback. Zhao Baichuan's face was full of confidence. "Great Master is right," Chen Tianfei said respectfully. "But Great Master, since we are here to borrow troops, why did you stop me from explaining the situation to the Qiqiao land? Yang Kai is extremely cunning. If we continue to delay, he might escape at any time. Don't mention the matter of borrowing troops again." Zhao Baichuan waved his hand. "Right now, it's not us who's looking for Qiqiao to borrow troops. It's him who's looking for us to borrow troops." Chen Tianfei was no fool. His expression changed when he heard this. "First Master, you mean," Zhao Baichuan chuckled. "Just now at the banquet, this king thought about it carefully. Isn't that Yu Xiushan the Flying Smoke Hall's Hall Master? He's also a Tier 5 Heaven Splitter. The Flying Smoke Hall is in the neighboring territory, right next to the Qiqiao land." Chen Tianfei nodded and said, "There must be a lot of friction between neighbors. Qiqiao previously said that he suffered some injuries in his early years, and even the protective array of Qiqiao land was damaged. I'm afraid that Yu Xiushan smelled something fishy and wanted to take this opportunity to annex Qiqiao land and strengthen himself." Zhao Baichuan said, "This king thinks so too. You probably didn't notice at the banquet just now, but of the venerable protectors of the Qiqiao land, for our Tier 4 Heaven Splitters, and the remaining 3 are only Tier 3. Chen Tianfei thought back and found that the situation was indeed as Zhao Baichuan said. The 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were the venerable protectors of the Fire Spirit Land, Water Spirit Land, and Metal Spirit Land. At the time, he didn't care, but now he couldn't help feeling strange. Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were only lower tier 3 Heaven Splitters, so how could they be qualified to be venerable protectors? Zhao Baichuan smiled lightly. "If my guess is correct, the Qiqiao land suffered a great change back then. The previous 3 venerable protectors should have died, and the 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were only temporarily appointed by the Qiqiao land to fill the numbers." Chen Tianfei suddenly understood and flattered. First Master's eyes are as sharp as torches. If it's really as First Master says, then the Qiqiao land really does have the intention of borrowing troops from us. After observing his expression for a while, he said, First Master intends to intervene? But what good would that do for my Crimson Star? After all, this is their personal grudge and struggle. Even if we help the Qiqiao land block the attack of the Flying Smoke Hall, at most it would only make the Qiqiao land feel grateful. That Yang Kai has countless treasures on him, and is the hope of my Crimson Star making a comeback. Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. How could this king care about the Qiqiao land's gratitude? He raised his hand and pointed forward. Old Qin, what do you think of this world? If we change it and call it the Crimson Star Land, wouldn't that be better? Chen Tianfei's heart jumped, and his squinted eyes, because of the pile of fat on his body, suddenly widened. Since Zhao Baichuan had already said so much, how could he not understand the meaning behind his words? The First Master wanted to seize the Qiqiao land. At first he felt a little uneasy. After all, the Qiqiao land was not a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. They also had a 5th grade Open the Heavens and a few 4th grade Open the Heavens. Not to mention, this was their headquarters. Wanting to cause trouble here was tantamount to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. But after thinking about it carefully, this matter really had a lot of potential. The Flying Smoke Hall was eyeing the Qiqiao land covetously. If they could take advantage of the fact that both sides were injured to suddenly make a move, they might have a chance to seize this treasure land. No wonder the First Master took the initiative to ask to tour the Qiqiao land after the banquet. It turned out that he was going to inspect it first. His heart beat wildly, and his lips couldn't help but dry up. Chen Tianfei's expression was both nervous and excited, secretly admiring the First Master's generosity. Moreover, if they could seize this treasure land, its value wouldn't be less than capturing Yang Kai alive. Not to mention, they didn't know where Yang Kai had run off to, but the Qiqiao land was right in front of them. Taking a step back, he cupped his fists solemnly. First Master, please ask for instructions. I, Chen Tianfei, will definitely sacrifice my life to repay the First Master's kindness in nurturing me. Zhao Baichuan chuckled and patted Chen Tianfei's shoulder. This matter isn't urgent. We still need to plan carefully. Turning around, he narrowed his eyes and looked down. He said softly, It's time to have a place to settle down. At the same time, in another hall, the Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao was quietly listening to the Earth Spirit's report. Previously, he had arranged for the Earth Spirit to bring the Crimson Star people to tour the Qiqiao land. It was because the Earth Spirit was very meticulous and could observe things that others couldn't. After listening, the Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao asked, Did you find anything wrong? The Earth Spirit shook his head and said, I didn't find anything wrong. The Crimson Star people acted very normal along the way. There was nothing wrong. The Earth Spirit Land's venerable guardian was a middle-aged woman. Hearing this, she frowned and said, Heavenly Lord, the Crimson Star people just had to come to my Qiqiao land at this time. Could it be a trap? The Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao looked at her and said, I know what you are worried about, but the Crimson Star people are very far from here. Moreover, as far as I know, they have no connection with the soaring smoke hall. The probability of them joining hands to harm my Qiqiao land isn't high. Of course, we can't rule out this possibility. We need to investigate carefully. It's fine as long as Heavenly Lord knows what to do. The woman nodded. The Earth Spirit Land's venerable guardian slammed his fist on the table beside him and shouted angrily, Damn it, if it wasn't for that Su Huang's rebellion, my Qiqiao land wouldn't have fallen to such a state. If the formation was intact, that Yu Xiushan wouldn't have dared to act rashly. One had to pay a great price to break through a Qiqiao land's defensive formation. No one knew where Yu Xiushan heard the news, But when he found out that the Qiqiao land's defensive formation was damaged, he rushed over like a cat that smelled blood. In the past few years, the two sides had clashed at least 20 times, and both sides suffered losses. Although the soaring smoke hull didn't gain any advantage, the Qiqiao land's defensive formation was more vulnerable. It wouldn't be long before it was completely broken. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills' face darkened to the extreme when he heard Su Huang's name. Although Su Huang had been heavily injured by the Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills and was most likely dead, 3 of the Heavenly Lords of Seven Skills had died in that battle. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills himself had been heavily injured. Countless disciples had died, and many workers had fled. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills had suffered heavy losses. It would have been fine if that was all there was to it, but the key was that Su Huang had secretly tampered with a lot of the control rights of the formation back then, causing Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills to be unable to fully control the formation to this day. He could only unleash less than 60% of the defensive formation's power. He was injured. He had to heal his injuries and refine the formation again. It could be said that he was physically and mentally exhausted. What made him feel even more uneasy was the grand formation jade slit ring that Su Huang had taken with him when he fled. He also had a jade slit ring for the formation in his hand, but it was just a replica. The one in Su Huang's hand was the real jade slit ring, whether it was in terms of control or affinity with the formation. That jade slit ring was much stronger than the one in his hand. If he could obtain that jade slit ring, he would be able to solve his current predicament and quickly regain control of the formation. However, he did not know whether Su Huang was dead or alive, and the whereabouts of the jade slit ring were unknown. Life was not as one wished, 9 out of 10. Sighing in his heart, Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills looked at Earth Spirit Earth Protector. Wei Hua, I will leave Qi Xing's people to you. Find out their intentions as soon as possible. Qi Xing and the 7 Openings land were separated by many large territories. Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills did not believe that they would come here for no reason. However, he was a scheming person and did not ask during the banquet. Earth Spirit Earth Protector stood up and cupped his fists. Yes. Dismissed. Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills waved his hand, and everyone left. For the next few days, Earth Spirit Earth Protector, Wei Hua, was ordered by Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills to warmly entertain Qi Xing's group. Every day, he would set up a banquet to entertain them. He also took many specialties from the 7 Openings land and the large territory here for Qi Xing and the others to taste. The relationship between both sides continued to deepen. However, what made Wei Hua speechless was that Qi Xing's group did not state their intentions. It was as if they were just here to sightsee. If there was a banquet, they would go. If there was wine, they would drink. If there were female disciples to serve them, they would accept them. Wei Hua did not know what they wanted to do. On this day, during the banquet, Wei Hua could no longer hold it in. Under the influence of alcohol, he asked, "Brother Qin, you have traveled thousands of miles to my 7 Openings land. Is there something you need? If there is something, there is no harm in saying it. My Heavenly Monarch is very forthright and will not disappoint you." Qin Tian drank until his face was flushed. He looked drunk, but he was actually very sober. Hearing this, he thought to himself, here it comes. Sure enough, the 7 Openings land could not hold back and asked first. Chapter 40, 134. The Great Cosmological Realm has opened. In the main hall, 7 Openings' Heavenly Monarch was shocked after hearing Earth Venerable's report. The other heaven opening realms were also dumbfounded. The Great Cosmological Realm was an extremely magical place. Although many people had heard of the existence of the Great Cosmological Realm, it required a great opportunity to enter it. Moreover, even if one entered, it was hard to say if one could come out alive. There were not only opportunities there, but also huge risks. Wei Hua nodded. That's what Qin Tianfei said. The venerable woman from the Yin Spirit Land said, "Then in Brother Wei's opinion, is what Qi Xing said true or false?" Wei Hua slowly shook his head. Whether it's true or false, We need to investigate carefully to verify. However, from Chen Tianfei's expression, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Moreover, this matter has too many implications and will spread sooner or later. They probably won't shoot themselves in the foot. 7 openings. Heavenly Monarch nodded. That's right. The opening of the great cosmological realm is a big matter. No one can hide it. Wei Hua said, the star market they were in just happened to be swallowed by the great cosmological realm, so they are now homeless. When they came out of the great cosmological realm, they happened to be nearby. That Chen Tianfei recognized Heavenly Monarch and wanted to come to our 7 openings land to rest and recuperate for a while. So that's how it is. 7 openings. Heavenly Monarch nodded lightly. He was still wondering why Qi Xing's people would come all the way to his territory, but now he knew it was because of the great cosmological realm. This explained everything. Earth Venerable Yangling's eyes suddenly lit up. Heavenly Monarch, if that's the case, we might be able to absorb Qi Xing and the others. They are now homeless. If we can let them stay in the 7 openings land, our strength will definitely increase greatly, and we won't have to fear Yuxiushan. Earth Venerable with Spirit snorted. Wishful thinking. That Chan Tianfei is only a 4th stage heaven opening realm. But that Zhao Baichuan has a 5th stage cultivation, which is similar to a heavenly monarch. Not to mention whether we can absorb them. Even if we can, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be disloyal in the future. Earth Venerable Yangling thought so too. Zhao Baichuan had a 5th stage cultivation. If he really entered the 7 openings land, how to settle him down was a problem. He might not be willing to be under a heavenly monarch. Moreover, Qi Xing had lost their own star market and needed a place to settle down. Would they not covet the 7 openings land? If they really did so, they would be led in the 7 openings land. Heaven opening Yangling land's people, but we can hire them. Yangling Yangling, Yangling Yang, Heavenly Monarch, Yangling Yangling Earth, Venerable Yangling, smiled faintly. The people of the left and right Crimson Stars are now homeless and have nowhere to go. That Qin Tianfei is also on good terms with the Lord of Heaven. If we pay a price, we might be able to move them and make them work for us. A level 5 and a level 4. If we use them well, we might be able to exterminate the flying smoke hull. Earth Venerable with Spirit snorted. You're thinking too simply. These 2 venerables seem to be at odds with each other. Earth Venerable Yangling saw him, refuting him again, and his face darkened. He turned to look. What do you think? Earth Venerable with Spirit said, they just came out of the great cosmological realm. Although we haven't been there before, we've heard of it. There are dangers there, but there are also great opportunities. As long as they can come out alive, they will have great gains. Now that they've come out alive, although I don't know what they've gained, it definitely won't be too shabby. What can our 7 openings land offer to move them and make them work? If the benefits are too little, they won't care. If there are too many benefits, our 7 openings land will definitely be at a disadvantage. Earth Venerable Yangling said, but Heavenly Monarch and Chen Tianfei are old friends. If Heavenly Monarch comes out, have you cultivated until you're stupid? Venerable with Spirit said disdainfully, let's not talk about whether or not Chen Tianfei will be willing to get involved in this mess because of their old friendship. Moreover, Chen Tianfei is not the master of Crimson Star, but Zhao Baichuan. If Heavenly Monarch comes out and is rejected, where will our 7 openings land put our face? Earth Venerable Yangling was fuming, but he had to admit that this bastard's words made sense. He was speechless for a moment. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings sat up high and looked coldly at his 2 capable subordinates arguing. Only then did he say, Miao Yu, since you refuted his words, you must have a plan in mind? Let's hear it. Miao Yu was the name of Earth Venerable Wood Spirit. Earth Venerable Yangling was amused when he heard this. He looked at Miao Yu with schadenfreude, eager to see him make a fool of himself in front of the Heavenly Monarch. Unexpectedly, Miao Yu smiled and looked confident. Heavenly Monarch, please allow me to report. I do have some ideas. If this can be done, not only will our 7 openings land be able to get Crimson Star as foreign aid without any cost, we will also have a chance to get rid of Yu Xiushan. However, this matter still requires Heavenly Monarch to personally take action to show our sincerity. Earth Venerable Yangling glared. Bullshit. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land was interested. Let's hear it. Miao Yu's narration caused the eyes of everyone in the hall to light up. They were extremely excited. Even though Venerable Yangling was unhappy, he couldn't help but admire this fellow's quick thinking. He secretly hated himself for not thinking of such a simple matter, allowing this fellow to steal the limelight. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land also laughed. Good job, Miao Yu. What a good move to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. This plan is brilliant and it's an open scheme. Even if Crimson Star's people see it, they will definitely be moved. Good. If this matter succeeds, Miao Yu, you'll be credited. Miao Yu smiled reservedly. It's my duty to share Heavenly Monarch's burden. I dare not be greedy. He glanced sideways at Earth, Venerable Yangling with a smug look, disgusting the latter. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land stood up and said, There's no time to lose. We don't know when that Yu Xiushan will attack again. I'll go find Zhao Baichuan to discuss this matter. Miao Yu said, Heavenly Monarch, about the great cosmological realm. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. Send some people out to investigate. If the great cosmological realm really opens, the news won't be able to be kept a secret. It will soon become a hot topic. We'll know when we go to the Heavenly Palace to investigate. Yes. Miao Yu responded respectfully. Half a day later, at the residence of Crimson Star and the others, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei enthusiastically sent Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land out. It was unknown what the two sides talked about, but they were all smiling. Clearly, everyone was very satisfied. Then it's settled. When the time comes, I'll have to rely on Brother Zhao's strength. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land cupped his hands repeatedly. A touch of redness appeared on his slightly pale face due to his injuries. Zhao Baichuan cupped his fists and said, Heavenly Monarch, you're too polite. Crimson Star and I would like to thank Heavenly Monarch for finding such a good opportunity for us. After this matter is done, Crimson Star will definitely reward you handsomely. Well said, well said. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land chuckled and bade farewell before leaving. He was extremely happy. Originally, if he wanted to invite Crimson Star as external aid, Qiqiao Land would definitely have to pay a huge price. However, according to Miao Yu's method, not only would they not have to pay a price, but they would also be rewarded handsomely by Crimson Star after the matter was done. This was a huge difference. After sending off Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei returned to the house and set up a restriction to prevent spying. Chen Tianfei had a strange expression as he stroked his chin. Sure enough, as First Master expected, Qiqiao came to borrow troops from us. However, this method is quite interesting. Zhao Baichuan chuckled. A grand overt scheme, very impressive. Chen Tianfei nodded. They know that we have no home now, and what we need the most is a place to stay. As long as we can help them get rid of Yu Xiushan, we can take over Soaring Smoke Hall. It's really impressive. First Master, how should we choose? He knew that Zhao Baichuan intended to seize Qiqiao Land, but now that Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land had thrown out Soaring Smoke Hall as bait, Chen Tianfei did not know what to choose. Strictly speaking, Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land's proposal had a high chance of success. After all, with the combined strength of the two forces, Soaring Smoke Hall was definitely no match for them. If they could plan it well, it could be said that seizing Soaring Smoke Hall was an ironclad matter. On the other hand, seizing Qiqiao Land was not so easy. Zhao Baichuan only wanted to find a place to settle down. Chiqiao Land and Soaring Smoke Hall were both second-rate forces, so it would not matter where they settled down. There was no need to choose Chiqiao Land. Therefore, this matter was still up to the first master to decide. Zhao Baichuan sneered. This king doesn't know what the situation is with Soaring Smoke Hall, but this Chiqiao Land suits this king. Qin Tianfei heard this and knew that the first master still intended to seize Chiqiao Land. He pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's feign civility first and wait for an opportunity to act." Zhao Baichuan said, "Don't worry, this king has already made arrangements. Now we just need to see if we can insert a chess piece. If this chess piece can be inserted, then this matter will be foolproof." Just as he was speaking, Zhao Baichuan's expression suddenly changed, and he waved his hand to open the restriction. The next moment, a third-grade heaven splitter walked in, carrying an unconscious woman in his hand. He cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate greets the two masters." This third-grade heaven splitter was also one of the great commanders of Crimson Star, and his status was only second to the several masters. He had followed Zhao Baichuan and Chan Tianfei into Chiqiao Land, and there were more than a dozen lower-grade heaven splitters like him, their cultivations uneven. "How is it?" Zhao Baichuan asked. The man said excitedly, "Sure enough, as First Master expected, some Chiqiao Land disciples have left in batches." Zhao Baichuan snorted coldly. "The news of the opening of the Great Void Realm has been leaked, so they will definitely investigate. After all, they are not at ease with us." The man said, "This subordinate has been waiting for a long time and finally found an opportunity to restrain one of them. It won't be long before he can get in touch with the other masters." Chan Tianfei didn't know what this person had come to report, but at this moment he immediately understood the first master's plan and secretly admired him. Sure enough, the first master was worthy of being called the first master. When he let him leak the news of the Great Void Realm without leaving a trace, he had already been secretly plotting. Chan Tianfei couldn't help but sigh in admiration of the first master. Chapter 40, 135. The matter of the Great Void Realm could not be concealed, and Qi Xing had no intention of concealing it. But Chan Tianfei had not expected the first head to be able to do something about it. Revealing the news of the Great Void Realm was to reassure the Chiqiao Land, telling them that they had not come here for no reason, but that Star City had been destroyed and they had no home to return to. Secondly, once the Chiqiao Land learned of this matter, they would definitely send people out to verify it, giving Qi Xing an opportunity to take advantage of. Zhao Baichuan had several dozen heaven-opening realms under his command, but he only had a dozen or so with him now. The others, such as Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan, were all outside. If he wanted to seize the Chiqiao Land, he had to contact them, and with Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei's strength alone, it was still a little weak. However, with the Chiqiao Land's protective array activated, even if there were many flaws, Zhao Baichuan and the others could not contact Bei Yushan and the others. Acting rashly would only arouse suspicion. However, now that the Chiqiao Land had taken the initiative to send disciples out to investigate, they had fallen into Zhao Baichuan's trap. He had already arranged for people to lie in ambush and wait for an opportunity to act, and now he had succeeded. A third-grade heaven-opening realm was not too strong in the 3,000 great worlds, but it was definitely not weak either. It was very simple to subdue a Chiqiao Land disciple, plant some restrictions in their body, and force them to pass on information, unless the disciple did not care about his life. But how many people in this world were not afraid of death? What's the matter with this woman? Chen Tianfei looked at the unconscious woman in confusion. The man smiled. "I let out a male disciple, and this woman is likely his partner. With this woman in hand, the male disciple will not dare to have any second thoughts." Chun Tianfei was stunned. "You carried her in just like that? No one saw you, right?" The man shook his head. "Don't worry, Head Chin. No one saw you." Zhao Baichuan nodded. You did well in this matter. Leave this woman here." "Yes." The man put down the woman in his hand and retreated respectfully. At this moment, the woman slowly woke up, her long eyelashes trembling. She raised her eyes and saw Zhao Baichuan. She was shocked, but before she could react to what had happened, she saw Zhao Baichuan raise his hand. Then her vision turned black and she couldn't feel anything. A moment later, there was only a pile of ashes left. The female disciple had been silenced. Seeing this, Chen Tianfei knew that the male disciple who was coerced to deliver the letter was most likely doomed. When he saw Bei Yushan and the others, he would definitely be silenced. No matter what, the fewer people who knew about this matter, the fewer the better. To the current Qiqiao land, the death of 2 disciples was nothing. After all, the soaring smoke hall was eyeing the Qiqiao land covetously. If that wasn't the case, the Qiqiao lands wouldn't have sent people out in batches to scout for information. Wasn't it precisely because they were afraid of being caught in a net? Everything had been arranged properly, and all that was left was to wait. Day after day passed. 3 days later, the outpost suddenly became quiet and cheerless. The outpost was only open for 3 days a month. During the rest of the time, it was completely empty and devoid of people. Yuhi was still refining the spirit array jade slit ring diligently. She was very interested in the 7 openings land. After all, this was the headquarters of a second-class force. Yang Kai was silently recuperating. He had suffered heavy injuries in the great cosmological boundary and was then pursued by Qi Xing. Now that he finally had a chance to rest, he naturally had to make the best use of this opportunity to recover. While recuperating, Yang Kai also took stock of his gains in the great cosmological boundary. Although he had been trapped in the great cosmological boundary for more than a decade, the resources he had accumulated were terrifying. Disregarding everything else, the trip to the Yuan-Ci mountain alone made him rich overnight. The pieces of 4th grade, 5th grade, and even 6th grade Yuan-Ci divine stones were the hard currency of the 3,000 great cosmological boundary. There was also the Yuan-Ci divine gourd that little fatty Suzhen had refined for him, which contained 6th grade Yuan-Ci divine light. Once this kind of artifact was released, even a low-rank opening heaven pill would find it difficult to resist. Opening heaven pills were calculated in the hundreds of millions. When he had gone to the Star Market where Sword Pavilion was located, Sword Pavilion had been massacred. He had picked up tens of thousands of space rings, and the materials in those space rings were a huge fortune. Not to mention that he had been receiving 70% of Qi Xing's profits over the years. Qi Xing had developed rapidly under his wings, and 70% of the profits had fallen into Yang Kai's pocket. It could be said that in the past decade, Yang Kai alone had accumulated the foundation of a second-class force for more than 100 years, or even hundreds of years. There were countless materials. Yang Kai himself did not know how much wealth he had. Perhaps only Yuhi knew a little. After all, she had been the one to deal with Qi Xing's people over the years. In addition, the harvest from the land of ancients was also the biggest. 3 sacred herbs, 16 world fruits, the Tai divine purification water, the roots of the world tree, and not to mention the agreement with Zhu Jiuyin to protect him for 1,000 years. This agreement was made by Zhu Jiuyin with her own origin. Within 1,000 years, she would protect Yang Kai's safety, even if she had to die. It was a pity that this woman's origin was damaged and had fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be chased around the world by Qi Xing's group? There was also the red flood dragon and the earth dragon. These 2 fellows could fight against a 4th stage heaven splitter in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai did not know how strong they would be in the outside world, but it would not be too bad. In addition to these visible benefits, Yang Kai's own strength had also skyrocketed. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, he obtained the remains of a giant dragon, refined the earth dragon's dragon pearl, obtained the power of the earth element, obtained countless dragon blood flowers, refined the dragon blood pill, and improved his own dragon race bloodline. He also obtained the moon essence, refined the power of the water element, and comprehended the divine technique of the golden crow casting Sunday. Just with this divine technique, Yang Kai could compete with a low-grade heaven splitter. There was also the space divine technique that he comprehended when he obtained the Tai divine purification water in the land of ancients. So close yet so far. Previously, Yang Kai had not thought of a name, but now he finally thought of a suitable name. This divine technique was not so much a divine technique as it was a flexible application of the law of space. Once it was used, it would extend the space infinitely. Although they were close to each other, they would be far away from each other. No matter what, they would not be able to get closer. There was also the Great Spear technique that he had spent 2 years to cultivate by gathering the strengths of many sects. It could be said that more than 10 years in the great cosmological realm had allowed Yang Kai to grow a lot. Now he was no longer the country bumpkin who had just jumped out of the shackles of the universe and came to the 3,000 worlds. In terms of wealth, even the leaders of those second-class forces had to look up to him. Even a high-grade heaven splitter might not be as rich as him. No one would believe such a bizarre thing even if he told them about it. He was a little speechless by him as he counted and laughed foolishly. A month later, Yang Kai's injuries had healed, and he had also recovered to his peak. Looking for an opportunity, he quietly sneaked out to investigate and found that Qi Xing's people had not left yet and had been staying in the Qiqiao land. This discovery puzzled him. He did not know what was so special about the Qiqiao land that Qi Xing was reluctant to leave. However, since Qi Xing's people had not left, he did not dare to act rashly. Leaving the Qiqiao land was simple. He had been refining the jade slit for so many days and had now refined about 40% of it. However, the further she went, the harder it was to refine. If she wanted to completely refine the jade slit and control the Qiqiao land's grand array, she would need at least 1.5 years of hard work. After all, He was not Su Huang. Su Huang knew everything about the Qiqiao land and had spent a lot of time tampering with the grand array's control. In the end, he had failed because of Yang Kai. Although he was also a 5th-grade heaven splitter. Refining something that belonged to someone else took time. Young master, you can't refine it anymore. On this day, he suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked over suspiciously. He said, I feel that if you continue refining it, the master of the Qiqiao land should be aware of it. How much have you refined it now? About 50%. Yang Kai nodded slightly. If you can't refine it, then don't refine it. Once we get out of here, we can take our time. There's no rush. Although Su Huang had given him a chance to reclaim the Qiqiao land and take revenge for him before he died, this was only a dying request. Whether or not Yang Kai could complete, it was up to him. He had refined it here because she had nothing to do. Since there was a risk, she naturally couldn't continue, lest she gave herself away. What made him speechless was that it had been almost 2 months, yet Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei still hadn't left. This made him a little suspicious. Could it be that the people of Crimson Star wanted to join the Qiqiao land? It really was possible. After all, Crimson Star's Star City was gone, and they needed a place to stay. The Qiqiao land was a ready-made place. However, was Zhao Baichuan really willing to stay under the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch? Would the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch have the guts to accept him? Just as he was thinking this, the ground suddenly shook, and a series of rumbling sounds came one after another. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before realization dawned. The Qiqiao land is under attack. Is it that Yu Xiushan? He asked. Most likely. Yang Kai didn't recognize Yu Xiushan, but when Crimson Star and the others came, the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch had shouted this name, letting Yang Kai know that there was a grudge between the two. Moreover, Yu Xiushan should have attacked the Qiqiao land more than once. At this moment, The Qiqiao land was under attack, so there was no one else besides Yu Xiushan. Sure enough, the Qiqiao heavenly monarch's angry voice sounded in the next moment. Yu Xiushan, you old bastard, you're here again. A loud laugh came from the sky. Qiqiao, this old master has come to take your dog life today. If you know what's good for you, quickly open the array, and this old master will give you a quick death, leaving some incense for your Qiqiao land. If you don't, don't blame this old master for slaughtering your entire sect. Once this was said, many of the disciples of the Qiqiao land panicked. The Qiqiao heavenly monarch angrily said, "Old bastard, you're too arrogant. Your flying smoke hull can't take down my Qiqiao land. Quickly retreat, and this king can still spare your life. Being stubborn will only make you look bad." Chapter 41:36. These words were said without much confidence, causing Yu Xiushan to burst into laughter. The two sides continued to exchange words for a while, and a great battle was about to break out. The Qiqiao land had a defensive array, so if the soaring smoke hull wanted to take it down, they would have to destroy the array. If it were in the past, the soaring smoke hull would not have this ability. After all, everyone's strength was about the same. But after Su Huang's havoc in the Qiqiao land, many flaws had appeared in the array. Furthermore, the Qiqiao heavenly monarch had been heavily injured and had yet to recover, making it difficult for him to unleash the full power of the array. It was because of this that the soaring smoke hull had relentlessly attacked the Qiqiao land in an attempt to take it down. Although the soaring smoke hull had been beaten back in the previous 20 or so clashes, it was not without any gains. At the very least, they had figured out the details of the Qiqiao land's defensive array. As such, when the battle began, the soaring smoke hull's heaven-opening realm experts attacked a certain place under Yu Xiushan's instructions. That place was where Yang Kai and he had snuck in, and it was also the weakest point of the entire Qiqiao land's defensive array. The Qiqiao heavenly monarch roared in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only unite his heaven-opening realm experts and urge the array's power to counterattack. For a time, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, causing endless rumbling sounds to ring out. Within the Qiqiao land, the 7 spirit provinces were constantly shaking and mountains were collapsing. In the market, Yang Kai and his expressions were solemn. This was troublesome. In a confrontation between two second-tier forces, if the Qiqiao land could be defended, then it would be fine. They could continue to hide here. If they couldn't defend, then after the soaring smoke hull occupied the Qiqiao land, they would definitely investigate carefully. At that time, the two of them might be exposed. "Young master, should we find a chance to leave this place?" He asked quietly. "I'm afraid the array won't be able to last much longer." She had already refined 50% of the array jade pendant. Although she did not dare to rashly urge the array's power to prevent the Qiqiao heavenly monarch from noticing, she could clearly sense the array's state through the jade pendant. "How long can it last?" Yang Kai asked. He said, "Based on this level of strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to last for half a month. Moreover, he probably hasn't used his full strength yet. If he did, the time would be even shorter." Yang Kai nodded his head when he heard this. Since he said so, it should not be wrong. The Qiqiao land's defensive formation probably could not stop the people of the flying smoke hull this time. Once the formation was broken, the Qiqiao land's fate would be worrying, and they would also be unlucky. At this point, it was time to consider a way out. However, there was one thing that he didn't understand. Would the people of Crimson Star make a move in this battle? They had been staying here all this time and hadn't left. Did they reach some kind of agreement with Heavenly Lord Qiqiao? If the 7 skills lands had the help of Qixing's people, then the flying smoke hull might not be able to gain any advantage. After all, Zhao Baichuan was a 5th stage heaven splitter and had many heaven splitters under his command. 2 days later, the battle was still going on. However, due to the barrier of the Great Protective Array, there was no direct confrontation between the two sides. He suddenly frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. Why is the power of the Qiqiao land's defensive array dropping so quickly? What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at her. He said, logically speaking, this great protective array is not ordinary, so it shouldn't have been worn down so quickly. I originally thought that the great protective array would be able to last 10 days to half a month, but now it seems that it won't even last 5 days. So fast. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he said thoughtfully, perhaps it wasn't your feeling that was wrong. He looked at him. Then what is it? What if Heavenly Lord Qiqiao deliberately reduced the power of the great protective array to show weakness to the enemy? He was not an idiot. For better or worse, she had cultivated to the 5th stage, Heaven Splitter. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes lit up. Young master means, Yang Kai laughed heartily. The flying smoke hall is probably out of luck. Qi Xing's people had definitely reached some kind of agreement with Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Once Heavenly Lord Qiqiao let the flying smoke hall's people in, Zhao Baichuan would definitely attack. At that time, with the combined power of the two forces, how could the flying smoke hall be a match? It was just that this matter could not be done too obviously. So Heavenly Lord Qiqiao weakened the power of the great protective array without leaving a trace, trying to make it look like it could not be resisted, in order to make Yu Xiushan lower his guard. Understanding this point, Yang Kai could not help but admire Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. Letting the enemy into his own home required a lot of courage. If an accident happened, the Qiqiao land's losses would be great. And in such a battle, what could he do? Could he intervene and take advantage of the situation? If he took the opportunity to kill Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, then he could let he control the great protective array here. However, it was useless to only control the great protective array. Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan were both 5th stage Heaven Splitters. If he did not deal with them, he would only be making a wedding dress for others. Thinking about it, he gave up and obediently hid here, sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Sure enough, just as Yang Kai had guessed, the power of the Qiqiao land's great protective array was continuously weakened by Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. In less than 5 days, a huge hole was blasted open in the great protective array. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's angry and helpless roar resounded throughout the 7 spirit provinces. Under the leadership of Yu Xiushan, many elites of the Flying Smoke Hall rushed into the Qiqiao land through the hole. Once the two sides came into contact, it was a battle to the death. Both sides were mid-tier forces with countless years of accumulation. Originally, their strength was not much different. However, more than 10 years ago, Su Huang had wreaked havoc in the Qiqiao land, heavily injuring Heavenly Lord Qiqiao and even killing 3 Earth Protectors. This caused the Qiqiao land to lose 3 4th stage Heaven Splitters and many low-stage Heaven Splitters. It could be said that the Qiqiao land's strength had been greatly reduced. On the other hand, the Flying Smoke Hall's army was powerful and menacing. How could the Qiqiao land be a match for them? Yu Xiushan directly went to find Heavenly Lord Qiqiao and fought fiercely with him. Meanwhile, the middle stage Heaven Splitters under his command began to chase after Earth Protector and the others. For a time, the Heaven Splitters of the Qiqiao land were facing a great calamity and were at a disadvantage. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was heavily injured and had yet to recover. Although he fought one-on-one with Yu Xiushan, how could he be his opponent? In less than 2 hours, he was injured again by Yu Xiushan, vomiting blood as he retreated. Yu Xiushan was unforgiving. He held a bronze sledgehammer that glowed brightly. He raised it high and activated the might of the world, smashing it down on Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. He grinned sinisterly. Qiqiao, after you die, this old man will take good care of your wives and concubines for you. Ha 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 ha. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's face was pale and his eyes were spitting fire. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he smiled coldly. Yu Xiushan, do you think you've won? In fact, you've lost. What? Yu Xiushan's expression changed slightly. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao gritted his teeth and quickly formed a hand seal. The phantom of a mini-universe world flashed behind him, and the might of the world burst out as he shouted, "Soul subduing!" In the next instant, an invisible force burst out from his body. Before Yu Xiushan could react, he was hit head-on. In an instant, Yu Xiushan was frozen in place, unable to move. Not only was he unable to move, but Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was also unable to move. Once this soul-subduing secret technique was used, although it could seal the enemy's movements, the user would also be greatly affected. It could be said to be a double-edged sword. If used well, it could reverse the situation, but if not, it would be suicidal. You're courting death. Yu Xiushan was furious. He continuously activated his own strength, wanting to break the suppression of the soul-subduing secret technique. The aura of the might of the world fluctuated continuously. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao sneered, "The one who should die is you. Leader Zhao, please make your move." In the next instant, a figure flew over at lightning speed, followed by a dozen or so heaven-opening realm cultivators. Yu Xiushan's expression changed drastically, and he asked in horror, "Who is it?" Heavenly Lord Qiqiao laughed loudly. "Yu Xiushan, you didn't expect this king to have an ambush, did you? I might as well tell you. The one who came is Leader Qixing. Leader's star market has been destroyed, so I need to borrow your flying smoke hull." As he spoke, Zhao Baichuan had already passed by Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. He raised his hand, and the might of the world filled his palm as he lightly slapped down on Yu Xiushan. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, Qixing's people had suddenly come this time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with Yu Xiushan, this old man. However, just as he thought this, he saw a strange smile appear on Yu Xiushan's face. "Qiqiao, you said that the one who should die is me? But the way I see it, the one who should die is you." Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Before he could react, Zhao Baichuan suddenly turned around and slapped down on him. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's eyes widened in an instant, filled with shock and anger as well as disbelief. With a bang, under Zhao Baichuan's palm, half of Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's head was smashed into his chest, and the lower half of his body directly exploded into dust. Zhao Baichuan retracted his hand and stood there, his face as calm as an ancient well. Strictly speaking, even if Heavenly Lord Qiqiao had not recovered from his serious injuries, he was not so easy to kill as a fifth-grade splitter. However, he had been pretending to be weak, not hesitating to let Yu Xiushan injure him many times to numb Yu Xiushan's nerves, pinning his hopes of turning the tables on Zhao Baichuan, who knew that Zhao Baichuan had already contacted Yu Xiushan and was in cahoots with him, so he lost his life in vain. However, as expected of a fifth-grade splitter, although he suffered irreparable injuries, he did not die for a while, but he could no longer maintain the soul-subduing secret technique. Yu Xiushan broke free and came face to face with Zhao Baichuan. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your help." "Brother Yu is too polite." Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. W8. Why? In front of the two, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, who only had half his body left and even half his head shrunk into his chest, was gasping for breath. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand that Zhao Baichuan actually changed sides at the last minute. Since Crimson Star's people wanted a territory, as long as they helped him kill Yu Xiushan, then they could naturally take over the flying smoke hull. Why would they make a move on him? Zhao Baichuan looked down at him and said, "Coolly, Qiqiao land is a good place. This seat likes it very much." Chapter 4137. Zhao Baichuan did not know what the situation was with the flying smoke hull, but he had carefully investigated the Qiqiao land. It was indeed a good place. There were 7 spirit provinces here, nurturing yin, yang, and 5 elements, and 7 kinds of spirit fruits that could be used to refine heaven-opening pills. It was a stable source of income. If Qi Xing landed here, he would have the capital to rise again in the future. Moreover, compared to killing Yu Xiushan, killing Qi Qiao was undoubtedly easier. After all, this guy was heavily injured, so Zhao Baichuan did not have to worry about him retaliating before death. On the other hand, Yu Xiushan was completely unharmed. If he had some forbidden technique that could erupt before death, Zhao Baichuan would not be able to bear it. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Baichuan was naturally more willing to seize the Qiqiao land. The light in Qiqiao, Heavenly Lord's, eyes quickly dimmed. Even in death, he did not dare believe that while he was scheming against someone else, he had also been schemed against. Zhao Baichuan, you will die a horrible death. Qiqiao, Heavenly Lord, cursed before dying. Zhao Baichuan's expression was indifferent. You don't need to worry about that. Qiqiao, Heavenly Lord, had been plotted against and died tragically. On the other side, Chen Tianfei had turned into a giant meatball that rumbled into the battlefield, crashing towards Earth, venerable Earth spirit Wei Hua. Wei Hua was already surrounded by 2 4th-stage heaven opening realm cultivators from the Flying Smoke Hall and was in imminent danger. How could he block Chen Tianfei's attack? In his shock, he barely managed to block for 10 breaths before being hit by the giant meatball. His chest caved in, and he spat out blood mixed with countless pieces of his organs. The 2 4th-stage heaven opening realm cultivators of the Flying Smoke Hall attacked at the right time. When their blades flashed, Wei Hua's head soared into the sky, blood spurting from his neck as he staggered to the ground. First, Qiqiao, Heavenly Lord, had been plotted against, and then Venerable Earth Spirit had also died. Only a dozen breaths had passed, and such a shocking turn of events caused the heaven-opening realm cultivators of the Qiqiao land to pale with fright. Let's go! Venerable Earth Spirit Miao, you saw that the situation was not right and loudly shouted. He directly flew into the sky, not daring to continue fighting. Behind him, the heaven-opening realm cultivators of the Qiqiao land abandoned their opponents and fled for their lives. Ha ha ha, where do you think you're going? A burly figure suddenly appeared from the gap in the formation, blocking the only way out. It was Bei Yushan of the Crimson Star. Not only had he come, but beside him, Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and the other heaven-opening experts had all appeared. When Miao Yu and the others saw this, their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. Bei Yushan and the others were all 4th-stage heaven splitters. Now that 4 had appeared, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. In the blink of an eye, Bei Yushan and the Ouyang brothers led Red Star Splitter Heaven to block Miao Yu and the others' path. Madame Qin stayed behind by herself at the gap. She sat cross-legged with a guqin placed in front of her. She plucked it lightly, and the sound of the guqin lingered in the air. Miserable cries rang out as heaven-opening realm cultivator after heaven-opening realm cultivator was killed. The 7 Openings Land's army was routed like a landslide, unable to resist in the slightest. After all, they did not have much fighting spirit to begin with. Moreover, their strength was inferior, so how could they be a match for Bei Yushan and the others? In less than an incense stick's worth of time, more than a dozen people had died. Even Venerable Yangling was beaten to a pulp. Miao Yu's hair was disheveled, his body bathed in blood as he shouted, "Spare me, I surrender!" How could Bei Yushan pay him any attention? He continued to pursue. On the other side, Yu Xiushan's expression changed, and he said, "Head Boss Zhao, please have your subordinates spare Miao Yu's life." Zhao Baichuan said, "Brother Yu, is this because you cherish talent?" Yu Xiushan chuckled. How could someone who craves life and fears death have any talent? However, this Miao Yu is still a 4th-stage heaven splitter. Sparing his life will be of some use. Since he had already said so, Zhao Baichuan naturally did not refuse. In any case, he had already achieved his goal. so he immediately sent a message to Bei Yushan to stop. Soon the battle calmed down. The 7 Openings Lands side had suffered heavy casualties. Only Miao Yu and the Yin Spirit Lands Venerable were left. Earth Venerable Yangling and Earth Venerable Wei Hua had both died on the spot. Many low-grade Heaven Splitters had also died, and the disciples at the bottom had been reduced by 40%. Although their lives had been saved, everyone from the 7 Openings Lands had uneasy expressions. They did not know what fate was waiting for them. Yu Xiushan flew into the sky and issued a call for surrender. Seeing a chance of survival, the 7 Openings Lands people naturally bowed. Yu Xiushan nodded in satisfaction. Flying down, Yu Xiushan cupped his hands at Zhao Baichuan. "Brother Zhao, this cooperation was pleasant. The 7 Openings Lands have been taken down, so it's time for Brother Zhao to fulfill the agreement." Although the Soaring Smoke Hall had obtained a complete victory in this battle, it was not without losses. The number of disciples who had died was not small, and more than a dozen low-grade Heaven Splitters had died. However, the purpose of the battle was not the battle itself, but the benefits. Since Qi Xing could obtain the 7 Openings Lands foundation from this battle, the Soaring Smoke Hall would naturally not lose out. Yu Xiushan and Zhao Baichuan had already secretly agreed that after taking down the 7 Openings Lands, Qi Xing would occupy it, while the Soaring Smoke Hall would monopolize the 7 Openings Lands treasures for many years. This was a win-win deal. On the surface, Qi Xing had suffered a loss. After all the benefits had been taken by the Soaring Smoke Hall. But for Qi Xing, who had come out of the Great Void Realm, the 7 Openings Lands treasures might not be in their eyes. "As it should be, Brother Yu, please." Zhao Baichuan gently nodded. Yu Xiushan thanked him and immediately arranged for people to be led by Miao Yu to loot the 7 Openings Land storehouses. The corpses on the battlefield were all cleaned up by the Soaring Smoke Hall's people. Qi Xing's people did not participate. After all, cleaning up corpses was a good opportunity to collect the spoils of war, so it was not convenient for Qi Xing to intervene. The smell of blood on the battlefield had yet to dissipate, but the division of benefits between the Soaring Smoke Hall and the 7 Openings Lands had already been agreed upon. It was ironic. A moment later, a subordinate delivered the space ring of the 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch. Yu Xiushan received it, erased the barriers left on it, and swept it with his divine sense before taking out an item and tossing it to Zhao Baichuan. "Brother Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the 7 Openings Lands Great Array Jade Slit Ring." Zhao Baichuan received it and smiled. "Many thanks, Brother Yu." This was also part of the deal. With this jade slit ring in hand, Zhao Baichuan was the true owner of the 7 Openings Lands. Yu Xiushan laughed loudly. "Of course, our 2 families will be neighbors in the future, so I'll have to ask Brother Zhao for help." Zhao Baichuan nodded. In less than 2 days, everything had been completed. Zhao Baichuan said, "Qi Xing has just arrived here and is quite busy, so I won't keep Brother Yu here any longer. Once this Zhao has finished his business, I will definitely pay you a visit." Yu Xiushan knew that this guy was trying to drive him away, so he had no intention of staying any longer, simply chuckling and saying, "Then this you will wait for the good news, farewell." "Farewell, I won't see you out." Zhao Baichuan nodded lightly. Under Yu Xiushan's leadership, the people from Soaring Smoke Hall immediately escorted the 7 Openings Lands captives and flew away, soon disappearing from sight. After they left, Chen Tianfei said with a pained expression, "Leaving some of the captives behind would have been useful. This Yu Xiushan's appetite is too big. Taking them all away without leaving a single one behind, how hateful." Zhao Baichuan smiled lightly. "Let him be. A few captives are nothing. What's important is that we have the 7 Openings Lands. With this place in the future, how could our Qi Xing not prosper?" Chun Tianfei immediately smiled. "Great masters, right? But it's also interesting. We originally came to the 7 Openings Lands to borrow troops to search for that Yongkai, who knew that the situation would develop like this. Yang Kai had unimaginable wealth on him. If they could capture him and plunder him, Qi Xing's financial resources would definitely skyrocket. But compared to a base, it was hard to say which was more important. His expression turned solemn again. Chen Tianfei said that Brat surnamed Yang himself isn't enough, but he said that he came from the first inn and that Madame Lan was behind him. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it's true, I'm afraid things will be a little troublesome. After all, Madame Lan of the first inn was at the 6th rank splitter, while the Great Master was only at the 5th rank. If she really came knocking on their door, they might not be able to stop her. Zhao Baichuan snorted coldly. She's just a woman. What's there to be afraid of? I will be promoted to the 6th rank soon, so it's fine if that Madame Lan doesn't come. But if she does, I won't be afraid of her. Chen Tianfei's expression brightened, and he hurriedly cupped his fists. Congratulations, Great Master. The Ouying brothers, Madame Qin, and the others also said in unison, Congratulations, Great Master! The Great Master had been in seclusion for so many years to break through to the 6th rank, but he always lacked some maturity. But now it seemed that he had reached that maturity. Zhao Baichuan held the jade in his hand and said, What's more, as long as I refine this jade, I will be able to control the formation here. With the help of the formation, even if he had just been promoted to the 6th rank, he would be able to exert power beyond himself. What's more, the news of them taking over the Kikikyo land hadn't spread yet, and by the time Madame Lan found this place, it would probably be 8 to 10 years. Understanding this point, Chen Tianfei's worries were all removed. I'm going to seclusion, so you will be in charge of the affairs here. Zhao Baichuan said, put down the power in his hand and left. For so many years, Qi Xing had been managed by Chen Tianfei, and he was still very confident in this fatty. Chen Tianfei and the others bowed to see him off. What followed was a period of bustle, cleaning up the battlefield, burying the corpses, and repairing the broken formation. The people of Qi Xing were in full swing. Qi Xing had been developing rapidly in the great cosmological realm, and the number of disciples under their command had exceeded 10,000. But countless people had died in the land of the ancients, and now there were only about 3,000 to 4,000 left. These people weren't fast enough to keep up with Zhao Baichuan and the others, and chased them all the way through several large territory. Now that more than 2 months had passed, they naturally met up with Beiyushan and the others early. The Qiqiao land was very large, and the 7 spirit continents were vast and boundless, and it could easily accommodate 1 million people. Throwing 3,000 to 4,000 people in was like throwing a basin of water into the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Rebuilding this place was a big project, and it would take hundreds of years of hard work. After all, Qi Xing had too few people, but because there was hope, the people of Qi Xing were full of enthusiasm and didn't hesitate to work hard. Chen Tianfei personally went out to inspect various places. Although he had visited some places in the Qiqiao land with Wei Hua before, that was only as a guest. Now, from the perspective of the owner, Qiqiao land was very different. Chapter 4138. Inside the underground cave in the market, Yang Kai's expression changed as he hesitated. The battle 2 days ago could be said to have shocked him. He had thought that the 7 Openings land had reached an agreement with Crimson Star, and that Soaring Smoke Hall would suffer a great loss. Who would have thought that 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch would be killed by Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan? In just 2 days, the 7 Openings land had actually changed owners. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand when Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan had gotten together. However, Yang Kai could understand why Zhao Baichuan coveted the 7 Openings land. After all, Crimson Star Market was destroyed, and they did need a place to settle down. Perhaps it was because of this temptation that the 2 sides hit it off so easily. The change of ownership of the 7 ingenious lands was a great opportunity for him. Originally, this place had 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch, who had the Grand Array Jade Ring, so he did not have much interest in the 7 Openings land. But now that it was Zhao Baichuan, things were different. If Zhao Baichuan wanted to control the 7 Openings Land's Grand Array, he had to refine the Grand Array Jade Ring. In other words, the 7 Openings Land was in a completely defenseless state. With Yuhi's ability, she could easily control the Grand Array. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Yang Kai made up his mind. Since Qi Xing's people were unwilling to let him off and intended to harm him, chasing him all the way across several large territories, then they shouldn't blame him for doing the same thing to them. He obviously also realized this and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, gently nodding. He suddenly became a little excited and said, "Young master, I will do whatever you say." Yang Kai said, "If you were to fight Zhao Baichuan, how confident are you in defeating him?" He pursed her lips and smiled. "I am also a 5th grade heaven opening realm cultivator. Under normal circumstances, our strength should be about the same and neither of us can do anything to the other. But in this 7 Openings Land, I have the help of the Grand Array. In a one-on-one battle, I can definitely kill him in half an hour." She had this confidence. After all, after hiding here for 2 months, she had refined 50% of the Grand Array and could control its power. On the other hand, Zhao Baichuan did not have this convenience. This was also the reason why Su Huang could cause havoc in the 7 Openings Land with his 5th grade heaven opening realm cultivation, severely injuring the 7 Openings heavenly monarch and killing 3 earth venerables. Su Huang had relied on the Grand Array's power, of course. Qin, Chen, Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, Bei. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He could only blame Zhu Juyin for falling into a deep slumber. If she could help, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Since he didn't have enough people, he could only deal with them one by one. As long as he cut off Zhao Baichuan's wings, it would be much easier to deal with him alone. "Can you find Chen, Tianfei, Bei Yushan, and the other 4th grade heaven opening realm cultivators?" Yang Kai asked. He said, "I'll try." As she spoke, she closed her eyes and held the Grand Array jade slit ring. Relying on the Grand Array that covered the entire 7 Openings Land, she could faintly sense the situation inside. However, because she had not completely refined it, her perception was not complete. A moment later, Yuhi opened her eyes. "There is 1 person in the Water Spirit Land, 2 in the Fire Spirit Land, and 2 in the Earth Spirit Land. I don't know who is in the Water Spirit Land and the Fire Spirit Land, but the auras of the 2 in the Earth Spirit Land are similar. Even the fluctuations of their divine souls are the same. It should be the Ouyang brothers." Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. "Then let's start with the 2 of them." Ouyang Bing and Ouyang Lai were twin brothers and were proficient in joint attacks. Their individual combat strength was not as good as the other heads of Crimson Star, but when they combined their swords, they were the most difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had fought with Crimson Star's people in the Great Void Realm and had a deep understanding of this. If he could get rid of the Ouyang brothers, Crimson Star's combat strength would drop significantly. While speaking, Yang Kai had already taken out a mask as thin as a cicada's wing and pasted it on his face. With a slight thought, it transformed into the image of a fair-skinned man. 7 faces. He stared at him and whispered, a look of reminiscence flashing across her eyes. "You recognize this thing?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded but quickly reacted. He should have seen this mask before. 7 faces was given to him by the lady boss, and there were some unclear grievances between he and the lady boss. So it was not surprising that she had seen 7 faces before. 7 faces was an appearance-changing artifact. It was extremely peculiar and could allow the user to transform into 7 different faces. The most peculiar thing was that this thing could not only change one's appearance, but also one's aura. It was quite mysterious. However, the lady boss had also said that 7 faces had the same drawbacks as the shadowless veil. A low-rank splitting heaven saint could not see through it, but a mid-rank splitting heaven saint would risk being exposed. The stronger the enemy, the greater the chance of being exposed. As for a high-rank splitting heaven saint, it was best not to take it out and throw it away. After changing his appearance and aura, even if those who were most familiar with Yang Kai stood in front of him, they would not be able to recognize him. Yang Kai took out his good wishes bag, and Yuhi understood and relaxed her mind. Before putting her inside, Yang Kai said, "If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see the lady boss and apologize to her. She shouldn't hold it against you." Yuhi forced a smile. "I've already made a big mistake. Elder Sister Lan probably won't forgive me, but it doesn't matter. Being beaten to death by her isn't a bad thing." Yang Kai was speechless, but he didn't say anything, urging the good wishes bag to put Yuhi inside before shaking the shadowless veil, concealing his aura and whereabouts, and walking out of his hiding place. It had to be said that the combination of 7 faces and shadowless veil was simply wonderful. One could conceal one's aura and figure, while the other could change one's appearance, making them the most suitable for sneaking around. Yang Kai was no stranger to Kikikyo land. For better or worse, he had lived here for a long time, but he was only familiar with the city and the fire spirit land and had never been to the other 6 spirit provinces. After identifying the direction, he went straight to the Earth Spirit Land. In the Earth Spirit Land, the Ouyang brothers led a group of disciples to patrol the territory. Kikikyo land had 7 spirit provinces, and now there were only 5 people left in Crimson Star, except for the Great Master. Originally, according to Chun Tianfei's plan, everyone would be in charge of one spirit province, and everything in the spirit province would be taken care of by them. However, the Ouyang brothers' situation was special. They had always been inseparable, so the 2 of them only took one spirit province. From today onwards, the Earth Spiritual Land would be the territory of the 2 brothers. The Ouyang brothers were also quite excited. After cultivating for so many years, they had never controlled such a large piece of land. As they patrolled, they chatted and imagined a beautiful future. Just as they were talking, the 2 suddenly turned their heads and looked in one direction. They saw a stream of light rushing over and landing in front of them, turning into a young man with a fair complexion. The Ouyang brothers were stunned for a moment, because this person looked very unfamiliar, as if they had never seen him before. However, before they could carefully consider it, that person had already cupped his hands and said, "My lords, Master Chin has a message for you. Please take a look." Saying so, he handed over a jade slip with both hands. Ouyang Lai frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "What is Chin Tianfei up to now?" He reached out to grab the jade slip. Ouyang Bing frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell what. Just as he hesitated, Ouyang Lai had already taken the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. At this moment, a sensational aura suddenly filled the air. This aura was so terrifying that it made the Ouyang brothers, 4th grade heaven opening realm masters, feel cold all over, and the other disciples' faces changed drastically. "Divine spirit!" Ouyang Bing exclaimed. This aura was the aura of a divine spirit, and it was the aura of Zhu Juyin. It was a trap. Ouyang Bing's hair stood on end, and he finally understood where the sense of wrongness in his heart came from. However, before he could even react, 2 figures had already appeared like ghosts without any warning. Both of them were women. One of them raised a palm and lightly pressed it towards Ouyang Lai's chest, while the other shook a cold water long sword, which turned into a sword light that covered the sky and enveloped Ouyang Bing. At the same time, 2 behemoths also appeared, one spitting out raging flames towards Qi Xing and the others, while the other wriggled, releasing a stinky mucus that corroded the void. The aura of world force rippled. With a light crack, Ouyang Lai's eyes bulged and his chest caved in. Caught off guard, Yuhi's palm had almost taken his life. After all, the difference in strength between the 2 was only a single minor realm, and under normal circumstances, Ouyang Lai was not Yuhi's opponent, not to mention that he was first deterred by the aura of a divine spirit and then ambushed by a sneak attack. However, after taking Yuhi's palm, Oyanglai still did not die. A fourth grade heaven opening realm master's vitality was tenacious, so it was not so easy to kill him. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar exploded. Behind Yuhi, a long spear appeared out of nowhere. Using Yuhi's figure as a cover, the spear peeked out from her shoulder and stabbed into Oyanglai's head. With a boom, Oyanglai's head exploded, and blood spurted out from his neck. "Big brother!" Oyangbing roared, his eyes instantly turning red. The two brothers had been together since they were born, and had never been separated for so many years. Now his own brother was killed right under his nose. Oyangbing was furious. In his fury he lost his mind. Lu Shue's long sword flew, and every strike was aimed at his vital points. In an instant, Oyangbing's whole body spurted blood, and he did not know how many times he had been stabbed. Chapter 40, 139. Lu Shue's strength was extraordinary. After all, she was once one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion. She mainly cultivated the sword Dao and was most proficient in killing. Back in the great cosmological realm, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was almost killed by her heart sword, which showed how strong this woman was. On the other hand, Oyangbing's strength was only below average among the fourth grade sky splitters. She had to join hands with her brother to perform that joint attack. Now that Oyanglai had died, how could he be Lu Shue's match? Not to mention that Yuhi, who had pulled out her hand, was already pouncing on him. He was already beaten to the point where he could only parry and had no strength to fight back. Now that he was in danger, his heart was dead. On the other side, the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon also showed their might. Yang Kai was originally worried that these two strange beasts wouldn't be of much use outside the universe world, but now it seemed that they could actually fight the lower grade sky splitters head-on. The Scarlet Flood Dragon spewed flames from its mouth, and from time to time, a Scarlet Star Disciple would be burned into a fireball. The Earth Dragon's mouth expanded and wriggled, swallowing a Scarlet Star Disciple in one gulp. Many Scarlet Star Disciples' expressions changed drastically as they dodged. Yang Kai didn't stay idle. After piercing Oyanglai's head with his spear, he immediately summoned the divine essence-fused gourd. The gourd opened. An ray of light shot out from the divine essence-fused gourd, sweeping in all directions. He was just the Emperor Realm's cultivator who had condensed 4 types of energy. Without using external force or divine technique Dharma idol, he was no match for any Heaven Splitter Realm cultivator. However, it was different with the divine essence-fused light. This thing was a 6th grade metal elemental energy, and an ordinary cultivator couldn't resist it. Under the divine essence-fused light, many Scarlet Star Disciples who hadn't reached the Heaven Splitter Realm had their bodies riddled with holes and died in an instant. Only a few lower-grade sky splitters had eyes wide open as they urged their mini-universe force to resist. Strictly speaking, the Grade 6 Divine Essence-Fused Light could only be countered by Grade 6 Divine Essence-Fused Light. However, this was only a simple comparison of power. The Heaven Opening Realm condensed the power of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, and they mutually countered and multiplied endlessly. They formed a miniature universe, world within their body, allowing them to use the power of a world. As such, even if it was only a few low-grade heaven openers, they could still block the power of the divine essence-fused light. However, defending for a long time was bound to be lost. A level 6 strength had a level 6 strength, and even a lower grade split the heavens wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. It didn't take long for Oyangbing's life forced to fade away, and she died on the spot. He wasn't a match for any of Yuhi, let alone the 2 of them working together. In less than 10 breaths of time, Oyangbing was killed by Lu Shue's sword. Her eyes were wide open, and she died with remaining grievances. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how he could meet Yuhi and Lu Shue in this Qiqiao land. With 2 4th-stage heaven splitters killed, how could the remaining Crimson Star Disciples still have the strength to resist? He Lu Shui's figure flickered and swept into the battlefield, killing all the Crimson Star disciples in just a moment. The battle broke out suddenly, and it ended quickly as well. It only took a few breaths of time. None of the dozens of Crimson Star disciples, including the 2 sect masters, managed to escape. They were all wiped out. In this surprise attack, Yang Kai's side could be said to have won a great victory. After putting all the corpses into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai cleaned up the battlefield so that no one would notice any flaws. Then he put He Lu Shui and the Scarlet Flood Dragon into his scepter bag and went straight to the Water Spirit Land. According to the information he had investigated before, the Ouyang brothers were on the Earth Spirit Land side. The Water Spirit Land side had a Crimson Star sect master, but she didn't know who he was. As for the Fire Spirit Land side, there were 2 people, so Yang Kai naturally had to pick on the soft persimmons first. Half an hour later, another great battle was over. Yang Kai let out a soft breath and collected the corpses on the ground. The one on the Water Spirit Land side was none other than Madame Qin. She was accompanied by a few low-rank Heaven Opening Masters and hundreds of Crimson Star Sect's disciples. Yang Kai used the same trick again. He hid his face and approached, then released he and the others to catch Madame Qin off guard. Just like the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin had just obtained a territory. Madame Qin excitedly led a group of subordinates to explore and imagine a beautiful future. But who would have thought that danger would lurk around her? In a moment of carelessness, she was seriously injured by He, and what happened next was no suspense. In less than an hour, 3 sect masters of Crimson Star died tragically, and more than a dozen low-rank Heaven Opening Masters died. It could be said that this was a serious blow. The reason for such a result was that Crimson Star's side was not prepared at all, and Yang Kai's methods were extraordinary. He had the 6 Unity scepter bag that could hide he and the others, and 7 faces that could change his appearance and aura. It was not surprising that he had such a result. However, this was not the end. On Crimson Star's side, there was still Zhao Baichuan, Chen Tianfei, and Bei Yushan. Only by killing all of them would the Kikikyo land truly belong to Yang Kai. In the 2 battles, although there was no danger and they won with an absolute advantage, everyone had consumed a lot of energy. After recovering for a while, Yang Kai went straight to the Fire Spirit Land. The 2 on the Fire Spirit Land side were undoubtedly Chen Tianfei and Bei Yushan. Although the latter's strength was extraordinary, he was single-minded and was not a concern. On the contrary, Chen Tianfei was full of schemes and would not be so easy to deal with. Yang Kai did not know if he would be exposed if he approached him like this. In the Fire Spirit Land, in the Fire Spirit Fruit Orchard, Chen Tianfei and Bei Yushan led a large group of Crimson Star disciples on an inspection. The fruit trees were filled with bright red fruits, causing Chen Tianfei and the others to smile. There were 7 spirit provinces in the Qiqiao land, and each spirit province had a different fruit tree, corresponding to the 5 elements of yin and yang. The spirit fruits produced could be used to refine the Heaven Opening Pill, which was also the biggest source of income for the Qiqiao land. From now on, this would be Crimson Star's industry. While they were inspecting, a stream of light came from afar and soon arrived in front of them, revealing a figure. Chen Tianfei looked up and saw a man cupping his fists and saying, "Master Chen, the 2 Ouyang masters have a message for you." Saying so, he presented a jade slip with both hands. The person who came was naturally Yang Kai, just like what he had said to the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin before. There was no change at this moment. Bei Yushan muttered, "What do those 2 brothers want to do?" He reached out to grab the jade slip. Chen Tianfei stopped him and looked at Yang Kai faintly. "What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before?" Yang Kai lowered his head. "This disciple status is lowly. I'm afraid Master Chen won't pay attention to me." He was a little annoyed. This fatty really wasn't easy to deal with. When he used this method to deal with the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, they didn't ask him anything. But when it came to this damn fatty, he was acting suspiciously. Chen Tianfei chuckled. This king has been nurtured and trusted by the first master and has been in charge of Crimson Star for many years. Now, there are 3,351 people under Crimson Star, and this king has memorized their names and appearances, but I don't remember you. Where did you come from?" Yang Kai was speechless when he heard this. 3,351 people, and he could memorize their names and appearances? Was this fatty for real? Without waiting for him to figure it out, Chen Tianfei suddenly sighed. "The Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin are most likely dead, right?" Bei Yushan's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Tianfei in disbelief. Yang Kai smiled encouragingly. "Master Qin must be joking. The two Ouyang brothers are currently patrolling the Earth's spiritual land." Chen Tianfei slowly shook his head. "If that's the case, why didn't they respond when I sent a message to them?" Not only did they not respond, but Madame Qin also didn't respond. Chen Tianfei's eyes narrowed as a cold light blossomed from them. "Who are you?" "You've been exposed." Yang Kai sighed and looked at Chen Tianfei. "Master Chen is amazing. To be able to see through this, this young master is impressed." As he spoke, his voice returned to normal. Chen Tianfei's eyes widened. "Yang Kai?" 7 faces could not only change his appearance and aura, he could also change his voice. Now that he had revealed his original voice, Chen Tianfei immediately recognized him. He couldn't help but be stunned. How could Yang Kai appear here? After the people from Soaring Smoke Hall left, he had already sent disciples to guard the damaged areas of the spirit array, so it was impossible for someone to sneak in. Could it be that he had been here before? But how did he get in? Chen Tianfei couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop him from feeling ecstatic. "Brat, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to walk, and there's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. I couldn't find you at first, but now that you've shown yourself, let's see how you'll die." Yang Kai laughed. "Since I dare to show myself, then I won't be afraid of you. The ones who will die today are you." He raised his hand and opened the Rui pouch, revealing you, he and the others. At the same time, Chen Tianfei also waved his hand. "Set up the spirit array." Originally, there were many disciples around Chen Tianfei. These disciples seemed to be standing in groups of 2s and 3s, but in fact, they were hiding something and had long been on guard. Chen Tianfei was quick-witted, and when he couldn't contact the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, he immediately realized that something had happened to them. Since he knew something had happened to them, how could he not be on guard? The reason why he stayed here was just to wait for them to show up, but Yang Kai didn't know anything and just barged in. Following his order, the many Crimson Star disciples instantly formed a battle formation. Not only that, but Chen Tianfei also raised his fat hand and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. He raised her hand to meet the attack, and Chen Tianfei was startled. How could he dare to meet it head-on? After all, his strength was a grade lower than Yuhi's, and if he met her head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage. So he immediately exclaimed, "First Master!" "HM?" He was startled and turned her head to look in a certain direction, only to see a layer of ripples appear in the void, and the Crimson Star's first master, Zhao Baichuan, appeared like a ghost. With a wave of his sleeves, a powerful force slapped down on Yuhi. Yuhi changed her move and met Zhao Baichuan's attack head-on, but both of them shook and retreated 3 steps. With this attack, both sides were evenly matched. "Lady Yu, he is indeed powerful." Zhao Baichuan looked at Yu, he indifferently, and praised her generously. He pursed her lips and smiled. "First Master is also not bad." Chapter 4140. The two were both level 5 sky splitters, but they had never fought before. After all, there was no opportunity for them to fight in the great cosmological realm. At that time, Zhao Baichuan was very respectful in front of Yang Kai. With Zhao Baichuan's rescue, Chen Tianfei was able to break free from and quickly stood beside Zhao Baichuan with Bei Yushan. Meanwhile, many Crimson Star low-rank heaven splitters laid down a large formation. Their auras tightly linked together, sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. Everyone's figures were wandering around, not revealing their mysteries for the time being. Nobody knew what this formation was. Sword Pavilion had a sword formation, so Red Star naturally had its own foundation. Although Yang Kai had once entered Red Star and was the 6th master, he still didn't know much about Red Star's secrets. Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin. Zhao Baichuan frowned slightly and looked at Yu He. Are they dead or alive? He was preparing to go into seclusion to refine the 7 openings land's formation jade ring. But before he started, he received a message from Chen Tianfei saying that Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin had lost contact. Something must have happened. He didn't dare to believe it at that time. After all, Red Star had just colluded with Flying Smoke Hall to seize the 7 openings land. When he left, Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin were fine. What could have happened in such a short time? Besides, there was no one else in the entire 7 openings land except for them. Who could do anything to them? After trying to contact them, he found that it was as Chen Tianfei said, he couldn't reach them at all. Zhao Baichuan also realized that something was wrong. He couldn't care less about refining the formation jade ring and immediately hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to react. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, and his strength was far inferior to him, so he naturally couldn't detect him. At this moment, seeing Yu He, Yang Kai, and the others, how could Zhao Baichuan not know that his 3 capable assistants had been plotted against? Yu He chuckled. They are naturally dead. Zhao Baichuan's face sank. Miss Yu He, although your courage is commendable, this is unwise. Are you bullying Red Star because there is no one else? Although Yu He had Lu Shui and Yang Kai, as well as the Red Dragon and Earth Dragon, in Zhao Baichuan's eyes, except for Yu He, who was a 5th stage sky splitter, the others were nothing to be afraid of. As long as he dealt with Yu He, he could do whatever he wanted with the rest. Yu He laughed lightly and said, Why does Head need to probe? Since this concubine dares to appear, naturally, I am not afraid of you. Zhao Baichuan said seriously, Miss, do you have the confidence to win against me? On his side, he had a 5th stage splitter, 2 4th stage splitters, and dozens of lower stage splitters. On the other hand, Yu He and Yang Kai only had 1 5th stage splitter, 1 4th stage splitter, 1 5th stage splitter, and 1 from the Emperor realm. They were just 2 mutated beasts. The disparity in strength and numbers was so great that they had no hope of winning. We'll only know after we fight, Yu He said calmly. Zhao Baichuan said seriously, Perhaps we can have a good talk. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Chun Tianfei was stunned. Why did the first master's words sound like he wanted to bury the hatchet? Were they not going to avenge the deaths of the 3 heads? Yu He was also stunned for a moment. She chuckled and said, What does the first master want to talk about? Zhao Baichuan said, My Crimson Star has now obtained the Qiqiao land, and there are many things waiting to be done. We are in need of people. Miss, you killed 3 of my heads, and this hatred is unresolvable. However, if you can swear on your Dao seal to join my Crimson Star and serve my Crimson Star wholeheartedly in the future, then we will naturally be a family. Chun Tianfei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He secretly admired Zhao Baichuan. As expected of the first master, his vision was even more far-sighted than his own. He only wanted to kill these guys in front of him. Firstly, he wanted to avenge the dead Ouyang brothers and stabilize the hearts of the people. Secondly, he wanted to seize the wealth on Yang Kai and contribute to the future development of Crimson Star. However, if the first master's proposal was successful, it would be more helpful to Crimson Star than killing them. Yu He was after all a 5th grade splitter, and her combat strength was not bad. With her help, Crimson Star could rise to a higher level. If she surrendered, then Yang Kai would not be able to make any waves. Wouldn't his wealth be Crimson Star's? A matter that could be solved without bloodshed was naturally better than fighting and killing. But would these guys in front of him agree? Sure enough, Yu He chuckled when she heard this and turned to look at Yang Kai. Young master, the first master wants us to surrender to him. Yang Kai put on a straight face and said coolly, in his dreams. He looked at Zhao Baichuan. First master. You heard my young master's reply. Zhao Baichuan looked at Yang Kai coldly. Junior, you only have one life and one chance. Don't make a mistake. He could not understand why He, a fifth-grade splitter, would listen to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said arrogantly, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now and swear on your Tao seals that you will follow this young master's lead in the future, perhaps you can still keep your dog lives. Otherwise, Brother Ouyang and Madam Qin will be your examples. Zhao Baichuan was furious. Junior, how dare you boast so shamelessly? Seeing this, Chen Tianfei knew that this matter could not be negotiated and immediately shouted, Attack! As soon as he said this, the low-grade splitters who had been surrounding Yang Kai and the others all formed hand seals. In an instant, dozens of auras linked together and turned into an invisible millstone that shot towards everyone. This spirit array had been hidden before, and its power was not obvious. But at this moment, when it was activated, it actually shattered space. Most importantly, this spirit array sealed the sky and locked down the earth. So Yang Kai and the others who were surrounded by it could not escape at all. However, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he was not in a hurry. He raised her hand and chuckled lightly. You have a spirit array to help you. But I also have a spirit array. As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. With a loud crack, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, landing on the head of a low-grade heaven splitter. The low-grade splitter sensed the arrival of danger, and his expression changed greatly. But before he could react, the bolt of lightning struck him. Without a sound, the lower grade split the heavens, turned into powder, and disappeared without a trace, leaving only a mark where it had been. The expressions of Qi Xing and the others changed greatly, and Zhao Baichuan looked like he had seen a ghost. How can you control this spirit array? That bolt of lightning was clearly the power of the 7 apertures Earth Spirit Array, not Yuhi's own power. Previously, when the 7 apertures Heavenly Monarch controlled this spirit array to resist the attacks of the soaring smoke hull, Zhao Baichuan had recognized it at a glance. After all, this was the spirit array of a second-grade force. Although Yuhi had only refined 50% of the jade slit, she could still use a portion of its power. The dead heaven splitter was only at the 2nd stage and was unable to resist the power of this spirit array, so this attack immediately succeeded. He chuckled. There are many things you don't know. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk lightning fell from the sky, rumbling in all directions. Zhao Baichuan and the others all paled and cried out in alarm, using various methods to resist. Their strength was not bad, and they were able to block the attacks of the lightning. However, the low-rank heaven splitters were out of luck. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky in an endless stream. No matter how hard they tried, they could not block them. Miserable screams rang out one after another, and more than half of the several dozen low-grade splitters died in an instant. The spirit array set up by Qi Xing collapsed, and the pressure on Yang Kai and the others was greatly reduced. They immediately activated the Divine Essence-fused gourd, and the Divine Essence-fused light swept out, combining with the power of lightning to attack the enemy. Lu Shui wielded the aqua sword, and sword light flowed and cold qi filled the air, each strike reaping lives. The scarlet flood dragon and earth dragon's massive bodies also charged into the enemy group, and the surviving low-grade splitters were all horrified. Bitch, stop! Zhao Baichuan's eyes widened as he roared, and the aura of world force surged as he charged towards Yuhi. Yuhi chuckled, and with a thought, the spirit array changed again. A thick fog appeared out of thin air, enveloping a large area in the blink of an eye. Directly enveloping her, Zhao Baichuan, Qin Tian, and Bei Yushan. The thick fog tumbled, and the sounds of fighting could be heard coming from inside, mixed with the angry shouts of the 3 masters from Qi Xing, but no one could be seen. This was the convenience of controlling the spirit array. He was a 5th grade splitter, and in terms of ability, she was on par with Zhao Baichuan. But by relying on the many transformations of the spirit array, she could fight 1 against 3, creating an opportunity for Lu Xue to kill the enemy. Qi Xing originally had several dozen low-grade splitters, but they were first ambushed and killed by Yang Kai and the others, and then more than half of them were killed by Yu He's spirit array. Now, almost all of them were injured, and with Lu Xue's aura of a 4th stage splitter filling the air, how could they dare resist? Yang Kai held the divine essence-fused light, and the 6th stage divine essence-fused light filled the air, sweeping through the world. There was also the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. One low-grade splitter after another died, and corpses fell from the sky. In just a few dozen breaths of time, almost all of the low-grade splitters who were lucky enough to survive had died, and only a few people managed to escape. Lu Xue wanted to kill them all, but Yang Kai stopped her. "Don't chase a cornered enemy." Turning his head to look at the fog, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about the few low-grade splitters who had escaped. Now, the main thing was to deal with the remaining 3 masters from Qi Xing. Although he could fight 1 against 3 by relying on the power of the spirit array, she hadn't completely refined the jade slit ring, so the power of the spirit array she could display was limited. Now that she was fighting 1 against 3, it was hard to say how long she could trap them. Suddenly, a burly figure rushed out of the fog. It was Bei Yushan. This guy's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was full of murderous intent. When he rushed out of the fog, he was still a little confused. Previously, when he was in the fog, he couldn't display his strength at all, and he couldn't even find where he was hiding. This made him furious, and he had rampaged through the fog, but he hadn't expected to actually break free. At this moment, when he raised his head and saw Yang Kai and Lu Xue, he immediately shouted, "Thieves, hand over your lives!" The ground under his feet cracked open, and Bei Yushan pounced towards Yang Kai and Lu Xue like a wild beast that had just been let out of its cage. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon rushed forward, but they were sent flying by Bei Yushan's punches. Their huge bodies tumbled far away, smashing a large orchard. Chapter 40:141. Bei Yushan rushed over like a ferocious beast, but Lu Xue met him head-on, her aqua sword blossoming with a soft moonlight. "Be careful, this person has extraordinary strength. Don't fight him head-on," Yang Kai warned while holding the divine, essence-fused gourd. Bei Yushan was shrouded in a golden light, as if he was made of gold, his arms crossed in front of him, completely ignoring the sword Qi. Asterisk Qi Qi Qi. Asterisk when the sword Qi struck Bei Yushan. It was blocked by his protective barrier, and although it was barely able to break through, it only left a few shallow wounds on his body. Although Bei Yushan was simple-minded and single-minded, he was born with extraordinary strength and a powerful defense. As a fellow 4th stage heaven splitter, Lu Xue's sword Qi could do nothing to him. Although the two of them had lived in Star City for countless years, this was the first time they had faced each other head-on. For a time, Lu Xue frowned. After blocking Lu Xue's killing move, Bei Yushan arrived in front of her in a few steps. Grinning sinisterly, he punched towards Lu Xue's face. Lu Xue retreated, drawing circles with her sword one after another. Large circles encircled small circles, and small circles encircled even smaller sword circles, layer upon layer, seemingly endless. These sword circles contained extremely strange power. Even though Bei Yushan's strength was extraordinary, and the power of this punch was enough to shatter a star, he was still blocked by these countless sword circles. As soon as he fell into them, it was as if he was in a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the more he sank, unable to exert his strength. Not only that, but even Bei Yushan's movements were slowed down. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately urged the power of the divine essence-fused gourd to rush towards Bei Yushan. The power of the 6th stage divine essence-fused light was boundless, so Bei Yushan did not dare to be careless and hurriedly urged his world force to support himself. Previously, when Yang Kai urged the divine essence-fused light, many lower-grade heaven splitters could resist it for a while, let alone Beiyushan, a mid-grade heaven splitter. Golden light flickered on his body, and the 6th-grade divine essence-fused light was unable to do anything to him. Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Logically speaking, with his current cultivation base, he shouldn't be able to interfere in a battle between 4th-stage martial artists who split open the heavens. Now that he could use the divine essence-fused light to wear down Beiyushan's strength, he was already very satisfied. Now that Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei were trapped by Yu He's grand array, as long as he could join forces with Lu Shui to kill this Beiyushan, they would be able to gain an even greater advantage. Furious roars rang out as the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon flew back. Previously, they had been sent flying by Beiyushan's punches. Although they weren't heavily injured, they had completely aroused their ferocious nature. Now that they had rejoined the battle, the two of them had learned their lesson. They no longer approached Beiyushan. One of them spat out flames, while the other spat out sticky liquid at Beiyushan. The raging flames were not as powerful as Yang Kai's first essence, magnetic divine light, but the Earth Dragon's mucus was even more effective. The Earth Dragon's mucus was extremely corrosive, and when it fell on Beiyushan's body, it emitted a sizzling sound as golden light flashed wildly. Beiyushan flew into a rage and roared again and again. He wanted to deal with the Earth Dragon, but he simply couldn't break free from the restraints of Lu Shui's sword ring. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he continued to circulate the power of the divine essence-fused light. In this situation, if Beiyushan didn't have any other methods, he would only end up nursing a grievance. However, if he wanted to kill him, he would need to slowly wear down his strength. The situation was deadlocked for a while. Time passed, and at a certain moment, Beiyushan finally realized that something was wrong. He had lost more than half of his strength, and if he didn't continue like this, he would really die here. Turning his head to look at the fog, he could only hear the sounds of battle coming from inside, but he couldn't see anyone. He knew that the chief head and Chen Tianfei were powerless to protect themselves at this moment, so there was no way they could help him. With a roar, his aura suddenly soared. "Be careful!" Yang Kai shouted. As soon as his voice fell, Beiyushan's figure suddenly swelled up. This person was already tall and sturdy, a full head taller than an ordinary person. But at this moment, using some kind of secret technique, the golden light around his body was replaced by a blood-red light, and with the sound of bones dislocating, Beiyushan directly transformed into a small giant several dozen meters tall. This small giant was majestic, its exposed skin constantly spraying out a bloody mist that lingered around its body. Lu Shui's eyes narrowed as she saw how terrifying Beiyushan's move was. Although he had to pay a huge price to use it, his strength had increased by more than just a little. Her strength was on par with Beiyushan's, perhaps even a little higher, but after Beiyushan used this secret technique, it was obvious that he was stronger than her. The sword ring still surrounded Beiyushan, restricting his freedom, but under Beiyushan's fist, the sword ring shattered, causing Lu Shui to let out a muffled groan as blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Immediately after, Beiyushan stretched out his hand and grabbed the Scarlet Flood Dragon that was constantly swimming around him. He swung the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body and smashed it onto the Earth Dragon's body. The two mutated beasts rolled into a ball, their auras greatly reduced. "Smelly woman, I'll kill you!" Beiyushan broke free and rushed towards Lu Shui, his nostrils puffing hot air. Lu Shui didn't dare to be careless, wiping her long sword with her fingers as she shouted. The long sword turned into a streak of light and slashed towards Beiyushan's head. Beiyushan raised his hand to grab it, but as he did, a hole appeared in his palm and blood flowed out. Seeing the long sword coming towards him, Beiyushan didn't panic, instead spitting out a mouthful of blood that hit the streak of light. With a loud clang, the long sword was knocked away. Bei Yushan grinned and slapped his huge palm towards Lu Shui. The latter paled slightly and hurriedly dodged. But with the protection of Yang Kai's divine essence-fused light, she was finally able to escape. Having missed, Bei Yushan immediately turned his head towards Yang Kai, his face ferocious. A mere Emperor Realm Master dares to be impudent in front of me? Hand over your life. He actually abandoned Lu Shui and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. After turning into a small giant, his mind seemed to have been affected and he was easily provoked. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and looked at him quietly. Be careful. Lu Shui cried out in alarm, retracting her long sword and preparing to attack, but it was still too late. She could only watch as Bei Yushan slapped towards Yang Kai. With this slap, how could Yang Kai, who was only an Emperor Realm Master, survive? Lu Shui almost turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. But at this moment, a loud dragon roar rang out, and the aura of a divine spirit suddenly surged. Although this aura was not as strong as Zhu Jiuyin's, it gave off a feeling that it was not inferior to Zhu Jiuyin's. When she opened her eyes again, Lu Shui was stunned. Where Yang Kai had been standing, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a behemoth with a towering head and feet appeared. This behemoth was covered in dragon scales, had dragon horns on its head, sharp dragon claws, a dragon tail behind it, and dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind. Dragon pressure filled the air. Dragon race? Lu Shui was dumbfounded. The small giant Bei Yushan had transformed into was not short, but in front of such a behemoth, the difference was like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Bei Yushan was also stunned. After transforming into a small giant, he had always been the one to look down on others, but today he actually had to look up. A huge shadow loomed over his head, covering the world as a dragon claw slapped towards him. Bei Yushan immediately roared and raised his hands high above his head, as if he was holding up the sky. Just as he made this gesture, the dragon claw had already slapped down. With a loud bang, the world trembled and Bei Yushan was nowhere to be seen. This 100-meter-tall, small giant had been slapped directly into the ground. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes trembled. Just when she thought the situation was settled, Bei Yushan's crazy roar came from below the dragon claw. Then the dragon claw slowly raised and Bei Yushan's figure slowly appeared. The muscles all over his body bulged as he forcibly lifted the dragon claw with brute force. He was already extremely strong, and now that he had used a secret technique, his strength had risen to another level. Even if Yang Kai had transformed into a half-dragon, he could not gain any advantage in a contest of pure strength. The aura of world force became violent, and with a sudden lift, Yang Kai's huge body was sent flying. Bei Yushan laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. Good, 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 again. As if he had gone mad, he ignored everything and rushed directly towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to compete in strength again. Lu Shui urged her sword qi to stop him, but he turned a blind eye to it, allowing the sword qi to slash into his body, leaving him riddled with wounds and bleeding profusely. This guy is crazy, Lu Shui thought to herself, guessing that her opponent might have been affected by that secret technique. On the other side, Yang Kai regained his footing and looked down at Bei Yushan, who was rushing towards him, his expression indifferent as he clenched his dragon claw and punched out. Bei Yushan's eyes lit up, and he also swung his fist to meet the attack. For him, this kind of battle was the most exciting. None of the enemies he had encountered in the past were willing to compete with him in terms of strength. They were always jumping up and down like monkeys, making him very unhappy. The two fists quickly approached each other, but one was huge and the other was tiny. However, this was only relative. The fists of the little giant that was more than 100 feet tall would not be too small, especially when the peak of the fist was still surrounded by the mighty power of the world. A long spear suddenly appeared, growing as the wind blew. Yang Kai grasped the huge black dragon spear, and with a dragon roar he poured his strength into it and fiercely thrust it out. The joy and excitement in Bei Yushan's eyes was instantly replaced by shock and fury, the blood mist around his body boiling as he roared, "I want you dead!" In his anger, he did not retreat, but instead moved forward, his hands reaching for the black dragon spear as if he wanted to seize it. At this moment, with a loud crack, a purple lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket suddenly fell from the sky, exploding on Bei Yushan's head. This lightning bolt was very different from the previous ones, both in terms of color and power. As soon as this lightning bolt appeared, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the surrounding world energy had decreased by a lot. It was obvious that He had used a lot of Qiqiao Land's resources to activate this attack. Chapter 41-42. The consumption was huge, but the effect was very obvious. Bei Yushan was enveloped by the purple lightning and immediately trembled like a sieve. His hair stood on end. The lightning wandered around his body and dispersed the blood mist, causing him to freeze in place, unable to move. At this moment, the blue dragon spear arrived. The spear shot out like a dragon, piercing through Bei Yushan's chest and exiting from his back, directly piercing through his heart. Bei Yushan's eyes widened as he grabbed the blue dragon's spear with both hands and threw it behind him. The force behind this throw was so strong that even Yang Kai was unable to hold on. Suddenly, a fist came crashing toward him. Sensing the aura of death, Yang Kai's heart rang with alarm as he roared, "Dragon Shield!" The seal in his body began to shine brightly, and an earthen yellow energy overflowed from his body, transforming into one solid dragon shield after another, blocking between him and Bei Yushan. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of dragon shields had appeared, layer upon layer. Although the quality of the earth attribute Yang Kai condensed was extremely high, because he had not broken through to splitting the heavens, this was just a simple application of earth attribute force. Although its defense was not weak, in the face of the world force of a fourth stage heaven splitting Master's Fury, it was still insufficient. If not for this, he would not have been able to summon so many dragon shields at once. This was also the reason why the sixth stage divine essence-fused light was blocked by some lower stage heaven-splitting masters. Asterisk Kacha! Asterisk wherever the fist passed, the dragon shields shattered one after another, as if they were made of paper. However, although the dragon shields were shattered, they were not completely useless. At the very least, they had weakened the power of Bei Yushan's fist. The hundreds of dragon shields only lasted 3 breaths of time before shattering completely. The fist rapidly expanded in Yang Kai's field of vision, smashing into his abdomen. Dragon scales were sent flying as Yang Kai's huge figure was sent flying, blood spraying out from his wounds mid-air. Enduring the pain, he summoned the divine essence-fused gourd. Opening the gourd, the rich divine essence-fused light surged out and swept towards Bei Yushan. Originally, after Bei Yushan had used that secret technique, his body had expanded and his strength had soared. Blood mist had covered the surface of his body, making his defense impregnable. However, after being struck by Yuhi's lightning bolt, the blood mist had collapsed and a flaw had appeared in his defense, allowing Yang Kai to succeed. And now there was an enormous hole in Bei Yushan's chest. The front of his chest was completely penetrated. His heart had been punctured. Such an injury could be said to be fatal, but Bei Yushan still hadn't died. It could be seen how tenacious his vitality was. Dense divine light of origin magnetism poured into Bei Yushan's body through this hole, washing his flesh and blood. Bei Yushan acted as if he didn't feel anything as he strode towards Yang Kai step by step, determined to kill him. Sword Qi crisscrossed as a dazzling sword light slashed towards Bei Yushan. Lu Shui tried to stop it, but it wasn't very effective. She could only watch helplessly as Bei Yushan rushed towards Yang Kai, her heart leaping into her throat. Yang Kai was severely injured and was unable to maintain his dragon form. Although Bei Yushan had only punched him once, It had to be known that this was a strike from a 4th grade opening heaven-burning wrath. Yang Kai was lucky that he hadn't died. By relying on the hundreds of dragon shields and the strength of his half-dragon body, he had already returned to his original form by the time he was sent flying. The little giant rushed in front of him, swinging his fist. Yang Kai didn't dodge, instead looking up with an indifferent expression. Just as this fist was about to hit, Bei Yushan's movements suddenly froze, followed by a miserable scream. Multicolored light overflowed from his 7 apertures, and not just his 7 apertures, but even his body bloomed with multicolored light. This multicolored light was none other than the divine light of origin magnetism that had poured into his body. The multicolored light that poured out continued for a dozen breaths of time before gradually coming to a stop. The divine light of origin magnetism was retracted by Yang Kai, but Bei Yushan, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, was no longer breathing, standing there like a statue with his fist raised high. In the next moment, with a loud crash, Bei Yushan's entire body turned into a pool of blood, dying on the spot. Bei Yushan's heart had been pierced by Yang Kai's spear, and he had suffered an indelible injury. Lu Shui had also been constantly attacking him, so the accumulated injuries were extremely terrifying. With the divine light of origin magnetism wreaking havoc in his body, destroying his flesh and meridians, it was already extraordinary that he had been able to persist until now. But in the end, he had still died. Lu Shui let out a long breath, finally relaxing her tense heart. Just now, she had almost thought that the one who had died was Yang Kai. This battle could be said to be extremely difficult. Originally, both Lu Shui and Bei Yushan were at the 4th stage heaven splitting realm, but their strength was almost on par. In a one-on-one battle, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. During the battle, Bei Yushan had been assisted by Yu, his spirit array, Yang Kai's endless trump cards, and Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon had also contributed greatly. Only then had they been able to kill Bei Yushan here. This was also thanks to Bei Yushan using a secret technique that affected his mind. If he had not fought to the death and had instead focused on escaping, Yang Kai and Lu Shui might not have been able to keep him here. Unfortunately, although using a secret technique greatly increased Bei Yushan's strength, it also cut off his desire to escape. Hurry up and recover! Yang Kai coughed lightly and immediately stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged and circulating his secret art to adjust his breathing and heal his injuries. Although Bei Yushan had died, there was still Qin Tianfei and Zhao Baichuan. These two had to be killed no matter what. Only by killing them could they truly occupy this Qiqiao land. Lu Shui's injuries were not too serious. In the previous battle, she had mainly been moving around and had not fought Bei Yushan head-on, so she had still retained a lot of her strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai had been pursued by Bei Yushan and had suffered heavy injuries. Fortunately, his recovery ability was also extraordinary. In less than half an hour, he had stood up again. Although he had not completely recovered, he already had the strength to fight. Yuhi's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. She had obviously been paying attention to the outside world. Yang Kai discussed with her for a while, decided on a plan, and then told Lu Shui the details. Lu Shui nodded and her figure flickered, arriving at the periphery of the fog. She held her aqua-cold sword vertically in front of her. With a shake of the sword, it turned into thousands of sword images, each of which was filled with the world force of Lu Shui's small universe. Just as she finished her preparations, a fat man rushed out from the fog. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? He controlled the spirit array and restrained the 2 Scarlet Star headmasters with her own strength. This battle could be said to be a great achievement. If she had not let him go, Chen Tianfei would not have been able to escape from the fog. Chen Tianfei's appearance at this moment was obviously intentional by Yuhi, just like how she released Bei Yushan before. Chen Tianfei's cultivation method was special. His body of fat was not a burden, but a means of protection that he relied on to survive. But now, This fat man had obviously lost a lot of weight, and his body was full of scars. Obviously, he did not have a good time in the fog. Originally, he was dizzy in the fog and could not see any trace of the enemy, but at this moment he suddenly saw the light, causing Chen Tianfei to be stunned. However, in the next moment his field of vision was filled with thousands of sword images. Chen Tianfei was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into a trap? He immediately took a deep breath, and his body suddenly expanded. Bei Yushan used a secret technique, and his body grew rapidly, turning into a small giant that was more than 100 feet tall. Chen Tianfei, on the other hand, turned into a meatball. He did not have Bei Yushan's majesty and looked extremely comical. Sword images shrouded him, and a sizzling sound rang out incessantly as blood splattered everywhere. Lu Shui had succeeded in this one move, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Tianfei's body quickly shriveled up like a deflated balloon. When the tens of thousands of sword lights dissipated, Chen Tianfei stood in place, covered in blood. He was panting and had a lingering fear in his heart. However, this fatty had now returned to his normal human form. His body of fat had long disappeared, and the clothes that were originally close to his body had become extremely loose. "Bitch, Lu Shui, how dare you trick me?" Chen Tianfei's eyes were filled with anger. Lu Shui's face was solemn. "You're still alive." She had been lying in ambush outside the fog, preparing her secret art in advance. She had thought that she could directly kill Chen Tianfei on the spot, but who knew that she only destroyed his fat? The result was really surprising. First it was Bei Yushan, and now it was this Chen Tianfei. Qi Xing and the other leaders were indeed not easy to deal with. Previously, she had been able to kill the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, all thanks to Yang Kai's ability to change his appearance. She had caught them off guard, and with the crushing power of Yu Hua's fifth-grade sky-splitting technique, she had been able to easily kill them. "Die for me!" Chen Tianfei was furious and pounced on Lu Shui. Lu Shui snorted coldly. Her long sword danced and stabbed out, hitting Chen Tianfei's chest. However, the long sword did not feel like it had stabbed anything. Instead, it felt empty. Oh no! Lu Shui's heart skipped a beat, knowing that she had fallen into a trap. The sword light shredded his clothes, but there was no trace of Chen Tianfei. After he had become thin, his clothes had become extremely loose, covering his true whereabouts. With a golden cicada shell shedding, he had indeed escaped Lu Shui's attack. Looking up, Chen Tianfei had already rushed towards where Yang Kai was. Obviously, he planned to capture Yang Kai first. It had to be said that Chen Tianfei's mind was sharper than that of ordinary people. In his current state, he could not defeat Yu He, nor was he a match for Lu Shui. If he wanted to live, the only way was to capture Yang Kai and use Yang Kai as a bargaining chip. To be able to be trusted by Zhao Baichuan and manage Qi Xing for so many years, Chen Tianfei's strength was not just as fat. Lu Shui hurriedly chased after him, but she was still a step too late. Wind and thunder rolled in the sky. Yu He must have sensed that Yang Kai was in danger and intended to mobilize the power of the Great Array. At this moment, Yang Kai shook his hand and summoned the long vine. There were 7 gourds of different colors on the vine. The gourds were fast asleep, and when Yang Kai shook them, they immediately rolled into a ball, turning into small gourd people with sleepy eyes. "What is this?" Chen Tianfei was shocked. He was at the 4th stage and had never had the opportunity to enter the Elder's land, so he had never seen such a strange thing as a gourd vine. The long vine in Yang Kai's hand shook again, piercing through the 7 small gourd people. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements gathered on the vine, growing and multiplying endlessly. The aura of world force fluctuated. Chen Tianfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed, "5th stage heaven opening!" From the gourd vine came the aura of a 5th stage heaven opening. In an instant, Chen Tianfei felt as if his soul had left his body. Chapter 41-43. The 7 little people in the gourd corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, and each of them could nurture a rank 5 expert. In the land of the ancients, the man surnamed Go, who was chosen by the Holy Spirit Jinwu, had activated the 7 little people in the gourd and shocked Yang Kai greatly. However, he had kept a trump card hidden until he entered the world fruit and was chased by Yang Kai. He had no choice but to use his trump card. At this moment, Yang Kai did the same. The gourd vine pierced through the 7 little people, and the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements gathered on the vine. It shone brightly and intertwined with each other, creating a cycle of reincarnation that evolved into infinite mysteries. With the help of the gourd vine splitting the heavens' power, Yang Kai swept the vine at Chun Tianfei. Chun Tianfei was shocked. After all, he was only a rank 4 expert. Although he was only 1 rank away from a rank 5 expert, his real strength was far from that of a rank 5 expert. If not, he would not have been so respectful to Zhao Baichuan. He raised both hands, gathered all his strength, and sent out palm shadows all over the sky. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The gourd vine swept over, and the palm shadows collapsed. Under Chen Tianfei's horrified gaze, the vine viciously hit his body. "My life is over." Chen Tianfei wailed in his heart, and his face was ashen. But in the next moment, he discovered that the situation was slightly different from what he had imagined. He had indeed been swept by the vine, but he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. The aura emanating from the gourd vine was at the 5th stage, but the true might it could display was not at the 3rd stage. This vine was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It was not that the gourd vine was not strong enough, but that Yang Kai was not strong enough, just like how the man surnamed Go was not strong enough. Even if he had such a powerful weapon, he could not use its full power. Back in the world in the fruit, if the man surnamed Go had been able to activate the splitting the heavens power of a rank 5 expert, the one who died would not have been him, but Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai relied on the golden crow casting sun Dharma divine technique and was able to compete with the lower grade splitter heavens, when faced with a 5th grade splitter heavens, he could only stretch out his neck and be stabbed. The man surnamed Go couldn't use the full power of the gourd vine and was killed by Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was in the same situation as him, unable to use the full power of the gourd vine. However, Yang Kai never thought that he would be able to kill Chun Tianfei with just the gourd vines. That moment of deterrence was enough. Lu Shui. Before Chun Tianfei could attack again, Yang Kai shouted. Lu Shui was already prepared. When Yang Kai summoned the gourd vine, she had already activated her secret technique. At this moment, her glabella suddenly split open as if she had grown a 3rd eye. From her glabella, a finger-sized golden sword chi suddenly slashed out. Glabella sword. This secret technique was Lu Shui's strongest trump card. Back then, she had relied on this move to almost kill the Scarlet Flood Dragon in the great cosmological realm. Fortunately, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was huge and had the bloodline of the dragon race, so its vitality was tenacious. Even so, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's back was slashed open, and its head was almost chopped off. Later, it recovered after many days of recuperation. During the fierce battle with Bei Yushan, Lu Shui didn't use the secret technique because it couldn't be used at will. Instead, it needed a certain amount of time to accumulate, and it couldn't be used a second time in a short time. She had left this secret technique mainly to deal with Chun Tianfei. The sword chi slashed out from her glabella and instantly slashed behind Chun Tianfei. Although Chun Tianfei didn't see it, it seemed as if he had eyes on his back. He twisted his body and hurriedly dodged. With a splatter of blood, a huge wound immediately appeared on Chun Tianfei's shoulder. The wound was a foot long and slanted down from his shoulder to his chest. One could almost see his beating heart and wriggling lungs inside. Such a wound could be said to be very serious, not to mention that there was still pure sword chi lingering around the wound, constantly cutting open Chen Tianfei's flesh and blood. However, although the wound wasn't light, this guy was still alive. Lu Shui felt that it was a pity. If she had moved slightly to the left, Chen Tianfei's head would have been chopped off. However, this damn fatty's reaction was too fast, and he was actually able to avoid the fatal blow in such a situation. Heavily injured, Chen Tianfei's eyes trembled and his face was filled with fear. He didn't dare to fight again. He didn't even care about the head master trapped in the array. He leaped up and rushed straight towards the flaw of the 7 openings array, obviously wanting to escape this place. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Shui held her sword and chased after him. Yan Kai's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Chen Tianfei, blocking his path. The gourd vine in his hand shook again, turning into a long whip and lashing at him. Chen Tianfei gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die!" Just now, Yan Kai had used the gourd vine, allowing him to see through the details of the vine. Therefore, he wasn't too afraid at this moment. As he spoke, he rushed towards Yan Kai without dodging, raising his palm to meet the gourd vine. With a boom, Chen Tianfei's body shook slightly. On the gourd vine, the 7 little people on the gourd vine were beaten back to their original forms, and the power to split open the heavens dissipated. Although this thing was convenient to use, it couldn't take too strong of an impact. Otherwise, the little gourds would be damaged and fall into a deep sleep, unable to be used again. Chen Tianfei forced the gourd vine back, and his speed increased again. Yan Kai withdrew the gourd vine and took out the black dragon spear, saying leisurely, "Ah, Fei, the 7 openings array will be your burial ground. Don't waste your efforts." As he spoke, a round sun appeared behind him. The sun was brilliant and dazzling, and within the sun, there was the cry of the golden crow. "So what if you have a divine technique Dharma idol? Those who block me will die." Chen Tianfei roared. Although a divine technique Dharma idol was good, and Zhao Baichuan had said that Yan Kai's divine technique Dharma idol could compete with a low-grade heaven splitter, Chen Tianfei was a mid-grade heaven splitter. In the world of heaven splitter, mid-grade and low-grade were 2 completely different realms, like the difference between heaven and earth. As long as he could break through Yan Kai and charge out of the 7 openings array, he would be able to escape. At that time, where could he not find shelter in this vast world? Unfortunately, just as Qi Xing had gained a firm foothold, Yan Kai had secretly schemed against him, causing him to lose the initiative and even many of his family leaders to be buried here. Chen Tianfei's hatred for Yan Kai was so great that even the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to wash it away. Suddenly, there was a loud crack. Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched, and when he looked up, his vision was filled with lightning. In the sky, a giant bolt of lightning was falling down towards him. At the critical moment, Yuhi had split her attention to help. She controlled the power of the array and was able to trap both Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei by herself. Now that only Zhao Baichuan was left in the fog, she was naturally able to deal with him with ease. She had always been paying attention to the outside world, not taking action, but once she did, she would cut off Chen Tianfei's path of survival. As the bolt of lightning fell, Chen Tianfei tried to dodge, but the speed of the bolt of lightning was too fast for him to dodge. As the bolt of lightning fell on his head, Chen Tianfei immediately let out a miserable cry. Lightning flashed all over his body as he trembled. The large wound on his shoulder immediately emitted the smell of burnt meat. At this moment, Yan Kai charged over with his spear. On the tip of the azure dragon spear, the golden crow casting sun, divine technique, dharma, idol exuded a terrifying aura, completely covering Chen Tianfei. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a figure rapidly fell from the sky. He was in a sorry state, and his aura was unstable. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? First, he had lost all his fat from Lu Shui's killing move, losing his most powerful defense. Then he was severely injured by the mind's eye sword. Next, he was injured by Yu He's control array. Yang Kai's Golden Crow casting sun was immediately successful. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's attack was just icing on the cake. Although the Golden Crow casting sun was extraordinary, Yang Kai's foundation was not enough. Under normal circumstances, Chen Tianfei could easily break through the divine technique Dharma idol. However, he was knocked dizzy by Lu Shui and Yu He, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of him. With a boom, Chen Tianfei fell to the ground, immediately creating a huge crater. Without waiting for him to get up, Lu Shui had already charged over. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. He put away the azure dragon spear and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The outcome was decided. Chen Tianfei had suffered heavy injuries and had less than 70% of his strength left. On the other hand, Lu Shui had not consumed much energy, so defeating him was not a problem. With Chen Tianfei dealt with, the only one left was Zhao Baichuan. In front of Yu He, who controlled the array, Zhao Baichuan had no way out. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and died. Looking at this huge seven corners land, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little strange. After jumping out of the shackles of the universe and arriving at the 3,000 worlds, this was the first place he had settled down. Because of his various encounters here, he did not have the slightest good impression of this place. However, he did not expect that under various circumstances, this seven corners land would actually fall into his hands. And all of this was thanks to the array jade pendant that Su Huang gave him before his death. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. However, this was also good. With this place, he would have a place to stay outside of this world. Although the Firstin was not bad, Senior White and the others were in love with him, and the lady boss took good care of him, it was still someone else's force after all. If he wanted to bring the people from the star boundary out in the future, he would need to have a base. This seven corners land just happened to meet his requirements. It seemed that he was not in a hurry to return to the Firstin, but to return to the star boundary. He had already obtained the world tree's roots, so it was time to see if they were useful to the star boundary. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Tianfei suddenly shouted, "Surrender! Don't kill me! I'm willing to surrender. Master, please spare my life!" Yang Kai turned his head and saw Chen Tianfei in an extremely miserable state. He was suppressed by Lu Shui to the point that he could not even raise his head. There were many wounds on his body and he was soaked in blood. It would not be long before he was killed on the spot. At this critical moment of life and death, he could not care about his dignity and face and immediately surrendered. Lu Shui frowned and slowed down her attacks, turning her head to look at Yang Kai with an inquiring expression. Yang Kai was unmoved and said indifferently, "Ah, Fei, I'm afraid it's too late to surrender now. What's more, even if you are willing to surrender, I don't have the ability to accept you, so please die quickly." He knew himself well. He was just a mere Emperor Realm Master. So how could he control a 4th grade Heaven Splitter? Chapter 41-44. If Chen Tianfei's cultivation was lower than his, Yang Kai might have been able to plant some kind of barrier in his Dao Seal. But this fatty was a 4th stage Heaven Opening Realm cultivator. Compared to Yang Kai didn't have such means. What's more, he had killed so many people from Qi Xing this time. How could Chen Tianfei not have any resentment in his heart? It was easy to spare his life now, but the consequences of his retaliation in the future were hard to predict. Hearing this, Lu Shui launched another attack, forcing Chen Tianfei into a dangerous situation, walking the line between life and death, possibly dying at any moment. Chen Tianfei's face turned pale with fright. He knew that if he couldn't change Kai Yang's mind, then this time he would really be doomed. Dodging Lu Shui's killing move, he quickly shouted, "I have the Loyalty and Righteousness Manual. I am willing to offer it to Master to show my sincerity." Yang Kai had no idea what the Loyalty and Justice chart was, but Lu Shui's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. "The Loyalty and Justice chart is in your hands." Yang Kai was puzzled and asked her with a divine sense message. After Lu Shui explained the effects of the loyalty and justice chart, her eyes suddenly lit up and she raised her hand. "Spare his life!" Lu Shui immediately sheathed her sword. Chen Tianfei's face was pale as he gasped for breath. Yang Kai stepped down from the sky and landed beside Lu Shui, looking at Chen Tianfei and asking, "Where is the loyalty and justice chart?" A trace of reluctance flashed across Chen Tianfei's eyes, but he quickly took out a palm-sized book from his space ring and held it up with both hands. "The loyalty and justice chart is here, Master. Please take a look." Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and the loyalty and righteousness book flew into his hand. The book felt quite strange to the touch. This book seemed to be made from the hide of some kind of strange beast. The book was thick, and there were 3 large words written on its cover: Loyalty and Righteousness Book. Yang Kai flipped through it and found that the loyalty and justice chart only had 9 pages, each of which was blank. In addition, there was a small beast horn that was about the size of a finger, like a small bamboo shoot. Whether it was the loyalty and justice chart or the small horn, both faintly exuded the aura of a divine spirit. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This loyalty and righteousness manual was refined from saint spirits, and he couldn't help but wonder which almighty expert had crafted it. It had to be known that every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank heaven splitter when they matured. It was extremely difficult to kill a divine spirit, let alone refine it into an artifact. As if noticing Yang Kai's doubts, Lu Shui explained, "This loyalty and righteousness chart is made from the skin and flesh of the Xiaji. It has the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, and to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Congratulations, Master." Xiaji. Yang Kai's brow twitched. He naturally knew this name. It was also a divine spirit and ranked quite high on the Holy Spirit chart. It was rumored that the Xiaji's angry eyes could distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, loyal and treacherous. It was extremely fair, so it wasn't surprising that an artifact refined from the Xiaji's body would have such an effect. Lu Shui continued, "Several thousand years ago, there was a fellow called the Loyalty and Justice Demon who used this loyalty and justice chart to enslave a group of heaven splitters and wreak havoc in the 3,000 worlds. In the end, it was the almighty experts of the heavenly paradise who destroyed him. However, although the loyalty and justice demon died, the minor universe world in his body didn't collapse and instead disappeared into the void. 200 years ago, someone discovered this clue in the star market. At that time, Sword Pavilion, Thunderlight, and Crimson Star joined forces to search for the loyalty and justice demon's minor universe world. Although they successfully entered, they couldn't find the loyalty and justice chart. Everyone thought that the loyalty and justice chart had been destroyed or stolen by the people of the heavenly paradise, but who would have thought it would fall into your hands? Yang Kai nodded slightly and glanced at Chen Tianfei meaningfully. Zhao Baichuan probably didn't know about this loyalty and justice chart, so it seemed that this damn fatty wasn't that loyal to Zhao Baichuan. But then again, if he was really loyal, why would he not care about Zhao Baichuan's life and death and run for his life alone just now? "How do I use this thing?" Yang Kai asked. Without waiting for Lu Shui to explain, Chen Tianfei said, "As long as this lowly one leaves his name and aura on it, Master will be able to control my life and death." In order to survive, Chen Tianfei was going all out. Although after leaving his name and aura on the loyalty and justice chart, his life and death would be controlled by others, it was still better than being killed here. "If one day you have second thoughts..." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Chen Tianfei's expression became solemn. "Absolutely not. If that day really comes, Master only needs to use this Xiaji horn to cut off my name, and this lowly one will immediately die. But my cultivation is lower than yours." Yang Kai showed an awkward expression. "Although this loyalty and justice chart is good, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any accidents." "It shouldn't be." Chen Tianfei was not so sure. Although he had experimented with the loyalty and justice chart after getting it, the subject of the experiment had a lower cultivation than him. He didn't know what it would be like to use the weak to enslave the strong. Yang Kai pondered for a while. Killing Chen Tianfei would not affect the overall situation, but if he was left alive, it would be somewhat useful. After all, Chen Tianfei was also a fourth-stage heaven splitter, so he was more or less a good fighting force. The most important thing was that this guy had been managing Crimson Star for many years, so it was obvious that he was a talent in this area. If people from the Star Boundary came, they would definitely need someone to take care of them. Although there was Head Chief Hua Qingxi and Second Chief Bian Yuqing in the High Heaven Palace, they were very unfamiliar with the 3,000 worlds. So with someone to help them, they would be able to integrate as soon as possible. This fatty was a good candidate. Not long after, Yang Kai made up his mind, opened the loyalty and justice chart, and said, "Leave your name." Chen Tianfei's anxious heart immediately relaxed, and he shed tears of gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for not killing me. This humble servant will serve the Master with all his might." Lu Shui cast a look of contempt at the side, but Chen Tianfei pretended not to see it. He raised his hand to his mouth, bit his finger, forced out his blood essence, and wrote his name on the first page of the loyalty and justice chart. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that the loyalty and justice chart in his hand had a wonderful connection with Chen Tianfei, and he knew that the loyalty and justice chart had played a role. The rarest thing was that this loyalty and justice chart did not require him to refine it, and it would not cause him any burden. However, this was also a drawback. If he could not refine it, it meant that whoever controlled the loyalty and justice chart could control Chen Tianfei's life and death. After surrendering, Chen Tianfei's attitude became more and more respectful, and he immediately clamored to assist you in killing Zhao Baichuan to show his sincerity. Yang Kai did not refuse, and let him and Lu Shui go to help. Rumbling sounds constantly came from the fog, accompanied by Zhao Baichuan's angry shouts. In less than half an hour, the fog dissipated, revealing the four people. Yuhi's face was slightly pale, but it was not serious. Lu Shui's lower abdomen had a dark red wound, dripping with blood, and Chen Tianfei was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhao Baichuan's figure was straight, standing in place, but there was no vitality, and his eyes were wide open. Although they had the help of the Great Array, and the three of them had killed Zhao Baichuan, the final struggle of a fifth grade heaven splitter before death was no small matter. However, Zhao Baichuan had died in the end. He had died in the Qiqiao land. An aura of world might spread out from his body, filling the surroundings and entering the void. Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something extra in the Qiqiao land. He had noticed this phenomenon before. When he killed the other fourth grade heaven splitters, such a situation also occurred. Every time they died, the mini-universe world in their bodies would collapse, and the world might would dissipate. However, although Yang Kai noticed it, he did not have the time to pay attention to it. At this moment, carefully sensing it, he was surprised to find that the world might emitted from Zhao Baichuan's body had made the Qiqiao land more solid. This discovery surprised him. It seemed that he would have to go back and ask Yuhi what was going on. In a great battle, all the Crimson Star Heaven Splitters were killed except for Chen Tianfei, who had surrendered. The remaining soldiers had long fled. The battle here had caused too much noise, so they naturally noticed it and did not dare to stay. Taking advantage of the time when Yang Kai and the others were busy, they left the Qiqiao land. Yang Kai did not want to keep them here. Some soldiers were not a threat, so there was no need to be afraid. Now the Qiqiao land was his. Poor Zhao Baichuan had only been in possession of the Qiqiao land for a day before it changed owners. It had to be said that it was a great irony. Chen Tianfei was not dead, but he had become skin and bones, pitiful to the extreme. Everyone recuperated where they were. Yuhi recovered the fastest. She had not suffered any serious injuries, but the battle had consumed too much of her strength. After all, Not only did she have to trap Zhao Baichuan, she also had to pay attention to the outside world. When Yang Kai, Lu Shui, Bei Yushan, and Qin Tianfei were fighting, it was all thanks to her help. Originally, she did not understand why Qin Tianfei had changed sides, but after seeing the loyalty and righteousness chart, she immediately understood. With this thing, there was no need to worry about Qin Tianfei having second thoughts, unless he did not want to live. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask about his previous doubts. He smiled lightly. A heaven splitter has a miniature universe world inside their body. Although this miniature universe world is not a true world, it is still a part of the world. After a heaven splitter cultivator dies, this miniature universe world will collapse and world might will leak out. This world might is greatly beneficial to any place. Take the Qiqiao land, for example. It can strengthen the foundation of the Qiqiao land and expand its area. It can do that? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He smiled. Of course it can. Otherwise, where does young master think those paradise lands came from? They weren't born strong, but grew up bit by bit. Generations of experts passed away in their own blessed lands, using the power of the world to strengthen their own foundation. After countless years, the size and foundation of those blessed lands could be reached today. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, then won't the Qiqiao land one day also become a paradise land? Although that's the case, if you want to do that, you'll need countless years of accumulation. Yang Kai said, if you find a few more heaven splitters to kill, he pursed her lips, that'll offend a lot of people. Yang Kai knew that this was an unrealistic idea, but it was also a way out. The current Qiqiao land is at least 10% stronger than before. He's words made Yang Kai overjoyed. Chapter 41-45. The Qiqiao land's foundation wasn't just something visible to the naked eye. There were also many benefits that couldn't be seen or touched, such as world energy and world principles. As the foundation of the Qiqiao land increased, the power of the defensive spirit array would also increase. There were many other benefits. It wasn't strange for it to have such growth. In this short period of time, at least several hundred heaven opening realm masters had died in the Qiqiao land. Dozens of heaven opening realm masters from Qixing had been killed here. In the previous battle, the Qiqiao land's heaven opening realm masters had also died. Although they were all low-rank heaven opening realm masters, there were still many of them. Even 7 or 8 mid-rank heaven opening realm masters had died. The Qiqiao land originally had 3 mid-rank heaven opening realm venerables, but 2 of them had died, leaving only with Spirit Land's venerable Miaoyu to surrender and drag out an ignoble existence. The Qiqiao heavenly monarch himself had been assassinated by Yu Xiushan and Zhao Baichuan, dying an unnatural death. In this battle, 3 mid-rank masters had died. Then Yang Kai changed his appearance and used Yuhi's heaven opening realm power to kill the Ouying brothers, Madame Qin, Bei Yushan, and Zhao Baichuan. These were 5 more mid-rank masters. It was the world force released by the deaths of so many heaven opening realm masters that filled the Qiqiao land, allowing its foundation to grow significantly. This battle could be said to be a huge harvest. However, the current situation was a bit awkward. In the entire Qiqiao land, besides Yang Kai, Yuhi Lu Shui, and Qin Tianfei, who had just surrendered, there was only the Scarlet Flood Dragon left. Such a large piece of land was empty and desolate. Yang Kai released everyone from the small sealed world bead and Guizian from his wish bag. Only then did he regain some vitality. When Guizian saw Qin Tianfei, he was shocked. He didn't know how this fatty had become so thin. But when he learned that the Qiqiao land now belonged to Yang Kai, everyone was naturally jubilant. The aftermath of the battle was a headache, and the first to bear the brunt of it was the repair of the spirit array. The protective array was damaged in the previous battle, and it required a master who was proficient in array formations to repair it. It also required a lot of manpower and resources. Yang Kai did not lack resources. In the great cosmological realm, he had already made a lot of money. Now that he had killed Zhao Baichuan and even collected the 30% of Qi Xing's profits, it was not a problem to repair a 7-way land's protective array. The key was manpower. Where could he find an expert who was proficient in the Tao of formations? Even if he did, would he be trustworthy? These were all problems. In Yang Kai's plan, the 7 openings lands would be the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, and also the foundation of everyone in the star boundary. But now, with so many things to do, he didn't know where to start. A few days later, the aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. Everyone's injuries also improved a lot, especially Qin Tianfei. Although his body did not become fatter, he was no longer as weak as before. Meng Hong and the others came to bid farewell. He was a disciple of the Great Moon State. Previously, he was inadvertently involved in the great cosmological realm and had not been heard from for more than 10 years. The people of the Great Moon State must have thought that he had met with an accident. In the past 10 years, he had also made great gains in the great cosmological realm. After all, he had used the Tai Divine Purification Water to wash away the 3rd grade power in his Tao Seal and replaced it with a 5th grade power. In the future, he had the potential to reach the 5th grade and split open the heavens. Once he grew to the 5th grade, the status of the Great Moon State would also rise with it. Now, he was the future hope of the Great Moon State. After returning, he would definitely be fully cultivated by the Great Moon State. Now that he had escaped from the great cosmological realm, it was natural for him to return to the Great Moon State to report his safety. Yang Kai did not ask him to stay. Before he left, he handed him a space ring. Meng Hong took it and checked it. His expression changed slightly. "Brother Yang, Meng Hong can't accept such a big gift." With that said, he was about to push it back. The contents of the ring were none other than a few sets of 5th grade resources, which were also the resources Meng Hong needed. Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Meng gave me a world fruit before. What's the big deal if I give you these now? To be honest, I'm the one who took advantage of you." Meng Hong's world fruit was a medium-grade world fruit, which could allow a medium-grade world fruit to advance to the 1st grade. Yang Kai did not have many of them, only 3. He knew that even if he returned the world fruit to Meng Hong, the other party would not accept it. Meng Hong was a person who clearly distinguished kindness and grudges. After receiving a favor, he would definitely find a way to repay it. Therefore, Yang Kai settled for the second best and gave him a few sets of resources. After all, Yang Kai had plenty of them. In terms of value, a medium-grade world fruit was not comparable to a few 5th grade resources. Seeing that Meng Hong still wanted to refuse, Yang Kai said, "Great Moon Province is only a 3rd grade force, and I've seen your leader. He's only a 3rd grade world fruit. Brother Meng, have you ever thought about how long it would take for Great Moon Province to gather all the resources you need to advance to splitting the heavens? Brother Meng, you have so many years ahead of you. So why waste them waiting? With these resources, Brother Meng can advance to splitting the heavens sooner and help the sect in turn." Although these words were a little harsh, they were the truth. Meng Hong was silent for a long time before he sighed heavily and put away the ring. "Brother Yang, this Meng will never forget your kindness." The main reason was that the financial resources of the Great Moon Province were indeed not strong enough. He could not bear to ask the sect to raise those level 5 resources for him. If he were to use all the power of the sect to support him, how would the other junior brothers and sisters cultivate? It was because of this consideration that he did not refuse again. Yang Kai chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Meng, you're too serious. In addition, I've prepared some things for your 2 junior brothers, Old Fong, Dayu, and Ah Sunday. Please take them back." Meng Hong's 2 junior brothers had stayed with him in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. Yang Kai had prepared 4th grade resources for them. Although their foundation had been laid and they had condensed 3rd grade power, it was not impossible for them to condense 4th grade power. In the future, when they reached 3rd grade world fruit, their strength would be stronger. As for Old Fong and the others, he had prepared 3 portions of Tai divine purification water. There were no yin-yang or 5 elements resources because Yang Kai did not know where their limits were and whether they should wash away the power in their Dao seals. If they intended to break and rebuild like Meng Hong and recondense the power of yin-yang or 5 elements, they would use the Tai divine purification water. After washing away the power, Yang Kai would prepare resources for them for cultivation. Meng Hong nodded and took it. After thanking Yang Kai again, he took his 2 junior brothers and said goodbye to Qinyu. Yang Kai called Qin Tianfei and asked him to escort the 4 of them. The Kikikyo territory was not close to the large territory where the Great Moon Prefecture was located. They had to pass through several large territories. The journey was long, and it might be dangerous for the 3 of them alone. After all, they might encounter some robbers. It would be safer with Chen Tianfei, a 4th grade world fruit, to escort them. Meng Hong did not refuse. Chun Yu's force was located in the same large territory as the Great Moon Prefecture, so everyone was returning in the same direction. After a short while, the group of 5 passed through the gap in their ray and disappeared. After watching Meng Hong and the others leave, Yang Kai turned around and glanced at Lu Shui. "What are your plans for the future?" She was originally a member of the Sword Pavilion. She had sought refuge with Yang Kai in the great cosmological realm just to seek a temporary peace. She had no home to return to outside the great cosmological realm. She had contributed a lot to helping Yang Kai kill the Qixing people. Speaking of which, Yang Kai wanted her to stay. After all, he needed people at this time. After Chen Tianfei was sent out, the only people he could use were he, Guozian, and the others. Lu Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion when she heard this. Yang Kai did not urge her, but said, "If you want to leave, I won't keep you. I have prepared 100 million opening heaven pills for you, which should be enough to ensure that you have no worries about cultivation for the rest of your life. If you want to come to the Qiqiao land in the future, you are welcome to come back at any time. Of course, it would be better if you could stay." Lu Shui was slightly moved. 100 million heaven opening pills was not a small number, but Yang Kai being able to give it to her was a testament to his courage. Even though Yang Kai's wealth was now comparable to that of a nation's, who would complain about having too many heaven opening pills, it could be said that with this 100 million opening heaven pills, Lu Shui would no longer have to worry about her own cultivation resources in the future. She only needed to find a star city to cultivate, and there would always be a chance for her to advance to the 6th grade in the future. "Can I stay?" Lu Shui looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai laughed. "Of course you can, but you have seen the situation of the Qiqiao land now. As long as you don't mind, from now on, this will be your home." Lu Shui did not think too much and smiled. "I will stay." Yang Kai also smiled. "Then you are most welcome." Lu Shui bowed gracefully. "Subordinate greets master." She did not look down on Yang Kai just because his cultivation was lower than hers. This was because she knew that once Yang Kai advanced to opening heaven pills in the future, it would be an achievement that she would have to look up to for the rest of her life, not to mention that he now had the ability to contend with a low-level opening heaven pill. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said somewhat awkwardly, "Since you have already addressed me as master, I will not treat you as an outsider. Now, there is something I need you to do." Lu Shui said seriously, "Master, please ask for instructions." Yang Kai took out a token and said, "Take this token to the first inn and find Madame Lan. Tell her about the situation here, and then have her find a formation grandmaster to help repair the defensive formation here." This token was none other than the token that the lady boss had given him. Yang Kai had used this token many times to collect debts from the various shops in Star City. Lu Shui received the token and said seriously, "Yes." Yang Kai then took out the map of the universe and pointed out the location for her. Only then did he say, There is no time to lose. Set off now. Be careful on the road and return early. Rest assured, master." After Lu Xue said this, she stepped on her sword and soared into the sky. If one wanted to repair the great formation of the Qiqiao land, they needed a formation grandmaster. Yang Kai did not have the connections in this area, but the lady boss definitely did. Moreover, this was a good opportunity for Lu Xue to report to the lady boss that she was safe so that she would not worry. Turning his head, he saw that Yuhi was deeply worried. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. "Afraid that the lady boss will eat you? Since you are so afraid of her, why did you harm her in the first place?" Yang Kai did not quite understand this matter, but Yuhi clearly had no intention of explaining. She only said angrily, "At worst, I will be beaten to death by her." Chapter 41-46. On a certain spirit mountain in the Seven Possibilities land, Yang Kai found a good place to take out Su Huang's corpse from his sealed world bead and placed it in the grave he had dug. After Su Huang's death, Yang Kai had stored his corpse in the sealed world bead. Now that the Seven Possibilities land had fallen into his hands, placing Su Huang's corpse back here could be considered returning him to his roots. After all, this Seven Possibilities land belonged to Su Huang. There was no friendship between Yang Kai and Su Huang. They were simply using each other. However, Yang Kai did obtain some benefits from him. The 6-unity wish bag belonged to Su Huang, and if it weren't for the Grand Array jade slit ring that Su Huang had given him before his death, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to easily recapture the 7 Openings land. Yang Kai's actions could be said to be a gesture of gratitude. Just as he was about to fill in the grave in front of him, a weak soul fluctuation suddenly spread out from the corpse. Yuhi's expression immediately froze as she stood in front of Yang Kai. Under the gazes of the two, a slightly illusory figure floated out from the corpse, dispersing as if it was blown away by the wind. This figure was Su Huang, a remnant soul. Yuhi frowned tightly. She was able to discern with a single glance that it was a remnant soul that floated out from the corpse. It didn't possess any lethality or threat, and she could easily annihilate this remnant soul on the spot. Thus, she wasn't as nervous as before. However, she couldn't understand why there was still a remnant soul in this corpse. Yang Kai also couldn't understand. Su Huang's corpse had been buried in the sealed world bead for many years without any abnormalities. But today there was some movement. On second thought, this might be a barrier Su Huang had set up when he was alive. Only when his corpse returned to the 7 Possibilities land would the restriction be triggered, and this remnant soul would appear. What's the use of this remnant soul? Yang Kai's thoughts raced as he stared at him quietly. Su Huang's remnant soul floated midair and turned his head to look around. "You're back!" He let out a long sigh, filled with endless loneliness and sorrow. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the jade ring that was hidden in his sleeve suddenly flew out and fell into the hand of the remnant soul. Then Su Huang's remnant soul lightly brushed the jade ring and threw it back. Yuhi took it and scanned it with her divine sense. With a strange expression, she said, "One of the barriers in this jade ring has been removed. It should be something he did when he was alive." Yang Kai replied, "The formation jade originally belonged to Su Huang. Before his death, he had gifted it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had suspected that Su Huang was up to no good. Now, it seemed that Su Huang was right. If he didn't bring his body back to the 7 Openings land, the final barrier of the formation jade slit ring wouldn't be removed. Even if he had the formation jade slit ring, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the defensive formation of the 7 Openings land. I don't have much time. Come with me." Su Huang's remnant soul said again and quickly floated forward. Yang Kai and he exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. The two of them didn't ask anything because this remnant soul was left behind by Su Huang. It didn't have much ability to think and only acted according to the thoughts Su Huang had left behind before his death. Even if they asked him, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. They rushed forward, and after an incense stick's worth of time, they arrived in front of a large hall. This large hall was located in the earth spiritual land. It could be said to be the central hall of the Seven Openings land. The Seven Openings land was divided into 7 spiritual provinces. The arrangement of these 7 spiritual provinces was very interesting. The earth spiritual land was located in the center and occupied the most vast area. The metal, wood, water, and fire provinces were located on the left and right sides. The yin-yang spiritual land was located at the head and tail of the earth spiritual land. If one were to look down from above, the Seven Openings land would look like a tortoise lying in the void. The tortoise's back was the earth spiritual land. Its front limbs were the metal and wood spiritual lands. Its back limbs were the water and fire spiritual lands. Its head was the yang spiritual land, and its tail was the yin spiritual land. It was very lifelike. As for the market square, it was a fragment of a world suspended above the tortoise's back. It was unknown which generation's master of the Seven Openings land had used a divine technique to move it here and use it as a trading ground. The place Su Huang's remnant soul brought Yang Kai and he was the central hall of the earth's spiritual land. This was also the place where the Seven Openings heavenly monarch lived. The remnant soul rushed into the hall and turned left, and right before stopping in front of a wall. "Everything here is yours." After the remnant soul finished speaking, he slammed into the wall and exploded into specks of fluorescent light. The fluorescent light covered the wall and quickly turned into a door. He and Yang Kai looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect such a change. The secret vault, he said excitedly. Yang Kai also raised his eyebrows. Although Yang Kai didn't know what was behind this door, it wasn't difficult to guess from what Su Huang's remnant soul had said. This was definitely the door to a treasure vault. The Seven Openings land had a treasure vault, but Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan had secretly colluded to kill the Seven Openings heavenly monarch. Zhao Baichuan obtained the Seven Openings land, and Yu Xiushan ordered people to sweep the Seven Openings land's treasure vault. In the past 2 days, Yang Kai had also inspected the entire Seven Openings land and naturally saw the treasure vault. It was empty inside. Yu Xiushan didn't even leave behind a single strand of hair. All the resources had been swept away. But now, it seemed that the treasure vault was only the one on the surface. There was actually a secret vault here. It was unknown whether the Seven Openings heavenly monarch knew about the existence of this secret vault. Judging from the current situation, the Seven Openings heavenly monarch might not even know about it. "Young master, be careful," he said, and stepped into the door. Yang Kai followed closely behind, secretly on guard. An hour later, the two walked out of the door again. This door was indeed the door to the secret vault. There were many cultivation resources sealed inside, and it could be said that they had been accumulated for many years. If it were the previous Yang Kai, he would have been ecstatic, but he had made a fortune in the great cosmological realm. After killing Zhao Baichuan, he took back the 30% of Qi Xing's gains. Facing the wealth in this secret vault, he wasn't too excited. In comparison, the wealth in this secret vault was only comparable to the 30% of Qi Xing's gains, or even slightly inferior. Although Qi Xing had only plundered the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, there were countless good things in the great cosmological realm. The Qiqiao land was only a second-class force, and among the second-class forces, it was only at the lower middle level. Even if it had accumulated for countless years, how many precious resources could it have? It was just that there was a lot of things in this secret vault. This was an unintentional gain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had moved Su Huang's corpse out of the small sealed world bead. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to enter this secret vault. He returned to the mountain again, filled in the grave, and erected an inscription. Only then was he done. Standing in front of Su Huang's grave, he took out the grand array jade slip and said, "Young master, you should refine this jade slip." Whoever controlled this jade slip would truly control the Seven Openings land. Previously, Because of the urgency of the situation, Yang Kai had given the jade slip to you, he to refine. After all, with her 5th grade heaven opening cultivation, it would be faster for her to refine it. Now that the 7 openings land had changed owners, the Grand Array jade slip should naturally be returned to Yang Kai. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "You keep it first." "You," he asked, "is young master worried that it will be inconvenient to refine it?" "It's fine. With my assistance, it should be completely refined in a few months." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's not all because of this. I may have to leave this place temporarily after a while. At that time, I will need you to stay behind and keep watch." "Where are you going, young master?" He was surprised. "I'm going home." Yang Kai smiled slightly. The following days passed peacefully. Yang Kai waited for Lu Shue's return while cultivating in seclusion. By now, he had condensed 4 types of heaven opening force, namely wood, fire, earth, and water. For the fire attribute, he had comprehended the golden crow, casting sun, divine technique aspect. For the earth attribute, because it came from the same source as his, he had also easily comprehended the dragon shield divine technique, greatly increasing its defensive power. However, he had no clue about the wood attribute and the newly condensed water attribute. Logically speaking, when comprehending the mysteries of each type of force to the extreme, it would be possible to derive a secret technique or divine technique. But unfortunately, Yang Kai still couldn't find a way to do so. When he was still in the great void boundary, he had been working hard on this, but unfortunately even now he had little success. A single divine technique aspect had allowed his strength to soar, allowing him to contend with a low-rank heaven opening master with his strength as an emperor. So what if he comprehended 2, 3, or even more? Advancing to heaven opening master was a slow and time-consuming process. Before this, he was still just an emperor realm master and needed to protect himself. This matter couldn't be rushed. On this day, while Yang Kai was comprehending, he suddenly received a message from Yu, causing him to open his eyes. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he appeared beside Yu. At this moment, Yu was looking up. Ever since the last great battle, many flaws had appeared in the protective formation of the Qiqiao land. It was as if many cracks had appeared. Looking out from the largest crack, she could see many people gathered outside the Qiqiao land. "Who are these people?" Yang Kai asked. He replied, "They are all representatives of the great forces in this large territory. They have probably heard that the Qiqiao land has changed masters, so they have come to pay a visit. Do you want to receive them?" This large territory was called the Qiqiao land's territory because it was a 2nd-grade force. However, the Qiqiao land was not the only force in the Qiqiao territory. There were other forces, but they were all 3rd-grade forces or below. They were not presentable forces. The Qiqiao land changing masters was undoubtedly a big deal in the Qiqiao territory. Previously, many Crimson Star disciples had escaped, so this matter could not be hidden. They had probably heard some rumors and came to investigate. There were many things to be done in the Qiqiao land. Logically speaking, it was best to close the door and not meet them, so as to prevent others from seeing the truth and being targeted. However, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and chuckled. Since they are here to pay a visit, they will definitely send gifts. Why not take the benefits for free? Let them all in. He was speechless. Only she knew how rich Yang Kai was now. After all, in the great cosmological realm, she was the one who had exchanged benefits with Crimson Star. Previously, he had obtained the Qiqiao land's secret vault. So what good things could the gifts from these forces be? Her young master had fallen for money. Chapter 41-47. The spirit array was released, and one figure after another fell into the Qiqiao land. There were quite a few people who had come, numbering in the hundreds. However, Yang Kai secretly observed them and found that although there were many people, they only represented 20 to 30 forces. After all, each force definitely wouldn't send just one person. Some of these forces were led by heaven-opening realm cultivators, but they were all low-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. Most of them were third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, with a few second-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. There were even some from the Emperor realm, which made Yang Kai quite confused. He couldn't understand which force was so poor. Could it be that they didn't even have a heaven-opening realm cultivator? The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was hale and hearty, and after flying down, he immediately cupped his fists. "Golden Light, Dox Hong Jie greets Madam." Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he naturally didn't place him in his eyes. These words were directed at Yu He. The representatives of the various large and small forces behind him all stepped forward and said in unison, "Greetings, Madam." Yu He hurriedly waved her hands and said crisply, "I was wrong, I was wrong." Hong Jie was puzzled. What was wrong? "Please give me some pointers, Madam." They all let out a sigh of relief. Before coming, everyone had been wondering what kind of temper the new master of the Qiqiao land had. If she was easy to get along with, that would be fine, but if she wasn't, it would be difficult to get along with her. Now, seeing Yu He's demeanor and tone, they immediately understood that although this woman's cultivation was high, she wasn't difficult to deal with. She probably wouldn't make things too difficult for them on this trip. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm not some madam, I'm just a maid. The person in charge here is my family's young master." As she spoke, she pointed at Yang Kai. Everyone was shocked. Most of them couldn't sense Yu He's cultivation, and only the third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators knew. This woman was unfathomable and was definitely a mid-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator. But now, this mid-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator was calling herself a maid, and the young man from the Emperor realm beside her was the true master? Just where did this young man come from? However, no matter what his background was, no one dared to slight him. Their expressions turned serious as they bowed again. "Greetings, master!" Hong Jie even lowered his head to his knees and said in fear and trepidation, "This old man's eyes are blurred, and I have eyes but fail to see. I hope master can forgive me." Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. "Ignorance is bliss. Get up." "Thank you, master." Everyone stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, their expressions were different from before. Although they had seen Yang Kai before, no one had taken him seriously. They had only thought that he was a servant following beside Yu He. Now Yu He, the fifth-grade Kai genius, was just a foil. Hong Jie secretly wiped his sweat and smiled apologetically. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Master, you have the image of dragons and tigers, and your temperament is extraordinary. No wonder you could obtain the 7 Openings land. Now that this land has changed owners, it is the fortune of the 7 Openings territory and also our fortune." This old man was openly flattering, and many people secretly despised him. However, they all nodded in agreement. They had no choice. Before, they had to obey the 7 Openings Heaven Lord, but now they had to obey Yang Kai's orders. This was the tragedy of small forces, unless they all left the 7 Openings territory. However, even if they left the 7 Openings territory, where could they go? The world was vast, and any spiritual state that had some foundation had already been occupied. If they rashly entered other people's territory, it would definitely cause some disputes. Yang Kai smiled reservedly, looking unfathomable. Hong Jie said again, "This old man is rude. How should I address you, master?" Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this, but he soon smiled and said, "You can just call me Void Master." His title in the astral world was Great Emperors of the Void, which happened to be used here. Moreover, the title of Lord was generally only qualified to be used by the leaders of the lower forces. For example, the leader of the Great Moon State was the Great Moon Lord. When it came to the mid-level forces, it was the Heavenly Lord, such as the 7 Openings Heaven Lord. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he was not qualified to use such a title. However, at this moment, No one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. He had a middle-level Kaitian as his maid, and he had an extraordinary background. What was wrong with using the title of Lord? Everyone bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, Lord!" Yang Kai smiled and said, "You are all guests from afar, so please come in and have a chat." Hong Jie bowed and said, "Then we will disturb Lord." A group of several hundred people followed Yang Kai and he into the main hall. The main hall was spacious and there were many seats. The 2 rows of guests and hosts sat down. Hong Jie did not decline and sat in the first seat on Yang Kai's left. No one offered tea or anything. After all, the 7 openings heaven was currently understaffed. However, Hong Jie and the others did not dare to complain. They all sat upright and still with a solemn expression. Hong Jie stood up and said loudly, "Congratulations to True Monarch for entering the Chiqiao lands. Golden Light Dock offers 200,000 heaven-opening pills, 10 drops of Vajra raindrops, and 1,000-year-old blood coral to congratulate True Monarch." As he spoke, he offered a spatial ring with both hands and raised it high. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Golden Light Dock is considerate. This Lord will remember." Tilting his head, he accepted the ring. Hong Jie smiled and said, "This is just a small gift. Please don't laugh at me, Lord." To Yang Kai, this gift was indeed a small gift. He did not even want to look at it. The Kai Tian pills in his hands were calculated in the hundreds of millions, so why would he care about a mere 200,000? The Vajra dew was probably a specialty of Golden Light Dock and should only be a grade 3 resource. The only thing worth looking at was the 1,000-year-old blood coral. It might be useful, but its value was not great. However, such a thing was a considerable wealth to a grade 3 force. Just the 200,000 Kai Tian pills was enough to buy a grade 4 resource. A grade 3 force did not even have a mid-rank Kai Tian pill. Immediately after Hong Jie, another representative of a force presented a gift. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse any of these gifts, and had he accept all of them. These forces had probably discussed this beforehand, and the value of the gifts they sent out was about the same. Although these gifts were precious to these forces, they weren't enough to hurt them. Yang Kai could understand. When presenting gifts, they naturally did not forget to introduce themselves. Yang Kai soon learned that in the territory of the 7 openings land, in addition to the grade 2 openings land, there were 7 other grade 3 forces. However, there were more than 7 groups of people present, and the rest were actually representatives of universe worlds. Only now did Yang Kai realize that there were actually a dozen or so universe worlds under the jurisdiction of the 7 skills lands, and all the people who had come here were the great emperors of these universe worlds, figures that stood at the peak of their respective worlds. The gifts they sent were not as good as those of the grade 3 forces. They were all specialties of their respective worlds, but it was better than nothing. After all, they were under the control of the 7 openings land. It could be said that everything in these dozen universe worlds belonged to the 7 openings land. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He did not place these gifts in his eyes. To him, the most precious things in this hall were undoubtedly the dozen or so universe worlds. Controlling these universe worlds meant that there would be an endless supply of talents in the future. He secretly transmitted his voice to Yu-He. Only then did he learn that this phenomenon was very common in the entire 3,000 worlds. Any force would control a large number of universe worlds. For example, Hong Jie's Golden Light Dock also had a few universe worlds under its control, just not as many as the 7 openings land. As for those blessed lands, which one of them did not control the universe worlds in their entire territory and several nearby large territories, only by selecting talents from these countless universe worlds could they ensure that their own forces would continue to burn and produce experts in large numbers. Only the Star World was located in a remote location, almost disconnected from the outside world. They knew nothing about the 3,000 worlds. The hall was filled with laughter. Although Yang Kai was not very proficient in the ways of governing, He knew the principle of combining kindness and authority. Now that his prestige had been established by Yuhi, a rank 5 heaven splitter, giving him some face could be considered a favor. This made everyone sigh in their hearts. This new true monarch was much easier to get along with than the 7 Openings land. The 7 Openings land is already dead, and the 7 Openings land does not live up to its name. I want to change the name to the Void Land. What do you all think? Yang Kai looked down and asked. Hong Jie was the first to respond. Of course, with a true monarch overseeing the Void Land, our Void Land territory will definitely be famous in the 3,000 worlds in the future. No one can look down on us. Yang Kai only wanted to change the name of the 7 Openings land, but he directly changed the name of the 7 Openings land territory to the Void territory. His flattery was obvious, but it did not make people feel disgusted. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang boasted shamelessly, "Of course." Suddenly he frowned. "However, our Void Land has just experienced a great battle, and the defensive array is damaged in many ways. Although I ordered people to invite a master to repair it, this person's hands are not enough." Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish, Hong Jie said, "Rest assured, true monarch, once this old man returns to the Golden Light Dock, I will immediately transfer disciples to help. However, our Golden Light Dock does not have many disciples and can only transfer 500 people. I hope true monarch can be magnanimous." Immediately, someone stood up. "Reporting to true monarch, our Flying Crane sect can also transfer 500 disciples." One after another, people stood up and expressed that their respective forces could transfer hundreds of people to help. The 7 forces gathered a few thousand people in an instant. Yang Kai smiled and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. Since everyone is so considerate, I'll ask you to send some disciples here as soon as possible. You can rest assured that we won't let them work in vain. Everyone will be paid 2 heaven opening pills per day. If there are any who are proficient in spirit arrays, the reward will be calculated separately. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Although 2 heaven opening pills per day was not a lot, 500 disciples was equivalent to 1,000 heaven opening pills. Moreover, repairing the array was definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It was very likely that it would take a year and a half. In this way, the income was very generous. No one thought that they would be able to earn some benefits from this matter. They could not help but feel grateful to Yang Kai. After all, even if Yang Kai did not give them anything, they would still fight to help. At that moment, they were somewhat regretful. If they had known, they would have reported more people. After chatting for a while, everyone took their leave. Obviously, they realized that there were benefits to be gained and could not wait to transfer disciples over. The 7 forces quickly left. The remaining 10 or so representatives from the world of heaven and earth looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of expectation. Chapter 4148. Speaking of which, the 7 great forces were just outsiders, while these dozen or so universe worlds were truly on the same side. In the past, the 7 Openings land was their high sect, but now it was the Void Land. Yang Kai's performance was completely different from the 7 Openings heavenly monarchs, giving them hope. These dozen or so representatives were the great emperors of their respective worlds and were recognized by the world will and destiny of their respective worlds, just like Yang Kai's status in the star boundary. If such people didn't die young, they would generally have some achievements, but the level of their achievements would depend on their own luck and hard work. How many people can you send? Yang Kai knew what they were thinking and immediately asked. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. One of the great emperors cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to True Sovereign, my 3 open world can send about 40 people." Another great emperor said, "My Golden Sun continent can send 35 people." In order to break free from the shackles of the universe, one would need to be at least a 3rd layer Emperor Realm cultivator. It was impossible to be weak, and how many 3rd layer emperors could there be in a single universe world? This could be seen from the star boundaries foundation. Whether it was 3 open world or golden sun continent, they were all universe worlds similar to the star boundary. So having a few dozen third-layer emperors was already an extremely good foundation. If they wanted to open the heavens in the future, they would have a great need for heaven-opening pills. Now that they had come to Yang Kai's place to help, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. Each universe world could only send a few dozen people, with the smallest being 20 or more, and the largest being 60 or 70. Altogether, there were no more than 600 to 700 people. This was almost the same as the number of people a third-class force could send. Yang Kai waved his hand. As you wish, go back and prepare. I will treat you equally. 2 heaven-opening pills per person per day. Everyone was overjoyed and bowed. Many thanks, true sovereign. In their excitement, they didn't want to stay any longer and left one after another, leaving the noisy hall empty. What followed was another long wait. On the other hand, the third-class forces of Golden Light Dock were surprisingly efficient. In less than a month, they had gradually sent their disciples over. Moreover, they had coincidentally increased the number of disciples that had been reported previously. In this regard, Yang Kai turned a blind eye. In any case, when the time came to repair the array, he would definitely need a large number of people. There was no harm in having more people. As for the heaven-opening pill, he didn't care at all. This matter was handed over to you, he to manage. She would coordinate the number of people and select the cultivator who was proficient in formations. When the time came, they could be arranged to assist the formation master invited by the lady boss. The rewards were calculated on the same day, and Hong Jae and the rest were once again deeply grateful. After 2 interactions, they felt that Yang Kai, the true monarch of Void, was much more benevolent than the heavenly monarch of 7 skills. Naturally, they had a good impression of him. With so many people in the Void, it naturally became lively. However, the people in charge of the various forces strictly restrained their disciples, so there were no conflicts. On this day, Yang Kai was in seclusion. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he opened his eyes to look at the mysterious pattern on the back of his hand. This pattern was formed on the back of his hand after he had obtained the primordial spiritual fruit in the land of ancients. The fruit had shattered and formed on the back of his hand. There was a strange space in it, and Zhu Jiuyin was sleeping in it. At this very moment, Yang Kai clearly felt that Zhu Jiuyin's aura was recovering. This fellow was finally waking up. Yang Kai felt a little tired. He originally thought that with a powerful Holy Spirit as his protector, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3,000 worlds in the future. At least, no one would dare to provoke him. Who knew that once they left the great cosmological realm, this woman would fall into a deep sleep. Even when dealing with existences like Qi Xing, Yang Kai had to fight a battle of wits and courage with them, which made him mentally exhausted. After a while, Zhu Jiuyin faintly woke up, and her voice rang in the depths of her heart. "How long have I been asleep?" "About 3 months," Yang Kai replied. After sensing carefully, Zhu Jiuyin's aura was still a little weak. It seemed that the injury on her origin had not healed yet. "Where is this place?" Zhu Jiuyin asked again. "Originally it was the Qiqiao land. Now it's the Void land, my territory." As soon as his voice fell, he felt an itch on the back of his hand. A stream of light flew out and landed in front of him, turning into Zhu Jiuyin's appearance. It had to be said that this woman was a natural beauty. Her face was stunning, her figure was hot, and her eyes were full of love. Especially now that her origin was injured, her eyebrows were slightly knitted, which filled her with a delicate and pitiful look. Any man who saw her could not remain indifferent. And with her appearance, the strange pattern on the back of Yang Kai's hand also slowly dissipated and soon disappeared. A terrifying divine sense, with Zhu Jiuyin as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions. In an instant, it was as if doomsday had arrived. An indescribable horror rose in everyone's heart. In the Void Land, Thousands of disciples from various forces all turned pale. Hong Jie and the others even opened their eyes wide and looked towards the place where Yang Kai was in seclusion. All of them felt their hair stand on end and their souls almost left their bodies. But very soon, the divine sense was retracted. Zhu Juyin was only checking the situation here and did not have any other intentions. What was that? Was that feeling just now an illusion? Hong Jie and the others were still in a state of shock. In the secret room, Zhu Juyin glanced at Yang Kai and said while holding her forehead, "Since I have come out, the space will collapse on its own." Yang Kai was stunned. "Doesn't that mean that I won't be able to put you away in the future?" Zhu Juyin nodded lightly and looked as if her head was about to split open. Even her aura was fluctuating. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. He was still thinking that after Zhu Juyin recovered, he could use her as a trump card. In the future, when he encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, he could directly release Zhu Juyin, who knew that the pattern and space on the back of his hand had collapsed on their own. This plan fell through, which made him feel a little regretful. He did not know if the Rui pouch could contain her, but even if it could, Zhu Juyin would probably not be willing. After all, although the space in the Rui pouch could be big or small, it was extremely crowded. I was born in the great cosmological abyss and grew up in the great cosmological abyss. Now that I am in the outside world, I need a long time to adjust to gradually adapt to the laws of the outside world and return to my peak. Before that, you have to behave yourself and not provoke too powerful enemies. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Yang Kai was stunned. How long will it take? He really did not expect this, but it was not strange after thinking about it. Although Zhu Juyin was a saint spirit, she was a native of the great cosmological abyss after all. She naturally needed a process of adaptation in the trichiliocosm. Who knows? Zhu Juyin slowly shook her head. What's more, my origin is still damaged, and I need to recuperate. As she said that, her figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Her voice entered Yang Kai's ears. I will be in seclusion for the time being. Do not disturb me unless there is something. Yang Kai bared his teeth. This Tao protector did not have the awareness of a Tao protector at all. Yang Kai regretted it so much. If he had known, he would have cooperated with Jin Wu. At least Jin Wu could provide him with the power of the metal element. The door of the secret chamber was opened, and he rushed in nervously. She's awake. Yang Kai nodded. Where is she? He did not understand. She went to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. I don't know where she is, Yang Kai replied. He closed her eyes and connected her mind to the defensive formation of the void land. She checked the 7 spirit states and soon found traces of Zhu Juyin. This woman had entered the largest palace and was adjusting her breath. She seemed to have noticed that someone was spying on her and looked up to glare. He stuck out her tongue and looked away. Yang Kai also sighed. What a tragedy, sigh. As he was talking, he suddenly felt something. He took out an item and checked it. He raised his eyebrows and said, Good news is coming. He asked curiously, What good news? Lady Boss is here. Yang Kai smiled brightly. He stood up and rushed outside. But after a few steps, he suddenly reacted and looked back. He saw he standing there with a pale face. Her 2 small hands were fiddling with the corner of her clothes uneasily. She looked like she was out of her wits. Yang Kai walked back and held her hand. He comforted her. You have to face what you have to face. Just admit your mistakes and apologize. Lady Boss is a sentimental person. She won't do anything to you. He bit her red lips and nodded. Let's go and welcome Lady Boss with me. Yang Kai pulled her and ran out. When Hong Jie and the others saw Yang Kai, they all bowed. Yang Kai didn't bother to greet them and went straight to an open space, looking up at the sky. Not long after, a stream of light suddenly appeared the gap in the array and fell straight down. When it came close, the light scattered, revealing several figures. The one in the lead was a woman in a palace robe. She had a dignified bearing and a myriad of graces. When the male disciples of the third-class forces saw her, they couldn't help but gasp, infatuation filling their eyes. Who else could it be but Lady Boss? Han Jae and the others had solemn expressions. They were all lower-grade heaven-splitters, so they could clearly feel that this beautiful woman was actually a peak, mid-grade heaven-splitter. She seemed to be even stronger than that Miss Yu, he by the true monarch's side. These days they had all figured out that he was a fifth-grade heaven-splitter. She was definitely powerful. If she was stronger than a fifth-grade heaven-splitter, wouldn't that mean she was a sixth-grade heaven-splitter? In addition to the woman in the lead, there were actually 2 mid-grade heaven-splitters whose auras were comparable to he's. There was also one who should be a fourth-grade heaven-splitter. This true monarch of the void really had a great background. He could even make friends with such a character. No wonder he could occupy the Qiqiao land and become the master. Just as they were in shock, Yang Kai had already run over. He flung his sleeves and shouted, "This little one greets Lady Boss. Good luck to you." Lady Boss smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Kai, and she exhaled. "You're not dead yet." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Thanks to Lady Boss, everything is fine." You're fine. I'm not fine." At the end of her words, the Lady Boss gnashed her teeth and pulled Kai Yang over. Without giving him any chance to explain, she began to beat him up. Hong Jae and the others watched in horror, and their throats were dry. Chapter 41-49. Pung, 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 pung. The Lady Boss wanted to hit him, but Yang Kai had no strength to fight back. However, the Lady Boss was beating him fiercely and did not use much strength, nor did she use her heaven-opening realm strength. Yang Kai's skin was thick and tough, so how could he be afraid of a mere beating? Back in the first inn, there were others who had been beaten even more viciously by the Lady Boss. After beating him for a while, the Lady Boss suddenly grabbed Yang Kai's ear and pulled him to her face. Seeing him grinning mischievously, she gritted her teeth and said, "Smelly brat, why are you so happy after being beaten up?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "As long as you're happy." How could he not be happy? Ever since he came to this world, the Lady Boss had been the one who cared for him the most, providing him with a lot of protection and dependence. When he first joined the first inn, Yang Kai was very repulsed, but as they slowly got to know each other, this repulsion was replaced by warmth. For some reason, the Lady Boss gave him a very warm feeling, as if she was a long-lost family member. These words sounded very familiar, as if they had traveled back in time many years. There was a person standing in front of her who had said similar words many times. The Lady Boss was slightly absent-minded, and a face involuntarily appeared before her eyes. She quickly sorted out her thoughts and raised her hand to knock Yang Kai's head, viciously saying, "Don't think I'll let you off just like that. I'll remember this debt and slowly settle it with you in the future." What debt? It was nothing more than the debt that had worried her for over a dozen years. Yang Kai grinned, smiling even more happily, nodding repeatedly in agreement. The Lady Boss rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and said to an old-fashioned old man with white hair and a beard beside her, "Great Master Wu Liang, this is my good-for-nothing assistant. I'll have to trouble Great Master to deal with the spirit array here." When Yang Kai heard this, how could he not know that this old man was a formation master invited by the Lady Boss? He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Junior Yang Kai greets Great Master Wu Liang." Great Master Wu Liang rolled his triangular eyes and scanned Yang Kai from head to toe. Seeing that he was just someone from the Emperor realm, he naturally didn't take him seriously. He nodded to the Lady Boss and said, "Since Madam has invited this old master here, then this old master will naturally do his best. This old master has observed this great formation from the periphery for a while before. It's not bad, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. However, this old master still needs to observe it for a while before making a decision." "Of course." Lady Boss smiled sweetly and tilted her head to signal to Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Lu Shui, show great master Wu Liang around. Lu Shui, who had returned with the lady boss and the others, immediately replied, Yes. He extended his hand and gestured, Grandmaster, please. Great Master Wu Liang nodded lightly and turned into a streak of light and rushed forward. Lu Shui followed closely behind. Seeing this, Yang Kai calmed down. This Wu Liang Grandmaster was a decisive person. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to give the lady boss and the others a welcome dinner and let this Wu Liang Grandmaster rest for a while before letting him take action. Who would have thought that this Wu Liang Grandmaster would propose to observe first? This was naturally what Yang Kai wanted. The sooner the formation was repaired, the sooner he could find time to do other things. The person the lady boss had found was very reliable. After Great Master Wu Liang left, only the lady boss and White Seven were left. Lao Bai had also followed them this time and stood behind the lady boss, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. However, there was a lot of guilt in that smile. After all, when he had reached the 5th stage and opened the sky, he had immediately set off to look for the lady boss and left Yang Kai alone. If he hadn't been so anxious at that time and had taken Yang Kai with him, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems later, and Yang Kai wouldn't have gone missing for more than a decade. All these years, the lady boss had been worried about Yang Kai's safety. So how could Lao Bai not be worried? Every time he thought about it, he would blame himself and secretly regret his decision at that time. Today, when he saw Yang Kai appear in front of him alive and kicking, Lao Bai was finally relieved of a huge rock in his heart. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded slightly at him. Then he turned around and looked behind him. Ever since he had followed him here, she had been lowering her head and pursing her lips. She looked uneasy, like a child who had made a mistake and was facing her parents. Yu-He! Yang Kai called out softly. Yu-He moved a few steps with difficulty and arrived before the lady boss. And then she said in a voice that was like a mosquito's whisper, Big sister. The lady boss acted as if she hadn't heard her, and she didn't even spare her a glance. She just looked at Yang Kai and said, I'm slightly tired from running all the way. How can I rest? Take me over. As she spoke, she directly walked past Yu-He. Yu-He's countenance suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on as well. Actually, he didn't know exactly what enmity there was between these two women. He only guessed that they should have been very familiar with each other before this. Yet they became enemies for some unknown reason. After that, Yu-He even colluded with Qi Jin and the others from the Golden Rainbow State and used the sun-locked ground controlled by the Golden Rainbow State to draw the snake out of its hole and draw the lady boss and Bai Qi over. When Lao Bai advanced to open the sky, everyone attacked. Even though the lady boss tried her best, she was unable to protect him completely. Lao Bai's advancement failed the last step, and he was in imminent danger. Lao Bai was a trusted aide of the lady boss and had followed her for many years. So, it could be said to be a death grudge that couldn't be resolved at all. Get the fuck over here. What are you dawdling for? Yang Kai still intended to console you, when the lady boss's fierce voice sounded out from ahead. He didn't dare dally and shot an apologetic glance at Yu-He before he hurriedly chased after her. Yu-He's countenance turned even paler while she shivered like a quail in the cold of winter. Lao Bai let out a long sigh. If you knew this would happen, then you wouldn't have done it in the first place. You always have to pay the price for making a mistake. Yu-He was astounded. She raised her head to look over and cried out involuntarily, You're still alive? All those years ago, she'd personally witnessed Bai Qi's advancement into the heaven-opening realm while the 5 elements were in chaos, and the minor universe world that had just taken form showed signs of collapse. Under such circumstances, it could be said that the advancement had failed, and no matter what, it was impossible to reverse the situation. She'd always thought that Bai Qi had perished in the sun-locked ground. Earlier, she'd always kept her head down while following Yang Kai over, and her mind was in chaos. So, she hadn't noticed Bai Qi's aura at all. At this moment, She was shocked when she saw Bai Qi in person. Bai Qi looked at her indifferently and said, "If I died, then you'd probably be a dead person now. If Bai Qi died, then the lady boss would definitely not let you he off and would definitely kill you he to avenge Bai Qi." It was precisely because Lao Bai had escaped death that the lady boss didn't kill you he this time. You should thank Yang Kai. Bai Qi sighed lightly. Yu He was puzzled. She didn't know what this had to do with Yang Kai. All those years ago, the lady boss had restrained several mid-rank heaven opening realm experts by herself. As the battle gradually progressed, Bai Qi seemed to be on the verge of perishing. However, Yang Kai had given him some worldly elixir at the critical moment, stabilizing the minor universe world within his body and pulling him back from the brink of death. The worldly elixir was obtained by Yang Kai in the Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary. This thing was extremely rare. It was something that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. It contained all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. When a cultivator opened up a minor universe within his body, it was equivalent to opening up a minor universe. The worldly elixir could allow a cultivator to comprehend all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. Naturally, it could help Lao Bai at a critical moment. At that time, Lao Bai didn't know what it was. Later, after he told the lady boss guessed that it was extremely likely to be the worldly elixir. No one had expected that Yang Kai would actually have such a treasure in his possession. The worldly elixir was a treasure that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. The conditions for its birth were extremely harsh. In the past, even if it existed, it would have long been plundered clean, unless another world was suddenly born in this vast universe. Only then would it have a chance of appearing. However, how difficult was the birth of a world? There might not even be a single case in hundreds of thousands of years. Even if a new world was born, it might not necessarily give birth to the worldly elixir. The Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary had preserved the extremely ancient environment of the heavens and earth, which was why there were remnants of the worldly elixir. Yang Kai didn't know the value of this item, but how could the lady boss not know? It could be said that as long as a cultivator had this item, there would be no risk when breaking through to split the heavens. Breaking through to split the heavens wasn't a 100% success rate. Even if one condensed the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, if one wanted to open up a minor universe within their body without enough foundation, there was still a possibility of failure. And once one failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the worldly elixir could perfectly solve this problem. Once such a treasure appeared, even the blessed paradises would fight over it. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any risk when breaking through to split the heavens? There were quite a few disciples of the blessed paradises who had died because of failed breakthroughs. Admit your mistake properly. Bai Qi didn't explain too much. This was related to the worldly elixir, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Right now, only he and the lady boss knew about this matter. Actually, the lady boss has been quite concerned about you these past few years. Yu He's delicate body trembled, and her dim eyes suddenly blossomed with light. Only the word concerned continuously reverberated in her mind. Unknowingly, her face was already covered in tears. When she came back to her senses, Bai Qi had already disappeared. Wiping her eyes, Yu He hurriedly rushed in a certain direction. In the central hall of the Earth's spiritual land, the lady boss didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. She leisurely walked around in a circle. Kai Yang led her to a large hall and said, "Lady boss, you can rest here in the future. When I return, I will arrange for some servants to serve you." Now that there were quite a few people in the void, it wouldn't be a problem to find a few women to temporarily act as maids. In any case, Yang Kai would reward them. Why this one? I think the one next to it is quite good. It's a bit more spacious. The lady boss looked around and said casually. Yang Kai said embarrassedly, the one next to it isn't very convenient. The lady boss tilted her head and looked at him suspiciously. What's so inconvenient about it? Are you hiding a mistress? Yang Kai was speechless. Of course not. However, the one next to it is indeed taken. The lady boss had a clear mind and guessed the truth. She secretly transmitted her voice to Yang Kai. Is it that Juin? Chapter 4150. She was not completely unaware of what had happened to Yang Kai over the years. On the way here, she had already inquired about it from Lu Shui. Lu Shui did not hide too much. Since Yang Kai asked the lady boss for help, it meant that he trusted her, so she revealed a lot of information about the great cosmological realm. It was not surprising that the lady boss knew about the existence of Zhu Juin. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The lady boss asked, is she reliable? Zhu Juin was a holy spirit, heavenly moon demon spider, an existence equivalent to a high-grade heaven splitter. Facing such an expert, even the lady boss felt pressured. If she was unreliable, it would be troublesome. Yang Kai transmitted, don't worry, lady boss. That woman swore on her origin. She's not joking. That's good. The lady boss nodded slightly. The source of a holy spirit and the seal of a martial artist were both the foundation of one's body. One would not easily make an oath on it. Once one went against it, it would definitely cause damage, and it was very likely that the damage would be irreparable. She turned around and sat on a chair, supporting her cheek with her hand, and said with a smile, tell me about what happened in the great cosmological realm. She had only heard of the great cosmological realm and had never had the chance to enter it. For a cultivator of 3,000 worlds, this mystic realm was a legendary existence, so she was naturally very curious about it. Since she wanted to know, Yang Kai had nothing to hide. He immediately sat down and started from the beginning. Hearing that he had captured him and was going to take him to Tsuewei Palace, the lady boss snorted coldly. Later, he was accidentally swept into the great cosmological realm's fog in Star City, and she showed a worried look. Although Kai Yang had now escaped and returned safely, he must have experienced many dangers along the way. In the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, he resisted the beast tide at the beginning and narrowly escaped death. He then took in the Earth Dragon and Red Flood Dragon, entered Red Star City, and fought the Thunderlight Sword Pavilion at Origin Magnet Mountain, and rose to fame. Outside Star City, he comprehended the divine technique and slaughtered thousands of people from the Thunderlight Sword Pavilion by himself, establishing an invincible, majestic figure. Along with a few disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands, he went to the ocean and fought against the sea race. He fled for his life from the Kuan shark. Juin hid in Star City and chose him as his vessel. Then the land of the elders opened. Many bearers fought with their wits and courage, and Yang Kai came out on top. After they came out of the land of the elders, it was another life and death battle. All in all, the past 10 years had been extremely exciting, but also filled with danger. While Yang Kai was talking, Bai Qi also walked in and stood behind the lady boss to listen attentively. Her eyes were filled with fascination, and she wished she could take her place and experience the many wonderful things in the great cosmological realm. The lady boss had been smiling the whole time, but her smile clearly hid a deep sense of worry. Yang Kai didn't notice, but intentionally or unintentionally exaggerated his contributions, telling the lady boss that if it weren't for his help in the great cosmological realm, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. The lady boss smiled without saying anything. How could she not know what he was thinking? Seeing that she didn't change her expression, Yang Kai was also very helpless. He could only greet her. You've said so much, lady boss, have a drink. Outside the hall, Yuhi lowered her head and walked in with a cup of fragrant tea. She poured a cup of tea for the lady boss and Yang Kai, then lowered her head and stood in front of the lady boss, waiting for her orders. Yang Kai picked up the cup and used the cover of drinking tea to observe the situation, but he saw that the lady boss was indifferent and turned a blind eye to it. Helpless, he could only give Lao Bai a look. Lao Bai understood and cast a relieved look, saying, Lady boss, Don't you often teach me that the road is under one's feet, and one should look forward? Let bygones be bygones, and things that you can't let go of will only become a burden. The lady boss took a sip of tea and threw the cup on the table, splashing tea everywhere. Who asked you to talk so much? Bai Chi said with a smile, Yes, I said that I should be slapped. As he said this, he gently slapped his mouth twice, looking like a dog servant, which made Yang Kai stunned. The lady boss snorted coldly. You escaped from death and lived a peaceful life for more than 10 years. I'm afraid that you have forgotten who put you in danger. If Yang Kai hadn't saved you, how could you still be alive now? I'm afraid that your soul would have been scattered. Hearing this, Bai Chi said solemnly, Whoever has enmity with this lowly one, and whoever has helped this lowly one will remember it in this lowly one's heart. Naturally, this lowly one will not dare to forget it. Lady Boss has also taught us that kindness must be repaid and hatred must be avenged. Since this is the case, this lowly one will first take revenge for that day. As he said this, he suddenly shouted angrily at He, that day you colluded with Qi Jin and others to destroy my path of advancement and almost caused me to die. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I will kill you to repay the favor of that day. He raised his hand and slapped toward He, and the aura of the world force suddenly filled the air. Under this palm, there was no mercy at all. Yang Kai turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, Old Bai, stop! But Bai Chi was now at the 5th stage splitter. Even if he had not been promoted for long, it was not something that Yang Kai could contend with. By the time he reacted, Bai Chi's palm had already fiercely imprinted on He's shoulder. He let out a muffled groan, and the sound of bones breaking came out from her shoulder. Her whole body flew out like a rag sack, and the world force raged in her body. In mid-air, she spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell heavily to the ground. Under this palm, Bai Chi retracted his hand and stood behind the lady boss again. He said with a smile, Lady Boss, I have already taken revenge. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to kill her. AI, in the end, you have been promoted to the 5th stage splitter for many years. You are really extraordinary. He sighed, as if he really was not strong enough. The lady boss's face was livid, and she clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes stared at He without blinking, and her divine sense quickly probed. Yang Kai had already rushed to He's side and held her up. He was so nervous that he was about to die. How are you? Although his cultivation was not enough to stop Bai Chi, he had also seen the scene just now. When Bai Chi attacked, He did not resist at all. It was not that her reaction was not fast enough, but that she did not think of resisting at all. He slowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She gently pushed Yang Kai away and looked at Bai Chi gratefully. She knew that Bai Chi had held back. Otherwise, with the same cultivation level, Bai Chi was completely capable of taking her life under the premise that she did not resist. Under this palm, she looked extremely miserable, but in fact, she did not suffer any serious injuries at all. She would be able to recover after recuperating for 10 days to half a month. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not force her anymore. His mind was full of thoughts, and he quickly reacted. Just as Bai Chi had said before, He had colluded with Qi Jin and the others to destroy his path of advancement. Such a great hatred could be said to be irreconcilable. If he could not pass this trial, how could the lady boss treat He nicely? If she really did that, it would only chill Bai Chi's heart. Not taking his life as soon as she saw her was already out of consideration for their old friendship. Now that Bai Chi had personally made a move to resolve this hatred, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Looking at the lady boss's nervous expression, it was obvious that she was worried about He's injuries. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, her tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. He wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked step by step to the lady boss. She knelt down with a thud and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair covered her eyes as she called out softly, "Sister." The lady boss's red lips wriggled, and her voice was cold like steel. From the moment you conspired with Chi-Jean and the others, our sisterly relationship was over. Don't call me sister in the future. I don't have a sister like you. He's delicate body trembled as tears streamed down her face. I was wrong. I was wrong. You have to walk your own path. There's no right or wrong. The lady boss slowly shook her head. I won't pursue Senior Bai's matter with you for now. He's lucky after all. But don't forget, I made a poisonous oath in the land of Sealing Sun. He's figure suddenly trembled when she heard this. Yan Kai's expression became solemn as well. The thing he was most worried about had happened in the end. There were a few people who joined forces with you, he in the land of Sealing Sunday. Besides Chi-Jean, who was a 6th grade sky splitter, there was Ling Chuanxiu, who was a 5th grade sky splitter from the Myriad Altar, Elder Su, who was a 4th grade sky splitter from the Tempest Auction House, and finally Hai Pingle, who was a 6th grade sky splitter from the Thoughtless Heaven, had appeared. Elder Su had been killed by Yang Kai with the last golden annihilation plume, and his soul had already dispersed a long time ago. At that time, when she saw that Senior Bai had failed in his advancement and was unable to reverse the situation, the lady boss had made a great oath in her rage. I swear that I won't advance to the 7th grade sky splitter until I flatten your headquarters. This was the explanation she'd given to Senior Bai. Such a great oath was no small matter. Once it was made, it couldn't be removed. In other words, if the lady boss was unable to do this, then she would really have no hope of advancing to the 7th grade in her lifetime. At that time, this great oath was related to 3 people: Chi-Jean, Ling Chuanxiu, and He. Hai Pingle was the last to make an appearance, so this oath had nothing to do with him. In other words, if the lady boss wanted to advance to the 7th grade sky splitter, then these 3 forces would be the stumbling blocks that obstructed her path, and she had to kick them away. He naturally wouldn't forget it. So as soon as the lady boss spoke, she knew that there was no room for negotiation. He bowed and kowtowed and then said softly, I dare not obstruct Big Sister's path of advancement. Little sister thanks Big Sister's kindness in cultivating me all those years ago. She raised her head again and glanced at Yang Kai, and her eyes were filled with apology. Yang Kai had a bad feeling, and he shouted in a low voice, What are you doing? World force surged and swept Yang Kai to the side, and then He raised her hand and pressed it fiercely towards her forehead. Bai Chi couldn't help but be moved. She didn't expect He to be so decisive. In order to not obstruct the lady boss's path of advancement, she actually wanted to commit suicide here. She probably also knew that the lady boss wouldn't kill her. That great oath was only made in anger, and she didn't consider the consequences at all. At this moment, if she wanted to remove the great oath, He was an obstacle. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open, and he madly urged the space splitter. But He was a 5th grade sky splitter, and the world force swept over, so how could he break through? However, this palm didn't hit her in the end. The lady boss appeared in front of He like a ghost, raised her hand and grabbed her wrist, and looked down at her with a complicated expression. He raised her head, and tears flowed down her cheeks, and her eyes were gray. Chapter 4151. They looked at each other. The lady boss's heart softened, and she sighed. Why bother? He bit her lips and cried like a weeping beauty. The lady boss reached out and touched He's head. I picked you up and raised you, so your life is also mine. Without my permission, no one can kill you, including yourself. He lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, Yes. The lady boss slightly urged her strength, and he suddenly groaned and fell to the ground, unconscious. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched, and he felt a lingering fear. If the lady boss had not suddenly made a move, he might have really died in front of him. He had been with he in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. He had been tired of her and wanted to get rid of her, but in the end he still supported her and went through thick and thin with her. But after more than 10 years of contact, Yang Kai did not realize that Yuhi's temperament was so decisive. However, although the lady boss had made her unconscious and temporarily stabilized her emotions, there was still a troublesome matter. That was the lady boss's great oath of the heart demon. If Yuhi did not die, her great oath of the heart demon would not be lifted, and she would not be able to split open the sky in this life. He did not know if Yuhi would take it too hard after she woke up. With another sigh, the lady boss picked up Yuhi by the waist and then walked into a room in the inner hall and placed her on a bed. Yang Kai and Lao Bai followed her step by step, both of them silent, quietly looking at the person sleeping on the bed. The lady boss's expression gradually softened, and she even gently hummed a nursery rhyme, as if coaxing a child to sleep. One of her hands was still on you, he, gently patting her to the rhythm. Yang Kai and Lao Bai looked at each other, both of them somewhat speechless. After a while, the lady boss suddenly waved her hand at them, and the two of them understood and left together. As soon as they left the inner hall, Lao Bai put his arm around Yang Kai's neck and put his arm around his shoulder, winking at him. "Let's drink!" Yang Kai laughed heartily. Naturally, he did not refuse. Good! In the entire trichiliocosm, Lao Bai could be considered the first true friend he had. In this aspect, even Lao Fong couldn't compare to him. After all, when he met Lao Fong in the Chichiao land, both of them had their own thoughts, and their goals weren't so simple. When they were in Star City and the First Inn, Yang Kai and Lao Bai often drank wine at night. The two of them were already familiar with this. He didn't go far. He sat on the ground in the main hall outside. Yang Kai didn't have wine, but Lao Bai did, and it was good wine. Yang Kai took out a large pile of spirit fruits from his spatial ring. These were all specialties of the great cosmological realm, and it was an eye-opener for Lao Bai. With wine, he would drink wildly and get drunk. By the time the lady boss brought he out of the inner hall, 2 days had already passed. As far as the eye could see, the hall was in a complete mess. Wine jars and fruit pits were scattered everywhere, and the dense smell of wine was extremely pungent. Yang Kai and Old White were both sprawled on the ground, snoring so loudly that it shook the heavens. The lady boss was so angry that her nose was crooked. She gritted her teeth and looked at the two fellows. "Wake them up." Yuhi hurriedly walked out. She formed seals with her hands and urged her strength to gently blow a cool breeze at the two of them. As the cool breeze brushed past their faces, the two lying on the ground shuddered and slowly woke up. With a splitting headache, Yang Kai slowly sat up straight and rubbed his forehead while smiling bitterly. He had indulged a little too much this time. It was mainly because he had been in a state of high tension since the land of immortality closed. The arrival of the lady boss brought him a great sense of security, and his mind was completely relaxed. He urged his strength to dispel the remaining alcohol in his body, and then he raised his head and saw he looking at him with a worried expression. He was overjoyed and stood up. "Yuhi, you're awake?" Yuhi nodded imperceptibly, and then she pointed at the lady boss in front of her. Yang Kai looked over and saw the lady boss's expression was icy cold as she glared fiercely at him, and he couldn't help but shrink back. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Lao Bai and smiled flatteringly. "The two of you are quite promising." The lady boss's face was filled with an exasperated expression. The two of them hurriedly said in unison, "We know our mistake. We won't dare do it again." The lady boss blinked and felt as if she had punched cotton. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, "If there's a next time, I'll throw the two of you into a pool of wine and drown you." The two of them nodded repeatedly in agreement. He stood behind the lady boss and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Yang Kai raised his head to glance at her, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her smiling like a flower. When he was drinking with Lao Bai earlier, he'd inquired about some information about Yuhi. Lao Bai didn't dare say too much, and he only told him that Yuhi was an orphan that the lady boss had picked up, and it was the lady boss who had raised her and taught her how to cultivate. The relationship between the lady boss and her could be said to be like that of a sister and mother. It wasn't just Juhi. In the first inn, Lao by himself, the cook, and the accountant were all like this. However, the three of them hadn't been with the lady boss for as long as Juhi. However, Lao Bai was tight-lipped about why the two of them had turned against each other. It was really difficult for him to say such things, so he only asked Yang Kai to ask the lady boss himself. Yang Kai didn't have the courage to do that. If he really asked, he would definitely be bashed up by the lady boss. Great Master Wu Liang has made some progress in repairing the Grand Formation, but he needs your cooperation, Yang Kai. Come with me to see him, said the lady boss before leading the way. Yang Kai hurriedly followed after her. Not long after, the group of four met with Great Master Wu Liang again. Lu Shui accompanied him at the side. In the past 2 days, she had followed Great Master Wu Liang around the entire void several times, and she could be said to have witnessed some of the skills of this formation, Dao Grandmaster. She admired him from the bottom of her heart. As expected of the candidate chosen by Madame Lan of the First Inn, he was indeed quite capable. The two sides met, and the lady boss greeted Great Master Wu Liang. The latter stroked his beard, and with great vigor he pointed out, Madame Lan, I have carefully examined the great formation here. Right now, there are 3 plans for you to choose from. I just don't know which one Madame would prefer. The lady boss smiled sweetly. Great Master, you should know that this place isn't mine, nor is it the First Inn's. It's my subordinate's. The choice is still up to him. Yang Kai stepped out from the crowd and said politely, Great Master, please give me some pointers. Great Master Wu Liang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said, The first option takes the least time and requires the least amount of materials. This old man will repair this grand formation of yours. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow, thinking, Isn't this exactly why I asked you to come here? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he asked, Then what about the other 2 options? Great Master Wu Liang said, The second option is to upgrade the grand formation here. I don't dare to say too much, but I'm still confident that I can increase its power by 20%. However, the first option of the Dharma Idol sect will take more time and require a greater price. Conservatively speaking, the cost will be double that of the first option. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. The protective grand formation of the void was originally left behind by the Qiqiao land, and Yang Kai had personally witnessed the might of this grand formation. Back then, Su Huang had relied on this grand formation to battle the numerous mid-tier heaven splitters of the Qiqiao land single-handedly. He had even severely injured the Qiqiao heavenly lord and killed 3 earth protectors. The might of this grand formation was indispensable, and now this great Master Wu Liang could actually upgrade the grand formation and increase its power by 20%? Just how amazing was this old man's attainments in the field of formations? He couldn't be bragging, right? After all, upgrading such a grand formation was not an easy task. He turned his head to look at the lady boss, only to see her nod subtly. Clearly, she also trusted this great Master Wu Liang. Yang Kai immediately relaxed and asked again, Then what about the third option? Great Master Wu Liang pondered for a moment, then said, The third option is for this old man to set up a new formation on top of preserving the foundation of this grand formation. It takes the most time, and the cost is also very high. It is at least 5 times more expensive than the first option, but it can increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. The second option doubled the cost and increased the might of the grand formation by 20%, but the third option would only increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. In terms of cost-performance ratio, the third option was undoubtedly far inferior to the second option. However, a grand formation was the protection of a place, so how could it be calculated in terms of cost? Moreover, for something like a grand formation, the greater the might of the grand formation, the higher the cost would be. Yang Kai planned to migrate everyone from the star boundary over, so he first had to create a safe environment for them. This kind of safety did not mean that there would be protection everywhere, but that there would be means to defend against danger when it came. Therefore, he decided without hesitation, let's choose the third option. I'll have to trouble Great Master to do it. Great Master Wu Liang was taken aback, and he sized up Yang Kai. Boy, you might not know how much it would cost to repair this grand formation. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just the emperor realm. Even if he had obtained this property by chance, how much wealth could he have? Repairing such a grand formation was not something an ordinary third-grade force could afford, let alone the emperor realm. The lady boss pursed her lips and smiled. Rest assured, Great Master, this assistant of mine made a windfall some time ago, so he should be able to afford it. Just do as you please. She had learned a lot about Yang Kai in the great cosmological realm from Lu Shui. So how could she not know that he was now so rich that he could rival an entire nation? The wealth that Qi Xing had plundered in the great cosmological realm could be said to have all become a wedding dress for him. The cost of repairing this grand formation was probably nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Yang Kai. Even if it was 5 times the cost, it was probably nothing. Great Master Wu Liang looked at the lady boss, then looked at Yang Kai, secretly guessing that this boy had Madame Lan behind him. Even if he did not have enough wealth, Madame Lan probably would not sit idly by. Thus he nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then let's decide on the third option. However, before that, this old man still has to talk to you about the remuneration." "Please speak, Great Master," Yang Kai said politely. After a while, Yang Kai and Great Master Wu Liang reached an agreement. It had to be said that the price of inviting him to do the job was not small. His asking price was not fixed, but was determined by the cost of setting up the grand formation. He wanted to charge 20% of the cost. In other words, no matter how much the cost was, he would charge 20%. The lady boss obviously knew about this rule long ago, so she did not say anything. Chapter 4152. If Yang Kai chose the third option, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to Great Master Wu Liang, because the higher the cost of setting up the grand array, the more benefits he would obtain. He was eager for Yang Kai to choose the third option. This price was a little overpriced. But if Great Master Wu Liang really had such ability, how could Yang Kai not be willing to pay such a price? There is a list here. Prepare the materials on the list as soon as possible. Great Master Wu Liang took out a blank jade slip, and after busying himself for a while, he handed the jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it, and was secretly speechless. The materials on the list were numerous, and there were probably no less than 10,000 kinds. He didn't recognize most of them. After all, he hadn't been in this world for a long time, and many of the materials were unheard of. However, there were also some materials that he already had. Whether it was the wealth plundered by Qi Xing in the great cosmological realm or the hidden storehouse left behind in the 7 Possibilities land, there were many materials that could be used. Yang Kai passed the list to Yu He, leaving her with a headache. Yang Kai made the arrangements to welcome the lady boss and Great Master Wu Liang. The many second-grade forces who had come to help were busy, and the banquet was soon ready. They took their seats and toasted each other. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves to the fullest. A few days later, Lu Shui and Lao, by soared into the sky, passed through the gap in the grand array and disappeared. The two were heading to the star market to buy materials for setting up the grand array. Although Yang Kai had a lot of usable materials, they weren't enough to set up the grand array, so he still needed to go to the star market to buy them. There was also a star market in the 7 Possibilities territory. It wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. It could be considered a medium-sized star market. After all, the 7 Possibilities land was originally just a second-grade force. In a large territory, as long as it wasn't too remote, there would generally be a star market, and the size of the star market was closely related to the most powerful force in this large territory. For example, the star market where the Blessed Land was located was a large star market, and the star market where the Great Moon Province was located was a small star market. Lu Shui and Lao Bai split up. The former was going to a star market in this large region, while the latter was going to a large star market. The journey to purchase the materials this time was long, and it would take at least 2 months for a round trip. Great Master Wu Liang didn't stay idle either. He used the materials he had on hand to get busy. The disciples of the Golden Light Dock were also mobilized to help. Although there were many of them, they were still struggling to make ends meet. Within a few days, the great emperors of the Qiankuan world under the jurisdiction of the Void Lands also brought hundreds of people and finally solved the urgent situation. The entire void was buzzing with activity. Yang Kai scattered the resources in his hands in large quantities, turning them into a part of the void protective array. Half a month later, Qin Tianfei returned. Previously, he had followed Yang Kai's instructions to escort Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture. He had only returned after Meng Hong and the others had entered the Great Moon Prefecture. Seeing the lady boss, Fatty bowed in fear and trepidation. Only then did he realize that Yang Kai wasn't bluffing when he said that he was from the first hotel. Qin Tianfei had long heard of this legendary woman. Now that he had met her, he realized that she was indeed worthy of her reputation. Qin Tianfei brought back news of Lao Feng and the others. After entering the Great Moon Prefecture, they had been cultivating diligently and were now doing well. The overall atmosphere of the Great Moon Prefecture was very good. Although they had joined later, they weren't bullied by anyone. This time, when Qin Tianfei escorted Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture, he was warmly received by Supreme Lord Diyu. Supreme Lord Diyu was only a third-stage heaven splitter. Facing Qin Tianfei, who was a fourth-stage heaven splitter, was quite stressful. He let him rest for a day, then sent him to assist Great Master Wu Liang. Days passed, and the Great Formation was gradually perfected. 2 months later, Lu Shui and Lao Bai returned one after another, bringing a large number of resources needed to set up the Great Formation. This allowed Great Master Wu Liang to set up the Great Formation much faster. On this day, Yang Kai held a jade slip and injected his divine thought into it. After checking for a long time, he withdrew his divine thought and praised, "Lady Boss, this Great Master Wu Liang you found is really amazing." The Lady Boss chuckled. Although Great Master Wu Liang's cultivation is only at the level 5 splitting heaven realm, in the entire 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 1,000 people who can surpass him in terms of formation Tao. If she didn't trust this person's ability, why would the Lady Boss invite him to set up the Great Formation? However, the 3,000 worlds are too big, and there were many people who had such attainments in formation Tao. Although there were a lot of people in the 3,000 worlds, there were also many people who cultivated formation Tao. It was already a great achievement to be ranked in the top 1,000. Taking the jade slip from Yang Kai's hand, the Lady Boss glanced at it and raised her eyebrows. The 9th heaven. This jade slip was sent over by Great Master Wu Liang, and it recorded the various foundations of this Great Formation. Great Master Wu Liang named this Great Formation in the void the 9 heavens. Such a great formation was universally shocking. Yang Kai had never seen or heard of such a thing before. If it was really set up, not to mention the void being impregnable, even if a high-rank heaven splitting heaven realm master personally attacked, he would likely have to retreat with broken wings. The Lady Boss's small mouth formed a circle as she looked at Yang Kai in amusement. Great Master Wu Liang must have seen your deep financial resources and made some changes to the Great Formation. If this Great Formation is successfully set up, its power will increase by more than just 50%. Yang Kai nodded. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's attitude towards him had become better and better. He was no longer as indifferent as when they first met. Because Yang Kai was here, he could let loose and go all out. For an array Tao Grandmaster, the most exciting thing was to set up a great formation that he had been thinking about for a long time. He had been brewing this 9 heavens great formation in his heart for 1,000 years. But unfortunately, there was no force that would allow him to display his talent. Although many forces had asked him to take action over the years, in the end, It was just to repair the original Great Formation because the resources needed to set up this 9 Heavens Great Formation were just too great. Yang Kai could do it. Over the past 2 months, Great Master Wu Liang discovered that no matter what materials he needed, Yang Kai could take them out, and there were no restrictions on him. He could do whatever he wanted with the Great Formation. What was there to hesitate about? The 9 Heavens Great Master Wu Liang was the pinnacle and crystallization of his life's cultivation, and he could use the void to display it. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's enthusiasm for setting up the Great Formation was unprecedentedly high. Every day and every night, he would not sleep or rest. The thousands of people who came to the void to help were ordered around, and they were all so tired that they did not even have time to rest. However, if he wanted to set up the 9 Heavens Great Formation, he still needed Yang Kai's full support because the resources needed were just too great. It was several times more expensive than the third plan that he had previously proposed. In order to move Yang Kai, Great Master Wu Liang not only explained the various benefits and powers of the 9 Heavens Great Formation in the Jade Scroll, but he also did not hesitate to lower his own status, stating that if the Great Formation was set up, he would only take 10% of the reward. This was all to move Yang Kai. It should be known that his 20% reward was a rule that had not changed for many years. He had also set up Great Formations for many second-class forces, and had even worked for a few blessed lands, but he had never lowered his price. Today, however, in front of Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, he had actually taken the initiative to raise this point. From this, one could see his desire and determination to set up the 9 Heavens Great Formation. What do you think? The Lady Boss looked at him. Yang Kai asked in return, "What do you think, Lady Boss?" The Lady Boss chuckled. "This is your business and you're asking me? I have no objections." Yang Kai nodded slightly, then took the Jade Scroll and studied it for a while. After a while, he replied to Great Master Wu Liang, "Agreed. If he was going to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability." Great Master Wu Liang wanted to set up the 9 Heavens Great Formation, so how could Yang Kai not want to? He was also moved by the power of the 9 Heavens Great Formation. Inside the Yin Spirit Land, Great Master Wu Liang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, scaring Chen Tianfei. He did not know what this old man was up to. In the central hall of the Earth Spirit Land, Yuhi also glanced at the Jade Scroll and said with a shocked expression, "Young Master, if you want to set up the 9 Heavens Great Formation, not only will you need a huge amount of resources, but you will also need many artifacts." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, I have a lot of artifacts on hand. They can be used to increase the power of the Great Formation. But I still need to find a few powerful artifacts to act as the array cores." He had a huge number of artifacts on hand, and there were many kinds of artifacts. After all, he had picked up tens of thousands of space rings in the great cosmological realm. There were many artifacts in those space rings, but the power of those artifacts was uneven. They could increase the power of the Great Formation, but they could not act as the array cores. The 9 Heavens Great Formation, as the name implied, would have 9 layers of spirit arrays once it was successfully set up. It was a great spirit array that combined protection, secret arts, and concealment. It was a great spirit array that would multiply endlessly. Without breaking this 9 Heavens Great Formation, one could forget about breaking into the void. Even if this spirit array was not as good as the protective spirit arrays of the blessed enclaves, it was not far behind. In the 3,000 great worlds, there was no spirit array of a second-class force that could compare to this, of the 9 Heavens Great Formation. The first 3 layers were auxiliary spirit arrays that could allow the Great Formation to absorb the power of the stars at all times, reducing the consumption of the Great Formation's operation. This was a very practical spirit array. After all, once the 9 Heavens Great Formation was activated, the consumption was too great. Even if Yang Kai was as rich as a nation, he could not support it for too long. With the first 3 auxiliary spirit arrays, he could store energy for the Great Formation and release it when needed, reducing the expenditure. It also had some self-healing ability. As long as the Great Formation was not too seriously damaged, there was no need to deliberately repair it. The Nine Heavens Great Formation would slowly recover on its own. The middle 3 layers were protective spirit arrays. One was concealment. Once activated, it could make the entire void disappear without a trace. Without powerful searching methods, it would be impossible to find a trace. One was hallucination. Entering this spirit array would cause the cultivator to hallucinate. Whether it was concealment or the array eye of the hallucination Great Formation, Yong-kai already had a plan for it, so he did not need to spend too much effort on it. There was also the protective spirit array. The array eye of this spirit array required some powerful defensive artifacts. The last 3 layers were killing spirit arrays with infinite power. They also required powerful killing spirit arrays as the array eye. Yong-kai had 2 of them, so he needed 1 more. Each of the 9 Heavens Great Formation had its own unique uses, but they were also closely related. Grandmaster Wu Liang, who created this 9 Heavens Great Formation, could be said to be an amazing talent. Chapter 4153. Yong-kai was also looking forward to the day when this 9 Heavens Grand Array was set up, but now he needed to find some powerful secret treasures. Otherwise, even if this Grand Array was set up, it wouldn't have much power. Thinking about it, he needed at least 1 defensive secret treasure and 1 offensive secret treasure, and this was only the minimum requirement. The more he had, the stronger the power of the Grand Array. He was going to bleed again. Yong-kai thought to himself. Several days later, at the gap in the Grand Array in the void, a group of 3 people sped out. It was Yong-kai, the lady boss, and Yu-hi. Below, Chen Tianfei, Lu Shui, Guozian, and the others bowed to send them off. Yong-kai was going to look for the secret treasures to set up the array's eyes. He could only trouble the lady boss to recommend him to a Grandmaster artifact refiner. Yong-kai didn't know anything about the 3,000 worlds. He really didn't know where to find such a person. There were definitely some in those paradises, but Yong-kai couldn't enter them. What's more, they might not receive him. Originally, he was only going with the lady boss, but before leaving, the lady boss wanted to bring Yu-hi along as well. Yong-kai didn't understand. He wanted to leave Yu-hi behind to watch over the void, but since the lady boss insisted, he let her be. Fortunately, although the void's defensive power was weak, there was still Zhu Juin. Yong-kai ordered her to watch over the house, so she couldn't not do her best, now that her strength had not fully recovered. She still needed a long time to adapt to the outside world's laws. But if they really fought, an average mid-rank heaven splitter was definitely not her match. There probably wouldn't be any blind person who would look for trouble in the void. First, they went to the Universal Temple in the void territory, leaving their soul brand. This way, in the future, Yong-kai could use the Universal Escape technique to save some time. Coming out from the Universal Temple, the lady boss took out her ship and sped away. After passing through several large territories, on this day, they entered a large territory. Only then did the lady boss put away the ship. "We're here," Yong-kai asked. The lady boss didn't answer. She just looked at Yu-hi with a smile. Yu-hi's face was somewhat pale as she timidly looked at the lady boss and said, "Elder sister, I was the one who committed the crime back then. If elder sister wants to punish someone, just punish me. Don't implicate others. Please have mercy on me, elder sister." As he spoke, he was about to kneel down. The lady boss reached out to support her and chuckled. "What are you thinking? What do you think I brought you here for?" Yu-hi looked at her and said, "Could it be that elder sister doesn't want to fulfill that great heart demon oath?" Oath of the heart demon? When Yong-kai heard this, he was shocked. Why was the great oath of the heart demon suddenly brought up? Previously in the void, because of this great oath of the heart demon, Yu-hi had almost committed suicide. Fortunately, the lady boss had stopped her in time. These days, the 2 sisters got along quite well, and there was not much estrangement. Yong-kai thought that the matter was over, but at this moment, when she heard the great heart demon oath, She suddenly felt that something was wrong. The lady boss nodded and said, "The great heart demon oath cannot be dispelled, so it must be fulfilled. However, there is still room for negotiation. Come with me." As he spoke, he led the way. Yang Kai and Yu, he glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Halfway there, Yang Kai took out the universe map and found that it was as he had guessed. This was the Green Light territory, and in this large territory there was a second-tier faction that was not a second-tier faction. That was Yu He's Green Light Palace. This Green Light Palace only had one heaven opening realm master, Yu He, who opened the heaven opening realm. The others were all below heaven opening realm. The reason why the Green Light Palace was a second-tier faction was because Yu He was overseeing it. The reason why it wasn't was because it didn't have the foundation of a second-tier faction. However, the Green Light territory was indeed named after the Green Light Palace. What was the lady boss doing? Yang Kai was faintly worried, but he felt that she shouldn't do anything too excessive. After a short while, they arrived at the Green Light Palace. This was also a part of the Spirit Province. It wasn't very large, and its foundation was shallow. He had operated here for 1,000 years, but after all, a single tree couldn't support everything, so she didn't spend too much effort on it. The three stopped outside the Green Light Palace, and the lady boss ordered, "Bring all your people out." He pursed her red lips and softly responded, then rushed into the Green Light Palace and soon disappeared. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the lady boss. He wanted to ask her what she wanted to do, but he didn't know how to start, so he could only wait patiently. After a short while, figures flew out of the Green Light Palace and rushed over under Yu's lead. There weren't many of them, only 2,000 to 3,000. This number was a little shabby for a second-rate faction, but Yu didn't establish the Green Light Palace to develop any faction, but to find a place to live. These people were all people she had taken in over the years, and there was no difference between them and her. These cultivators' strength was uneven, and it was rare even in the Emperor realm. He had to use her power to protect them so that they could survive in the void. "Big sister, I've brought them out," he said softly with her head lowered, looking like she was at the mercy of the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly and slowly raised her palm. The aura of the mighty power of the world began to spread out. She lightly opened her red lips and said, "Back then, outside the land of Sealing Sun, this lady swore a heart demon oath. If this oath is not fulfilled, there will be no hope of reaching the 7th rank in this life. Little this lady will end this grudge with you today." As she spoke, she pushed her slender palm forward. As this palm slammed down, the Green Light Palace's protective array began to creak, as if it couldn't bear the burden. "Stop! What are you doing? This woman wants to destroy our home. Fight it out with her." Behind the many disciples of the Green Light Palace were furious and roared. Even though the lady boss's divine might was unparalleled and the aura of the 6th rank could be seen at a glance, the many cultivators' eyes were red, and they looked like they were going to fight it out with their lives. Fortunately, he suppressed them with all her might, so no trouble occurred. "All of you, shut up!" He scolded. Her words were very effective against these people. Once these words were spoken, even though they were still angry, they didn't say a word. They only glared fiercely at the lady boss, all of them looking like they wanted to eat her. The might of the 6th rank heaven opening exploded, and the Green Light Palace's protective array instantly shattered. Although the array's power was not bad, he didn't manage it well. After all, the Green Light Palace's foundation was too shallow. Otherwise, the protective array of a second-rate faction wouldn't have been broken so easily. With the array shattered, the Green Light Palace was completely exposed. With a boom, the spirit state where the Green Light Palace was located shook slightly. The lady boss pulled up her sleeves and stood there. "The Green Light Palace has been destroyed. Little take them to the void to live in the future. Anyway, Yang Kai has a lot of people, so there's no need to worry about not being able to settle you. The lady boss turned around and looked at you, he with a smile. Behind her, the spirit state where the green light palace was located exploded. Pieces of the spirit state scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge green light palace disappeared without a trace. Thank you for your kindness, elder sister. Yuhi's beautiful eyes were slightly red, not because her green light palace was destroyed, but because the knot in her heart was completely untied at this moment. Go. The lady boss waved her sleeves and activated her power to wrap around Yang Kai, flying into the distance. Yang Kai turned around and waved at Yuhi. The strength of the 2,000 to 3,000 people was uneven, so it was definitely dangerous to travel through the void. However, Yuhi was a 5th grade heaven splitter and had opened up a mini-universe world in her body. She could take them all in, so there was no need to worry about this. Only now did Yang Kai understand why the lady boss insisted on bringing Yuhi. It turned out that this was her plan. In this life, if I don't destroy your headquarters, I will not advance to the 7th grade heaven splitter. In Kai Yang's ears, the lady boss's blood-sobbing oath echoed. He couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. He had always thought that this oath was very, very serious, but now it seemed that when the oath was made, the lady boss had already left some leeway. Just because he had flattened their headquarters, it did not mean that he had to kill everyone. He thought that he had to die to be released from this oath. So he was on tenterhooks for several days. Now it seemed that even under the circumstances that day, the lady boss had no intention of killing Yuhi. The loophole in this oath was probably prepared for today. If the green light palace was destroyed, then the oath would no longer have anything to do with Yuhi. Moreover, without the green light palace, Yuhi would have no home to return to and would definitely go to the void. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Even without today's matter, he had planned to persuade Yuhi to move the green light palace to the void, and Yuhi probably wouldn't refuse. The lady boss just happened to be there at the right time and used the great heart demon oath to add fuel to the fire. What's so funny? The lady boss glanced at Yang Kai leisurely. Yang Kai said seriously, "The lady boss is a good person. Don't flatter me." The lady boss raised her hand and gave him a knock on the head. Yang Kai immediately covered his head and said angrily, "Why did you hit me? A man's head and a woman's, but can't be touched." The lady boss snorted coldly. "You still haven't explained your matter to me clearly. What's wrong with me hitting you?" As she said this, another kick came from under her skirt. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was sent flying by the kick. He was extremely angry. "You woman, you hit me without saying anything. You're simply a crazy woman." The lady boss's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she lightly gritted her teeth. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little cold and couldn't help but shrink his neck. His eyes drifted, and just as he was about to use the law of space to escape, the surrounding space was suddenly sealed. The lady boss smiled sweetly. "Do you think I'll give you a chance to escape?" Step by step, she approached Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly retreated and said seriously, "If you have something to say, say it properly. Don't use your hands and feet. Master, come again." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed hold of the lady boss's ankle. It was warm and soft like jade, but Kai Yang didn't have time to savor it. Instead, he saw the lady boss nimbly flip over and kick his chin with her other foot, with her skirt fluttering. Yang Kai saw stars and was immediately sent flying. He was filled with grief and indignation. He had only been reunited with the lady boss for a short time, but he had already been beaten twice. He secretly swore to himself that one day, when he advanced to the heaven-opening realm, he would definitely return the favor tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 4154. Are you angry? In the void, the two of them flew side by side, the lady boss rubbing Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai's face was bruised and swollen. He lowered his eyes and sighed, "I wouldn't dare!" If being angry was useful, what was the point of cultivating? The lady boss chuckled. Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, Lady Boss, if you have something to say in the future, just say it. Don't touch me, okay? As he spoke, he raised his hand and took the Lady Boss's hand off his head. The Lady Boss held back her laughter. All right, then I have something to ask you right now. Just answer me honestly. Of course, of course. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. The Lady Boss's expression became solemn, and she asked, What grade of fire element energy are you cultivating? Yang Kai was silent for a moment before replying, It should be above the 7th grade. This matter could not be hidden. Ever since he had displayed the golden crow, casting sun, divine technique aspect outside Crimson Star City, this secret was no longer a secret. This was because the conditions for activating the divine technique aspect were extremely harsh. One had to be at the 7th grade or above to be able to do so, and generally only those at the heaven opening realm could comprehend it. In other words, the divine technique aspect was basically exclusive to those at the high-grade heaven opening realm. However, this did not mean that those at the high-grade heaven opening realm would definitely be able to comprehend the divine technique aspect. Some high-grade heaven opening realm cultivators might not even be able to comprehend the mysteries within it for their entire lives. Since ancient times, those who could comprehend the divine technique aspect in the Emperor realm were few and far between. When Zhao Baichuan saw the golden crow casting sun that day, he was extremely shocked. He even said that with this divine technique aspect, even if Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, he would be able to compete with those at the low-grade heaven opening realm. Just how big was the gap between the heaven opening realm and the Emperor realm? It was like the difference between heaven and earth. A heaven opening expert, even the lowest first stage heaven opening, had condensed a lesser cosmos world within their body and could use the might of a world. Killing the Emperor realm would be as easy as crushing an ant. In the Emperor realm, Yang Kai was often able to fight above his cultivation level, but in the Emperor realm he was unable to kill heaven opening cultivators. But with the divine technique Dharma idol, there was this possibility. Many people had seen the divine technique Dharma idol that day, after the great cosmological realm closed. This news would definitely gradually spread. It was fine if the Lady Boss didn't ask, but now that she did, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of hiding it. Golden crow, casting sun. The Lady Boss chuckled. I heard that your fire elemental power is the golden crow true fire. Yes, it's the golden crow primordial fire. Yang Kai scratched his face, feeling extremely guilty. I'm curious, where did you get the golden crow primordial fire from the Emperor realm? The Lady Boss stared at him with her beautiful eyes and gritted her teeth. If I remember correctly, you haven't been in the 3,000 realms for long. The only time you came into contact with the golden crow primordial fire was in my first inn. Don't tell me that it was at that time that you absorbed the power of the golden crow's corpse. Yang Kai turned to face her and squeezed out an ugly smile. The Lady Boss's face immediately turned ashen. It really is. Yang Kai didn't say anything, which could be considered a tacit agreement. You're courting death. The Lady Boss felt a wave of lingering fear. At that time, several high-grade heaven opening cultivators had come, and dozens of mid-grade heaven opening cultivators had come. Yang Kai actually had the guts to absorb the golden crow primordial fire right under their noses, and most importantly, he had succeeded. With a stern expression, the Lady Boss said again, The golden crow primordial fire is extremely powerful. It can't be suppressed without a powerful wood elemental power. If you can absorb the golden crow primordial fire, doesn't that mean that you've already condensed high-grade wood elemental power before that? Lady Boss, you're a genius. Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. The Lady Boss's eyelids twitched slightly as she murmured, High-grade wood elemental, fire elemental. What else? What did you gain in the great cosmological realm? What power did you condense? Earth elemental, metal elemental, earth elemental and water elemental. Yang Kai replied honestly. Earth elemental and water elemental. The Lady Boss was puzzled. How did you condense the water elemental without the metal elemental? It's a long story. There was a secret technique that allowed me to skip the metal elemental and condense the water elemental. The lady boss was bewildered. Show me your earth elemental and water elemental power. Yang Kai couldn't refuse and could only activate the earth elemental and water elemental power in the Dao Seal. The dragon shield immediately lingered around his body. He dispersed the dragon shield and activated the water elemental power, which was bone-chilling. Sensing the power of these two powers, the lady boss couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her chest rose as she exclaimed, "They're both high grade." She looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. How long had this brat been in the 3,000 worlds? It had only been a dozen years at most, but he had already condensed 4 high-grade powers. Although there were countless opportunities in the great cosmological realm that allowed him to condense the earth elemental and water elemental powers, such an achievement was beyond the reach of countless cultivators. Every cultivator didn't condense the heaven-splitting power overnight. Instead, they needed a long time to accumulate and precipitate. Moreover, they also needed to collect resources, which also took a lot of time. Generally speaking, a cultivator in the Emperor realm would take 100 years from the time they condensed the Dao Seal to the time they succeeded in splitting open the heavens. Some took hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Those who could achieve splitting open the heavens in a few decades were all blessed by the heavens. Yang Kai had only spent a dozen years to condense 4 elements, and all of them were high grade. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. You want to directly achieve high-grade heaven splitting? The lady boss looked at him. Yang Kai said seriously, "That's right." Speaking of this, Yang Kai suddenly had a thought. "Lady boss, is there anything wrong with directly achieving high grade?" In the great cosmological realm, he had tried to persuade and stop him many times. She even cooperated with Zhu Juyin to forcibly condense the 6th grade metal element for him and destroy his foundation. Fortunately, Yang Kai forced Zhu Juyin to give up, although there was only a difference of 1 grade between the 6th grade and the 7th grade. It was a world of difference, not to mention the middle grade and the upper grade. Even the highest achievement that could be achieved in the future would be different. As it concerned his future, Yang Kai naturally resisted. Otherwise, how could he have dared to offend a great god like Zhu Juyin in the great cosmological realm? His behavior made him feel that something was wrong, but he had asked he before. He didn't say much, only telling Yang Kai to ask the lady boss when he had the chance in the future. Now that the lady boss was in front of him, Yang Kai naturally wanted to understand. The lady boss was silent. After a long time, she sighed. "I didn't expect your ambition to be so high. Directly achieving high-grade heaven-splitting is naturally very risky. The strength of our Dao Seal is the foundation of bearing the power of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. The higher the grade of the power, the stronger the need for the Dao Seal. If you exceed your own limit, your Dao Seal may collapse when you achieve splitting open the heavens. You should understand this." Yang Kai nodded. How could he not understand such a thing? However, he was not worried about this. Not to mention that his Dao Seal itself was incomparably strong, and he had taken more than a dozen drops of Dao-E divine water in the great cosmological realm, which allowed his Dao Seal to reach a higher level. There was no problem for it to bear the power of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements of the 7th grade. The risk of a Dao Seal is only a natural disaster. The greatest danger of directly achieving high grade is a man-made disaster. Man-made disaster! Yang Kai frowned, expressing his puzzlement. The lady boss slowly explained, "A cultivator of our generation, after achieving splitting open the heavens, will not stay in that grade forever. By taking a heaven-splitting pill or using other means to strengthen the mighty power of the world and promote the small cosmos world in one's body, one can continue to improve. However, since the foundation has been laid, there is a limit to the extent of improvement. Generally speaking, after a cultivator breaks through to the opening heaven stage, They can only improve by 1 or 2 grades at most with the help of external forces. Any more is basically hopeless. For example, if I achieve the 6th grade of splitting open the heavens, then I will have a chance to achieve the 8th grade in the future. This is my limit. Oldby has achieved the 5th grade, so his limit will be the 7th grade. Of course, if you can find the furnace of heaven and earth, it will be a different story. The furnace of heaven and earth is a divine tool created by heaven and earth, and the heaven-splitting pills it breeds are far from comparable to the heaven-splitting pills refined by alchemists. With the heaven-splitting pills, you can break through this limit, but don't think about it. According to the records, the number of times the furnace of heaven and earth has appeared is too few, and every time it appears, it will lead to a bloody storm. The 2nd grade and the 5th grade are both barriers because the limit of the 2nd grade is the 4th grade, and the limit of the 5th grade is the 7th grade. This is the possibility of advancing from the lower grade to the middle grade, and from the middle grade to the upper grade. Therefore, generally speaking, if one has the ability, the lower grade will generally reach the 2nd grade, and the middle grade will reach the 5th grade. This is to give oneself hope for the future. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Oldby has reached the 5th grade, and so has Yueha. The lady boss said, that's part of the reason, but another part of the reason is that they have reached their limit, and that 6th grade resources are difficult to find. Every 6th grade resource was a treasure. Although Yang Kai had a bountiful harvest in the great cosmological realm, there were not many 6th grade heaven opening materials. At most, there were no more than 100 of them. These were the resources that Qi Xing had plundered from the entire great cosmological realm after he monopolized it. Speaking of this, the lady boss glanced at him leisurely. You want to reach the 7th grade directly, so where is your limit? The 9th grade. Yang Kai's face was cold and resolute. Yes, the 9th grade. The lady boss smiled slightly. Who can be a match for such an existence? I'm afraid that even those blessed enclaves can't sit back and watch, right? Once you really grow up, won't you shake the foundation of their rule over the 3,000 worlds? Yang Kai's expression changed. Lady boss, you're talking about a man-made disaster. The lady boss nodded slightly. 36 blessed enclaves and 72 blessed enclaves. It's impossible for them to sit back and watch. Yang Kai's expression changed. These top forces are so overbearing. This was going to be a little troublesome. He had met Su Zhen and the others in the great cosmological realm, and they were disciples of the blessed enclave. When they returned, they would definitely report everything about the great cosmological realm. When the time comes, those from the blessed enclave would know that he had condensed several kinds of upper-grade powers and comprehended the divine technique. Wouldn't his situation be very bad? Chapter 4155. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a person who was as talented as you. He wanted to directly become an upper-grade cultivator. He had countless opportunities, and his luck was heaven-defying. He condensed 6 of the forces of yin, yang, and 5 elements one after another. He was only one step away from being a meritorious person. The lady boss's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence as she spoke slowly, and then Yang Kai turned to look at her. Then the lady boss let out a soft sigh. Then, due to some reasons, he had no choice but to reach the 5th stage and open the heavens. Yang Kai frowned. You mean to say that the last type of energy he absorbed was a 5th grade resource? The lady boss gently nodded. In order to open the heavens, one had to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in the Tao seal. But how much one could achieve in the end depended on the lowest grade of energy. Just like how a wooden barrel could hold water, how much water it could hold completely depended on the shortest plank. No matter how long the other planks were, it was useless. Yang Kai did not know why that person had given up on his great future and reached the 5th stage with a 7th stage aptitude, but it could be assumed that this person had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, who would be willing to make such a choice? That person, where is he now? Yang Kai asked. The lady boss slowly shook her head. Yang Kai understood, knowing that that person was probably no longer here. The lady boss continued. So if you want to directly reach the high grade, the biggest obstacle is not finding those high grade resources, but the heavenly paradises of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's heart sank. If what the lady boss said was true, this matter would not be easy to deal with. These heavenly paradises had stood tall in the 3,000 worlds for countless years, and their foundations were terrifying. If one was targeted by them, they would definitely not have a good time. If I can join one of these heavenly paradises... Yang Kai's heart trembled. Perhaps he could borrow the power of that heavenly paradises to resist this pressure. The lady boss chuckled. 36 heavenly paradises, 72 blessed lands. Which one do you want to join? If you join this one, how could the other 107 be willing? Which force can help you deal with such a troublesome matter? Yang Kai frowned. Could it be that there is no one in this world who can directly reach the high grade? There is. The lady boss nodded. The disciples of those heavenly paradises naturally have this opportunity, but unfortunately, you are not one of them. Let's not talk about how rare and difficult it is to find a 7th grade resource. In terms of individual talent, since ancient times, how many people have been able to directly reach the high grade heaven opening realm? Oh, Yang Kai said angrily, they're only allowing the officials to set fires, but not allowing the common people to light lamps. Love. 1,000 years ago, she had tried to persuade that person, but what was the result? Yang Kai gently nodded. For the rest of the journey, the lady boss seemed to have lost interest in talking. She was shrouded in a kind of inexplicable sadness. The two were speechless. Along the way, they passed through several large regions. On this day, the two of them suddenly stopped in a void. The lady boss took out the map of the universe and looked at it, then looked around and muttered to herself, "This should be the place." Saying so, she took out a jade pendant and poured her strength into it. The jade pendant turned into a stream of light and flew forward. Suddenly, the stream of light seemed to hit something and burst into light. Under the light, a door appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This made him raise his eyebrows. How could he not know that there was a hidden space here? The jade pendant should be the thing to open this space. This concealment method was extremely clever. Even the lady boss, a 6th grade heaven splitter, could not see any clues. She had to use this special jade pendant. Yang Kai could not help but think of the 9 heavens array. If the 9 heavens array was set up properly, the void would be completely hidden. He secretly rejoiced at his choice. What the lady boss said to him on the way made him realize that he would be in constant trouble in the future. Maybe he would implicate the void. With the protection of the 9 heavens array, it would provide some strong protection for the void. Hey, which old friend is visiting? It's so troublesome. Suddenly, a low voice came from the door. The voice seemed to be that of an old man. His tone was bleak, making people feel sad. Yang Kai was stunned. The owner of this place was quite interesting. He did not put on an act. He felt that it was troublesome, so he said it directly. He was not afraid of offending people. The lady boss was used to it. Smiling like a flower, she said, "Master, you're home. Please open the door." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. How could the owner of this place have such a strange name? The troublesome master recognized the lady boss's voice and sighed. "I was wondering who it was. It's you, little girl. Sigh, it's so troublesome. Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, revealing a dark passage. The lady boss motioned for Yang Kai to follow. She took the lead and stepped into the passage. Yang Kai did not dare to delay and followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the world behind the door, a dazzling light shone in front of them. Yang Kai could not help but squint. When he looked carefully, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He originally thought that the world behind the door was at most the same as his own void, but after entering it, he found that it was not. The space here was vast and boundless. The place where he and the lady boss were standing was still in the void. And in this space, there were dozens of stars. Each star was surrounded by nebulas, and it was a majestic sight. There was even a huge, dazzling sun star that emitted a scorching light. The sun's real fire danced on the surface of the sun star, filling the void with a ring of flames. This was simply a miniaturized version of a large territory. Yang Kai was shocked beyond words. The lady boss was not surprised and said, "The atmosphere in those blessed enclaves is countless times more beautiful than here. Moreover, this place is the ruins of a blessed enclave. I'll have to trouble Grandmaster to be the only successor of that blessed enclave. Ruins of blessed lands." Yang Kai was shocked. The lady boss said, 36 heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands are not unchanging. The long river of history is rolling. The survival of the fittest. Many ancient heavenly paradises have been destroyed and new forces have risen. These 3,000 worlds are not as simple as you think. Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. The blessed paradises were the most powerful forces in this world. What kind of force could destroy them? Was it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Moreover, if the ruins of a blessed land were so magnificent, what would a real blessed land be like? What about the heavenly paradises that were ranked above the blessed lands? Yang Kai's mind was in turmoil. Attracted by the sun star, the power of the golden crow real fire in his body also began to stir, as if it wanted to respond to the other side. "Let's go!" The lady boss reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, leading him towards one of the stars. Not long after, Yang Kai saw the troublesome grandmaster that the lady boss had mentioned. Sure enough, it was an old man, but he had a frown on his face, as if he felt that life was meaningless and could not wait to die. What shocked Yang Kai was that although this old man did not look like much, he was actually a high-rank Kai Tian master. Yang Kai was speechless. He could not help but admire the lady boss for being able to make friends with such a character. Her connections were truly amazing. "Junior greets, Grandmaster." The lady boss obediently paid her respects. Not to mention that her strength was inferior. Her seniority was also much lower. Yang Kai naturally followed suit and saluted. The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and glanced at the lady boss, then quickly lowered them again, as if he found the action of raising his eyes very troublesome. He said lazily, "Little un, how many years has it been since we last met?" The lady boss said with a smile, "About 300 years. 300 years. The troublesome Grandmaster was shocked. "Doesn't that mean that this old man has been sitting here for 300 years? Yang Kai was speechless. How bored and lazy must this old man be to sit here for 300 years? "That boy Ting Yu is also here," the troublesome Grandmaster said again. The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Old man, your eyes are blurred. Look carefully, he is not Ting Yu." The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai, saying in surprise, "He is not, but he looks very similar. Yes, Ting Yu is long gone. He is old and muddle-headed." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. It was not the first time he had heard the name Ting Yu. Yueha had also called this name in the land of Locking Sunday, combining all the previous things. Yang Kai vaguely guessed that he should look like this person named Ting Yu, and this Ting Yu should be a very close person to the lady boss and Yueha. Perhaps this person was the key to the falling out between the lady boss and Yueha. In front of the lady boss, Yang Kai could not ask more questions, so he could only suppress his doubts. "Why did you come to see me this time?" asked the troublesome Grandmaster. The lady boss said, "I came to see you to refine treasures, of course." "I knew it. You are so troublesome." The troublesome Grandmaster did not hide his disdain. The lady boss did not take it seriously and said with a smile, "Who asked you to be so skilled in refining treasures? In this territory of the 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 3 people who can compare with you." The troublesome Grandmaster coldly snorted, "Don't flatter this old man. I don't buy it." Although he said so, the slightly raised corners of his mouth showed that he liked it very much. Saying so, he stood up, his thin body emitting a crackling sound as he sighed. "Forget it. After sitting here for so long, it's time to get up and move around. I'll just treat it as a relief from boredom. Little on, what kind of treasure are you refining?" The lady boss hurriedly said, "Old man, what I want to refine this time is not an ordinary artifact, but a spirit array." Chapter 4156. There were many kinds of secret treasures, and array treasures were one of them. As its name implied, it was a kind of secret treasure that was specially refined for various kinds of large arrays. Generally speaking, any secret treasure could be used as an array treasure. As long as the design of the large array was reasonable, the combination of the secret treasure and the large array could produce a superimposed effect. However, array treasures could only be activated with the help of large arrays because each array treasure consumed a large amount of energy. A single cultivator could not bear it and needed the help of large arrays. Therefore, the power of array treasures was generally much stronger than that of ordinary secret treasures. Correspondingly, it required more resources to make array treasures. Master Troublemaker glanced at the lady boss leisurely. "You want to make array treasures?" The lady boss nodded. "No problem. As long as you can gather the materials you need, this old man can help you. But since you helped this old man do 3 things in the past, I promise to forge 3 artifacts for you. You've already used up 2 chances before, so now there's only 1 left. Tell me, what kind of artifact do you want to forge?" The lady boss smiled. "Old man, I want to make an offensive secret treasure and a defensive secret treasure." Master Troublemaker shook his head slowly. "You know my rules. Don't be greedy, little girl." The lady boss said, "Of course I know your rules. I can exchange 1 chance for 1 secret treasure, but—" She suddenly stopped talking and moved her red lips to send a secret message. Master Troublemaker's expression was indifferent at first, but then he was stunned. He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and hesitated. After a long while, he nodded lightly. "Fine, I'll allow you. But boy, you have to remember that you owe this old man a favor. In the future, this old man may ask you to do something for me. When the time comes, you can't refuse." Hearing this, Yang Kai knew that the lady boss must have reached an agreement with this old man, and this agreement must be related to him. He trusted the lady boss, so he immediately cupped his fists and said, "Master, rest assured. This boy will keep this in mind and will never refuse in the future." "Ha ha ha!" Master Troublemaker chuckled. "I hope you'll still be so confident when the time comes." Walking forward, they soon arrived at a large hall. Inside this hall was a huge furnace that was at least 1,000 meters high. Around the furnace were various kinds of secret treasure refining arrangements, dazzling Yang Kai. The 3 of them walked under the furnace, as small as 3 ants. The surface of the furnace was engraved with countless mysterious patterns that seemed to contain the great Tao. The lady boss looked up at this furnace and praised, "Although this is not the first time I've seen this heaven and earth furnace, it is truly mysterious." Heaven and earth furnace, Master Troublemaker's name, as well as the heaven and earth furnace. The lady boss smiled. "Of course this is not the real heaven and earth furnace. Strictly speaking, this is the mini heaven and earth furnace. The heaven and earth furnace was created by heaven and earth and contains all kinds of things. What kind of treasure is this?" Master Troublemaker's ancestors were lucky enough to see the real heaven and earth furnace, so they used it as a blueprint and spent the endless flowing time Great Emperor's energy to create this mini heaven and earth furnace. But even so, This mini heaven and earth furnace can still display a trace of the real heaven and earth furnace's power. Less than 100%. Master, troublemaker, snorted coldly. If my ancestors hadn't worked so hard for this heaven and earth furnace, how could they have been taken advantage of by thieves? Listening to his words, it seemed that it was because of this mini heaven and earth furnace that this blessed land had declined, but that should be a long time ago. But thanks to this mini heaven and earth furnace, my ancestors were able to protect this blessed land. It's really the mini heaven and earth furnace that makes and destroys this blessed land. Saying so, Grandmaster Troublemaker threw a jade slip to Yankai and said proudly, "My sect has a total of 1035 kinds of array artifacts. Take a look and see which one you want." Yankai caught the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense, marveling at what he saw. The variety of array artifacts recorded in this jade slip dazzled Yankai's eyes. The names, functions, and types of array artifacts varied greatly. Just the information in this jade slip alone was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Yankai couldn't help thinking of the divine Ding Heaven. Among the 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands, the divine Ding Heaven was also famous for refining artifacts. Yankai's magnetic divine gourd was refined by little fatty Suzhen. Yankai didn't know which was stronger between the divine Ding Heaven and this blessed land. It was very difficult to choose a secret art or a defensive artifact from more than 1,000 kinds of array artifacts. Yankai looked at this and felt that it was good, then looked at that and also felt that it was good. For a moment, it was difficult to choose. Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't urge him and just stood aside and waited silently. In the end, the lady boss couldn't stand it anymore and took the jade slip. After examining it, she said, "Heavenly Luo umbrella and heaven punishing sword." Yankai nodded and said, "Then it's these two." Grandmaster Troublemaker grinned meaningfully. "It will take a lot of resources to forge these two things." Yankai cupped his fists and said, "Please list the required resources, Grandmaster." Grandmaster Troublemaker nodded and took out another jade slip, sending his divine sense into it. After a while, he threw it to Yankai. Yankai took a look at it and frowned. It wasn't that too many resources were needed, but that he didn't recognize many of them. He also didn't recognize many of the treasures he plundered from the great cosmological realm. This was a bit awkward. In other words, even if he had some kind of resource, he didn't know it. Helpless, Yankai could only ask the lady boss and cooperate with her to take out the required materials from his small sealed world one by one. At first, Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't care, but as Yankai took out more and more things, he couldn't help but be a little moved. "You also have this brilliant black platinum, and it's the size of a wash basin. TSK, TSK, demon sealing iron is almost extinct. This old man couldn't find it back then. Where did you find it?" "Emperor-grade paradise, this is a rare thing. This piece of Emperor-grade paradise is probably 10,000 years old, right?" Every time Yankai took out something, Grandmaster Troublemaker could casually name it, which showed how knowledgeable he was. Grandmaster Troublemaker was also amazed by Yankai's background. He couldn't imagine that a trivial Emperor Realm Master could have so many good things. Where did this little brat come from? Did he inherit the legacy of a divine emperor? Low-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could only be called True Monarch, mid-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could be called Heaven Monarch, and Divine Emperor was exclusive to high-grade heaven-splitting artifacts. The more Grandmaster Troublemaker looked at Yankai, the more surprised he became. Naturally, the lady boss wouldn't expose him and just smiled faintly. After more than an hour, the materials in front of Yankai were piled up like a mountain. Looking at the things in front of him, Yankai scratched his head and said, "There are still some things missing." He had collected more than 80% of the materials on the list, but he couldn't find the remaining 20%. Although the great cosmological realm had given him a huge harvest, there were some things that he couldn't find, so he was helpless. The lady boss asked, "Old man, do you have any of these things?" Grandmaster Troublemaker looked vigilant and snorted. "What? Do you want to take advantage of this, old man?" The lady boss smiled and said, "Of course I won't take them for free. As you can see, Yon Kai has a lot of rare things that you can exchange with him. At worst, he will suffer a loss." Grandmaster Troublemaker rolled his eyes and nodded slightly. "That's more like it." At that moment, the two bartered with each other, with the lady boss helping from the side and arguing with Grandmaster Troublemaker. After a few hours, all the materials were gathered. Overall, although Yon Kai suffered a loss, it was not a big deal. Grandmaster Troublemaker said angrily, "Little girl, you're helping an outsider. Don't expect this old man to refine any treasures for you in the future." The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "This old man is old. Don't get angry so easily. It's easy to shorten his life." Grandmaster Troublemaker was so angry that his nose was crooked. Yon Kai watched from the side in fear that the old man would abandon the task. Fortunately, although he was angry, he was a man of his word. After the materials were ready, he immediately started refining. A jade ring was activated, and the tyrannical aura of the seventh grade heaven opening spread out. Grandmaster Troublemaker shouted, "Back away!" Without hesitation, the lady boss wrapped Yon Kai and flew back thousands of miles. With a rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The whole stars seemed to be shaking. Then, a scene that stunned Yon Kai appeared. The outer ring of the stars seemed to be attracted by some force and slowly rotated. Not only that, but the rings of the stars in the void also did the same. The initial rotation of the rings was not very fast, but as time passed, it became faster and faster. A sensational aura spread out from the stars. Yon Kai looked up and was surprised to find that these stars had gathered into an inexplicable spirit array, and at the center of this spirit array was the blazing sun star. "The heaven and earth refining method," the lady boss murmured. "It's a lost refining method. In this world, only Grandmaster Troublemaker has mastered it. When this old man is old, I'm afraid this method will be lost." "The heaven and earth refining method?" Yon Kai was surprised, but at this moment a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the sun, illuminating the world. A beam of light, attracted by the array, suddenly shot out from the sun and fell straight towards the stars where Yon Kai and the others were. Yon Kai turned pale with fright. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he could still feel the terror of this power. If such a powerful attack were to hit him, this star would probably collapse immediately. With a bang, the beam of light fell, and the stars shook violently, but they did not shatter as Yon Kai had expected. This was because the beam of light had directly blasted into the small universe furnace. In an instant, the patterns on the surface of the small universe furnace lit up one after another, and a blazing flame ignited inside. Yon Kai was dumbfounded. He now understood why Grandmaster Troublemaker's refining method was called the Heaven and Earth refining method. The foundation of his refining method was to attract the sun's fire and draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Such an astonishing method was beyond his imagination. Chapter 4157. Looking from afar, one could see the Grandmaster throwing one priceless material after another into the small universal furnace, while he constantly changed his hand seals. Below the small universal furnace, the light of the array formation flickered incessantly, dazzling the onlookers. Refining an artifact was an extremely taxing and exhausting task, not something that could be accomplished overnight. Any carelessness could result in failure. Yon Kai did not dabble much in the Tao of artifact refining, but he was proficient in alchemy. Although the two of them were from different territories, they had many similarities. Grandmaster Nuisance's heaven and earth tempering method was mysterious and extremely peculiar, making Yon Kai unable to take his eyes off it. As more and more materials were thrown into the miniature universe furnace, more and more liquid-like liquid began to appear, and the impurities in the countless materials were quenched out by Grandmaster Nuisance through some special means. At a certain moment, the spirit arrays below the miniature universe furnace changed again, and Grandmaster Nuisance let out a roar, his inner world's aura filling the air. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Grandmaster Nuisance's thin body began to swell, turning from an old man on the verge of death into an indomitable giant about 1,000 meters tall. The giant's hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was red from the flames. His muscles bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. The giant raised his hand, reached into the small universal furnace, and grabbed the liquid-like material out of the furnace. He placed it on a huge forging felt, and then he raised his hand again, grabbed a huge hammer from the side, and smashed it down with a loud bang. Asterisk, gwang, 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 asterisk every time the hammer smashed down. The stars trembled, and a deafening sound spread throughout the world of heaven and earth. Sparks flew everywhere, each of them possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. But the giant paid no attention to them, allowing them to splash onto his body. This hammering continued for a full 9 days, when the giant suddenly threw the semi-finished product into the miniature universe furnace, drawing an even more ferocious sunfire, and added more materials. Another 9 days later, the giant took out the semi-finished product and continued hammering it. Again and again, with a 9-day cycle, the semi-finished product was constantly reincarnated between the small universe furnace and the forging felt. A huge, long sword gradually took shape. Although it was only a half-finished product, Yonkai could still feel a terrifying power from the longsword. He was shocked. If this long sword was really completed, how terrifying would its power be? After 81 days, Grandmaster Troublemaker suddenly roared, "Get over here, boy!" The landlady had been waiting for this moment. She summoned her power and flew to Master Troublemaker's side with Yonkai. They stood at the foot of the giant, looking as tiny as ants. Blood! Grandmaster Troublemaker waved his sword and placed it in front of Yonkai. Yonkai looked at the giant sword that was several dozen meters long and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. However, he knew that the artifact refinement should be at the final stage. Grandmaster Yonkai had asked for his blood in order to leave his mark on the heaven-punishing sword. Once that was done, only he would be able to activate the heaven-punishing sword. Even if others took it away, it would be useless. Not daring to be careless, Yonkai slashed his palm with his fingers. Blood flowed out. Yonkai clenched his fist and placed it above the longsword. Blood flowed down his palm and dripped onto the longsword. With a sizzling sound, the drops of blood did not immediately merge into the longsword. Instead, they turned into small blood dragons that swam around the surface of the longsword. Master, Troublemaker exclaimed. He looked at Yonkai in surprise. Dragon blood? Are you from the dragon race? This time, even the lady boss looked at Yonkai in amazement. The landlady did not know that Yonkai had the bloodline of the dragon race. When she had rescued Miemeng, Miemeng had warned Yonkai not to let others know about this secret. Although the dragon race was powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds. If others knew about this secret, it might cause some trouble. Miemeng had also told him that if he really encountered some unsolvable danger, he could reveal the secret of the dragon race bloodline. That way, he would be able to escape the disaster. Generally speaking, in the 3,000 worlds, the dragon race bloodline was a double-edged sword. It might cause Yonkai endless trouble, but it might also protect him at certain times. That was why Yonkai had deliberately kept this secret. In the great cosmological realm, he had used the dragonification secret technique a few times. However, those who saw this secret technique were either his own people or dead people. Ha ha ha, you are from the dragon race. Good. Master Troublemaker laughed thunderously. Don't stop. Give me more dragon blood. It seemed that the dragon blood was also very beneficial to the heaven-destroying sword. Yonkai could only continue to sprinkle his own blood. His recovery ability was very strong. With his dragon bloodline body and the wood elemental power of the immortal tree, ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. In order to sprinkle the dragon blood, he had to constantly stimulate the wound so that it would not heal so quickly. As time passed, the golden dragon blood covered the entire surface of the long sword. "That's enough." "Master," Troublemaker growled and threw the long sword into the small universal furnace again. The landlady turned her head and looked at him. It was as if she was seeing Yang Kai for the first time. "Boy, you've hidden it well." The landlady snorted coldly. She had always thought that Yang Kai was just a newcomer to the 3,000 worlds, but it was not until Yang Kai came out of the great cosmological realm that she knew that Yang Kai had secretly condensed for kinds of upper-grade powers. She also knew that this guy had the bloodline of the dragon race. "It's nothing to show off." Yang Kai smiled. "I'll deal with you later." Yang Kai felt bitter. Not far away, Master Troublemaker had returned to his original appearance. His aura was slightly withered. This refining process had consumed a lot of his energy, but at this point he did not need to worry too much. The heaven-destroying sword was basically finished. All he needed to do was wait. More than 10 days later, Master Troublemaker suddenly stood up and stared at the small universal furnace with shining eyes. At this moment, the small universal furnace was shaking violently, as if some peerless monster was about to rush out of the furnace. Along with the shaking, streaks of sword chi slashed out of the furnace. However, the small universal furnace was very mysterious. The heaven-destroying sword was suppressed inside and could not escape. Finally, at a certain point, all the commotion stopped. "Haha, it's done." Master Troublemaker laughed and turned to Yang Kai. "Get ready. This treasure was refined with your blood as the catalyst. Only you can collect it. Don't let it escape." Yang Kai nodded solemnly and secretly urged his power, ready to go. In the next moment, as Master Troublemaker changed his spell, a golden light suddenly shot up from the small universal furnace. Yang Kai reacted quickly and reached out his hand to grab the golden light. With a buzzing sound, the void trembled. Yang Kai grasped a golden sword in his hand, and it trembled violently. However, before Yang Kai could feel the power of this heaven-punishing sword, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. His whole body was dragged along by the sword, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop it. A voice came from afar. "Lady Boss, save me." Lady Boss stood where she was and watched with her arms crossed. She sneered. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-destroying sword carried Yang Kai out of the stars and into the void. Yang Kai desperately tried to summon his power, but it was to no avail. He could feel that the heaven-destroying sword was closely related to him. However, this treasure had just been completed. Its aura was astonishing and its sharpness was unstoppable. Even though he was connected to it, he could not control it. Fortunately, this was the ruins of the prosperous land and was completely isolated from the outside world. He was not afraid of where it could run to. After a few days, the remaining energy in the heaven-punishing sword was gradually exhausted. Yang Kai stood in the void with cold sweat dripping down his forehead as he stared at the sword in his hand. Only now did he see the true face of the heaven-punishing sword. When the sword was forged, it was more than 100 feet long. However, when the sword was completed, it was no different from an ordinary sword. It could be seen that there was a secret hidden within the sword. The entire sword was golden in color, and it looked indescribably noble. Yang Kai picked up the sword and waved it a few times, gently drawing a white line across his arm. Immediately, a white mark was left on his arm. He was secretly speechless. This sword was really sharp. One had to know that he had a half-dragon body, so his defense was extremely strong. Even so, such a light cut had left a white mark. If he had used any more force, it was very likely he would have been injured. He wanted to test the power of the sword, but he could not activate it. He knew that the heaven-destroying sword was a formation treasure, and activating it required an enormous amount of energy. However, he was only in the Emperor realm, so how could he activate it? Perhaps he could only use the 9 heavens formation to display the power of the heaven-destroying sword. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. The forging of the heaven-destroying sword could be said to be extremely fast. It had only taken him 3 months. It had to be known that for such a powerful secret treasure to appear from nothing, it would take a normal weapon refinement grandmaster several years or even longer to refine. However, in the hands of the troublesome weapon refinement grandmaster, it did not take 100 days. It seemed that this was also the work of the heaven-earth tempering technique. In this vast universe, secret treasures were also divided into grades. For example, the grades of the heaven-opening realm ranged from grade 1 to grade 9. This kind of secret treasure could not be used by those below the heaven-opening realm because it required the might of the world to activate the secret treasure. Even if someone from the Emperor realm obtained it, it would be nothing but scrap metal. Any one of the stars or the spirit state could be regarded as a small universe. It naturally nurtured the might of the world and set up the 9 heavens formation in the void. This 9 heavens formation could mobilize the might of the world in the void to support the heaven-destroying sword, allowing it to display its power. Yang Kai also had a way to forcibly activate the heaven-destroying sword, and that was to draw the might of the small sealed world. However, this would reduce the foundation of the small sealed world, which was extremely disadvantageous to it. Although the small sealed world was not very useful in the 3,000 worlds, Yang Kai always had an idea in his mind. When the time came, he would need to use the small sealed world. If this idea could be realized, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Chapter 4158. Yang Kai had used countless precious materials to forge the Heaven's Punishment Sword. There were even a few Tier 6 materials. Strictly speaking, the Heaven's Punishment Sword was at least a Tier 5 secret treasure, possibly even a Tier 6 secret treasure. Yang Kai was naturally very satisfied with such results. Although he had put in a lot of effort, he had also gained a lot. After keeping the Heaven's Punishment Sword, Yang Kai returned to the stars. The master had already started to forge the Tian Luo umbrella. The Heaven's Punishment Sword was an offensive secret treasure, while the Tian Luo umbrella was a defensive secret treasure. With 1 offensive and 1 defensive, the 9 heavens formation complemented each other. With these 2 secret treasures, the 9 heavens formation of the void land finally had a soul. The minimum requirement was satisfied. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had planned to ask the master to refine his shadowless veil, but now it seemed that there was no need to mention it. The Tian Luo umbrella and the Heaven's Punishment Sword had cost the lady boss a chance and Yang Kai's promise to the master. If he asked him to refine the shadowless veil, it would be too much. Yang Kai didn't want to ruin his relationship with this artifact, refining grandmaster. The process of forging the Tian Luo umbrella was not unusual, but it took more time than the Heaven's Punishment Sword. It took half a year. Since ancient times, the value of defensive secret treasures was higher than that of offensive secret treasures. The reason was that the cost and difficulty of forging were higher. Even with the legacy of the Blessed Land, the Tian Luo umbrella was only completed after half a year. Yang Kai let out a lot of dragon's blood. The grade of the Tian Luo umbrella was almost the same as the Heaven's Punishment Sword. They were both Tier 6 secret treasures with extremely strong defensive capabilities. After the 2 secret treasures were completed, the master immediately chased them away. He had no intention of keeping them. Forging 2 Tier 6 secret treasures in a row was not a small burden for him. Especially for someone like him who was afraid of trouble, it was a kind of torture. Naturally, he wanted to rest quickly. The lady boss took Yang Kai and left, returning the way they came. He had spent quite a bit of time on the way here, but it was much simpler on the way back. After going through the Universal Palace several times, he returned to the Void Land in less than a month. It had been almost a year since Yang Kai and the lady boss left. During this time, the changes in the Void were not obvious. After all, it was extremely difficult to set up the 9 heavens array, and they were not even halfway done yet. When he saw Great Master Wuliang again, he was haggard and emaciated, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. His entire being was brimming with enthusiasm. when he learned that Yang Kai had obtained 2 sixth-grade formation treasures. He threw his head back and laughed heartily as he left. His voice came from afar. "Don't worry, true sovereign. Even if this old man has to stake his old life, I will arrange the 9 heavens for you." Yang Kai was worried. He was afraid that this guy would overwork himself and die halfway. If that was the case, then the initial investment would be wasted. After all, the 9 heavens array was set up by Great Master Wuliang alone. Even if other array Dao grandmasters were invited, they would not be able to fully understand the mysteries within. There were more people in the Void Land. They were thousands of people brought by He from the Green Star Palace. Their cultivation was not high, and they were all under the Emperor realm, but it was not a problem to use them as assistants. The entire Void Land was still in full swing. In the central hall of the Earth's spiritual land, He reported to Yang Kai about their efforts during this period of time with a worried face. "Young master, the cost of arranging the 9 heavens array is too great. Should we discuss with Great Master Wuliang to modify the array?" He was in charge of the finances of the entire Void Land. Seeing a huge amount of materials being consumed every day really made her heart ache. Although Yang Kai had made a huge fortune in the great cosmological realm and obtained the secret treasury left behind by Su Huang, he still could not bear such consumption. Now that the 9 heavens array was only half arranged, more than 30% of the resources obtained from the great cosmological realm had been consumed. If the 9 heavens array was really arranged completely, Yang Kai's wealth would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, he had spent a lot of resources refining the heaven-destroying sword and heavenly Luo umbrella, and these 2 formation treasures were also to be used in the 9 heavens array. The 9 heavens array almost emptied Yang Kai's pockets. No need. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Let's do it according to the original agreement." When he agreed to Great Master Wuliang's request, Yang Kai was already mentally prepared, so he was not surprised by such a consumption. The more effort he put in, the greater the harvest. The Void Land was the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds. So how could he be careless? If the resources were consumed, there would always be a chance to earn them back in the future. However, if there was a day when a strong enemy attacked and the Void Land could not defend itself, it would be too late for regrets. In addition to what the Lady Boss had told him before, it made him even more determined to arrange the 9 heavens array. If he wanted to directly reach the high-grade opening heavens array, there would be many dangers and obstacles. Perhaps he would be suppressed by the many blessed and heavenly abodes one after another. At that time, the Void Land would be his capital to contend with these blessed and heavenly abodes. Satisfy whatever Great Master Wuliang wants. If he lacks any resources, send people out to buy them in advance. Don't we still have more than 3 billion opening heaven pills? More than 3 billion opening heaven pills was an extremely terrifying number, and almost half of them were obtained by Yang Kai from the space ring of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. This guy had been in charge of Sword Pavilion for countless years and had accumulated more than half of his wealth. But all of it had been given to Yang Kai. There were also the tens of thousands of space rings of Sword Pavilion, which contained many opening heaven pills. Qi Xing had been the dominant figure in the great expanse boundary for many years, so there were large transactions taking place in the star market at all times. With each transaction, Qi Xing would take some of the fees. Many a little makes a mickle, and many grains make a tower. Although 70% was given to Yang Kai, the remaining 30% was not a small amount. These 3 billion opening heaven pills were saved up in this way. He said, "We've already used up nearly 1 billion. There are many materials we don't have on hand, so we have to go to the various star markets to buy them." Yang Kai nodded. "That's good. There's no need to be afraid of paying." As he spoke, Yang Kai raised his head and looked outside, only to see the Lady Boss leading Old White in. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted, "Lady Boss, are you looking for me?" The Lady Boss smiled. "I'm leaving, so I came to say goodbye to you." "Leaving?" Yang Kai's expression changed. Where are you going? The lady boss smiled. Back to the first inn. Where else can I go? I'm the shopkeeper of the first inn, and I've been out for more than a year. If I don't go back now, the higher-ups will blame me. Yang Kai curled his lips. There's no point in staying in the first inn. Lady boss, you can resign. Come back to the Void Land, and you can do whatever you want. He really didn't want the lady boss to leave. Not to mention that the lady boss was very good to him, protecting and taking care of him in every way. There were many things waiting to be done in the Void Land, and they were in need of manpower. The lady boss was at the 6th stage, and Lao Bai was at the 5th stage. If they stayed, they could greatly increase the strength of the Void Land. The lady boss raised her hand and tapped his forehead. What kind of place do you think the first inn is? That you can come and go as you please? Yang Kai took 2 steps back from her poke. Hearing this, he realized a problem and frowned. Speaking of which, I'm also a member of the first inn, the lady boss sneered. What kind of member of the first inn are you? You just came to the first inn to do some temporary work, because you owed money. Now that you've paid off your debt, the first inn has nothing to do with you. When you go out in the future, don't use the first inn's name to talk about things. The reason Yang Kai joined the first inn was because many powerhouses had fought over the Golden Crow's corpse and destroyed the first inn. The lady boss had used this as a threat to force Yang Kai to admit that he owed her 10 million opening heaven pills. At that time, Yang Kai was completely broke, and 10 million opening heaven pills was an astronomical figure to him. Later, when he went to Star City, the lady boss had him go to various shops to collect his debts. His progress was good, and he had barely paid off some of his debts. However, this was definitely not the end. The lady boss's words at this moment were undoubtedly an attempt to separate him from the first inn, lest he be dragged down. After all, if he were to use the first inn's name to work alone, would the void belong to Yang Kai or the first inn? Yang Kai understood this and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, he could easily separate himself from the first inn because he didn't have much to do with it. But the same couldn't be said for the lady boss. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, many people knew of the first inn's Madame Lawn. Knowing that he couldn't persuade the lady boss to stay, Yang Kai could only sigh, take out a space ring, and say, "These are some gifts I prepared for the cook and the bookkeeper. I'll have to trouble Lady Boss to take them back." The lady boss took the space ring and swept it with her divine sense, discovering that there were several sets of 5th grade resources inside, exactly what the cook and the bookkeeper needed. The lady boss didn't have many subordinates, but Lao Bai, the bookkeeper, and the cook were undoubtedly the ones she trusted the most and had followed her for many years. Without exception, all 3 of them had condensed 5th grade strength. Lao Bai's progress was faster, and he was the first to reach 5th grade splitting the heavens, while the cook and the bookkeeper were slightly slower, but they were still only 1 or 2 levels away. Yang Kai already knew about this before, so it wasn't troublesome to prepare. He still had some 5th grade materials on hand, so giving away a few sets wasn't a big deal. You can be considered a rich man now, so I won't refuse you. When they break through to splitting the heavens, I'll have them come over to thank you themselves, the lady boss said as she put away the space ring. The lady boss was a decisive person, leaving as soon as she said she would. Yang Kai and you, he sent them all the way out of the void and watched them use their universe escape technique to disappear before turning around and returning. Looking at each other, they all felt a little empty. The void was still bustling with activity. Every day, large amounts of resources were poured into the great array. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui were almost unable to settle down, because there were many resources that they needed to go out to buy. Every time they returned to the void for a few days, they would have to go out again. In the current void, there weren't many masters who could stand on the stage. At the very most, there were only Yu He, Lu Shui, and Chen Tianfei. Zhu Jiuyin couldn't be relied on now, as he was still recovering his source. As for Yu He, because she controlled the great array, jade, slit ring, and the financial power of the void, she had to stay in the void. It was a pity that Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui, two fourth grades splitting the heavens, were actually reduced to running errands.